Dong Qishan took Yang Jiabao to Zhou Hao's side, and everyone gave him way. I saw a smug smile on Dong Qishan's face, especially when he saw Zhou Hao's gloomy face. He felt even more happy. In fact, it was because a friend of Dong Qishan met Zhou Hao here. He knew about the feast between Dong Qishan and Zhou Hao, so he immediately notified Dong Qishan. Dong Qishan originally didn't plan to come to this blind date meeting, but as soon as he heard Zhou Hao was here, he immediately called Yang Jiabao to rush over, so that Zhou Hao could see that his woman has become his own. Oh, Zhou Hao, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Why did you come to Beijing without telling your brother, so that your brothers can gather together with you? Dong Qishan took Yang Jiabao to Zhou Hao. His face was very enthusiastic. Smile. The people around heard Dong Qishan calling Zhou Hao a brother, and they really thought he had a good friendship with Zhou Hao, and they also looked up to Zhou Hao a bit. Zhou Hao rarely attends such banquets with Zhao Yuqin, so although many of these people have received gossip that Zhao Rixin, who is a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, has taken a son, they have never actually met, so they now see Zhou Hao, don't know his relationship with the Zhao family. Even Han Shixiang didn't know that the beautiful woman with Zhou Hao the other day was Zhao Yuqin. If you know the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao's family, these people here are afraid that they will rush to please Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao turned a deaf ear to Dong Qishan's words, just staring at Yang Jiabao beside Dong Qishan. And Yang Jiabao was also facing Zhou Hao's gaze last year. His expression was very stubborn, as if he was going to confront Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao staring at Yang Jiabao next to him, Dong Qishan felt even more happy, deliberately smiled, and said to Zhou Hao, I will introduce you to this. This is Yang Jiabao, Miss Yang, the girlfriend I just had. Hee, you have to call her sister-in-law. Oh, look, my memory. I forget that you and Jiabao have known each other a long time ago, and Jiabao is still your ex-girlfriend. In the last sentence, he deliberately increased his voice so that everyone present could hear it. As soon as Dong Qishan said this, the people around him changed their faces slightly and looked at Zhou Hao, who was still sitting on the sofa with very strange eyes. Even Han Shixiang looked at Zhou Hao dumbfounded. They only now know that Dong Qishan and Zhou Hao are not close friends at all, and that the two of them are enemies with deep resentment. Now they finally understand that Dong Qishan probably deliberately pursued Yang Jiabao's girlfriend. However, they saw that Yang Jiabao was so beautiful that all the girls present were overshadowed by it, and it was no wonder that Zhou Hao and Dong Qishan would be evil for her. And Han Shixiang also understood why Zhou Hao had such a reaction just now. It turned out to be such a thing. In fact, in the minds of many men, the hatred of seizing a wife is far greater than the hatred of killing the father, and the hatred of seizing a wife is often the most unbearable for men. At the beginning, Wu Songgui's father was arrested by the clan king Li Zicheng, but he didn't panic. But when he heard that Chun Yuanyuan was also arrested by Li Zicheng, he became annoyed as a confidant, and he did not hesitate to introduce the Qing soldiers into the pass, ruining the great status of the Han people. Therefore, in Han Shixiang's opinion, the hatred between Zhou Hao and Dong Qishan is a big deal. I saw Zhou Hao sitting on the sofa, watching Yang Jiabao deeply, before slowly asking, Are you really his girlfriend? Yang Jiabao snorted. So what? I said, Zhou Hao is not the only man in this world. If you can provoke other women, why can't I make other boyfriends? She looked Dong Qishan by his side, glanced at Zhou Hao, and smiled at Zhou Hao. Qishan is very good to me, much better than you. At least he won't hide from me to hook up with other women. Yes. Dong Qishan squinted and laughed. Zhou Hao, don't blame me for telling you. You don't cherish a good girl like Jiabao. Alas, what should you tell me to say about you? If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Zhou Hao suddenly glared at Dong Qishan. Dong Qishan, who was always happy and overwhelmed, suddenly saw Zhou Hao's eyes. His face turned white, and he took a step back subconsciously. Because even him, an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts, could truly feel Zhou Hao's killing intent. The people around also felt that the air here seemed to have dropped a few degrees, and Yang Jiabao saw that Dong Qishan was under Zhou Hao's momentum, and he didn't even dare to say a word. The wimpy appearance made her feel unbearable. Yelled, Useless guy. Zhou Hao still looked at Dong Qishan, as if there were only two of them left in the whole world. He only heard his face calmly saying, So, You're going to break up with me completely? Seeing Zhou Hao's calm and almost cold face, Yang Jiabao's heart trembled fiercely, but the sorrow and anger couldn't be suppressed when he thought of his closeness with Zhao Yuqin without telling him. She gritted her teeth, looked at Zhou Hao and said, "Yes, the relationship between you and me is over." Zhou Hao closed his eyes and took a long breath, then looked at Yang Jiabao. "Well, I wish you a happy life." He ignored Dong Qishan and walked straight to the exit over there. Perhaps it was because Zhou Hao felt the anger on his body. Those men and women gave way to Zhou Hao one after another. Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao. Han Qishan called to Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao did not look back. Yang Jiabao didn't look back at Zhou Hao either, but there were already tears on his face, glowing in the light. Han Qishan glanced at Zhou Hao's back, then looked at Yang Jiabao, sighed in irritation, and hurriedly ran after him. Zhou Hao walked directly out of the Chang'an Club, and Han Qishan quickly chased it out. When he rushed to Zhou Hao's side, Han Qishan was already out of breath. "Old Han, I'm sorry, it disappointed you." Zhou Hao stopped and said to Han Qishan, who was bent over and gasped. Han Qishan straightened up and held down Zhou Hao's shoulders. "Brother Zhou, saying these things means that you don't consider me a friend. It's just that I didn't expect that this would happen to me." He glanced at Zhou Hao. "Brother Zhou, don't blame me for talking too much, Miss Yang. I'm afraid it's not unkind to you. When you left just now, I saw her crying." After hearing Han Qishan's words, Zhou Hao didn't speak, but silently looked at the crescent in the night sky. Han Qishan also understands that no one can intervene in this emotional matter, and the person who needs to tie the bell to untie the bell. So he could only shook his head and sighed for Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao secretly. Just now I heard what Yang Jiabao said. Zhou Hao had told her that there was another woman, and that woman should be Zhao Yuqin. Thinking of this, Han Qishan couldn't help but envy Zhou Hao's beauty, because Zhao Yuqin is an alluring beauty in her own right, and Yang Jiabao is a rare beauty, even though she is not as good as that. These two women, any man would be ecstatic to get one of them. Han Qishan's driver drove over in that Mercedes-Benz, and Zhou Hao said to Han Qishan, "Old Han, you should go back first. I want to be alone." Knowing that Zhou Hao was in a bad mood, Han Qishan didn't say anything, just said, "Okay, then I'll go first. If you have any problems, just ask me." "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded, and Han Qishan left. Zhou Hao turned and crossed Chang'an Avenue and came to a small park nearby. The night sky was cloudy with the moon, and the trees in the small park swayed under the night wind more than rustling, and the street lamps on the side of the trail were like Meng Song's sleepy eyes, emitting dim lights. Zhou Hao walked slowly down the path, thinking of Yang Jiabao's voice and smile, and thinking of Dong Qishan's proud face, only feeling upset in his heart. Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw an old man sitting in the pavilion ahead. The old man appeared to be more than 70 years old, wearing a white tang suit, sitting in the pavilion drinking alone to the moon. Seeing Zhou Hao, the old man laughed loudly. "Little brother, are you interested in having a drink with the old man?" "Okay." Zhou Hao responded and walked over. The old man held a wine gourd in his hand, and when Zhou Hao came to the pavilion, he reached out and handed the wine gourd to Zhou Hao. "Thanks, old man." Zhou Hao took the wine gourd, raised his neck, and took a big mouthful of grumbling. I felt a clear and sweet liquid pouring into his throat, and suddenly turned into a flame, burning straight from the esophagus, as if to scorch his intestines and stomach. Zhou Hao took a long sigh, looked at the wine gourd in his hand, and couldn't help saying, "Good wine." He is not a person who knows wine, but he also knows that this mellow wine is different from any wine he has ever drunk. This is the mitai that I finally got. It was discovered in an ancient tomb. I am afraid it is hundreds of years old." The old man smiled slightly. Zhou Hao was surprised. If the hundreds of years of mitai were sold at auction, it would probably sell for tens of millions. The big mouthful he had just now was worth hundreds of thousands. Too extravagant. Zhou Hao sighed inwardly. "Old man, it turns out that this wine is so precious, but the cow drink I was just now is a violent thing." Zhou Hao said. The old man waved his hand. "It's okay. My old man has always had a habit of always inviting him to drink before getting involved with someone, which is regarded as a kind of respect for his opponent." Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment. "A trick? You're Zhou Hao, right?" The old man suddenly smiled, and a pair of originally squinted eyes suddenly shot out a refined and terrifying light. Seeing this look, Zhou Hao's heart immediately tightened. He knew that he had met a real master. Although he hasn't really started it yet, Zhou Hao already knows that this old man in Tang's suit and inviting himself to drink is not easy. His gaze is as condensed as a real sword, and usually only those who have cultivated the true energy of the inner family to the extreme can condense such sharp gazes. Moreover, Zhou Hao felt that his qi machine was locked. The so-called qi movement is the movement of qi. People with deep internal skills are extremely sensitive to the movement of qi. Now Zhou Hao feels that all the movements of his true qi have fallen into the eyes of this old man. "Little brother, please." The voice arrived. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the person had already reached Zhou Hao, and a right palm stretched out to Zhou Hao's chest lightly. The old man's palm was not fast, nor did he have any momentum. It seemed that he just wanted to touch Zhou Hao. The speed and momentum of this palm were far inferior to those masters Zhou Hao had met before. However, Zhou Hao knew that this was the most dangerous and powerful attack he had ever encountered. The old man's right palm was clearly on his chest, but Zhou Hao had a feeling, as if the old man's palm had changed from 1 to tens of millions, covering all directions from the top and bottom of his body, like a mountain and a sea. He couldn't avoid it at all. The old man's right palm did not turn into tens of millions. This is a kind of mood, or a kind of thought. The old man clearly conveyed his mind of his moves to Zhou Hao's mind. Zhou Hao has never felt this way before, and he never dreamed that a person's martial arts cultivation level could be so high that he could release his moves and ideas to his opponents, creating a realm of turning fiction into reality. The so-called expert will know if there is any. This old man was just an understatement, and Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief. This person's skill is so high that he has never seen it before. Zhou Hao knew that in terms of internal strength, this old man might not be as good as himself. But in terms of martial arts cultivation, this old man was already in the realm of a generation of masters, which Zhou Hao was far behind. It's like a young man is much stronger than an old man, but the young man is far inferior to the old in terms of his experience in life. Roar! Zhou Hao fiercely roared. He felt that under the old man's thoughts, he felt as if he was immersed in a thick and abnormal liquid, and he couldn't make it very uncomfortable. So he urged Zhen Qi to shout, and let out a roar that resembled a tiger roar and a dragon, breaking through the old man's moves. Zhou Hao's inner strength is deep, higher than that of a master of the inner family who has cultivated for 100 years. This roar that contains innocence is like a violent wind sweeping the fallen leaves, letting the palms that surround Zhou Hao disappear like destruction. The old man's eyes glared, and deep shock flashed in his eyes, but the right palm he pushed towards Zhou Hao did not stop, but the speed was slower. Although the speed of the old man's right palm was slow, Zhou Hao felt that the pressure contained in it was greater, which made people feel breathless. The tiger goes down the mountain. Zhou Hao's left palm swung around his head, sinking like Mount Tai. The palms of the two of them touched together in an instant, like two suction cups tightly touching each other. The two of them also stood still on the spot, and the surrounding air was calm. Although this scene is very calm, it is actually the most dangerous match. The two are competing with each other with their own internal strengths. There is no fancy. They rely on their strength to decide the victory. If they are careless, they will immediately suffer severe damage and even risk their lives. Zhou Hao felt that the old man's innocence seemed endless. Wave after wave, and wave after wave was stronger. However, it was fortunate that Zhou Hao took ambergris, and nourishing Qi Lu is also a subtle and unspeakable internal qigong. He allowed his true qi to circulate in the body continuously, endlessly and continuously, which blocked it. The old man's internal offensive like a stormy sea. Humph! At this moment, the two snorted at the same time. Their palms suddenly separated, and each backed a few steps. Papa papa! Zhou Hao stepped back 4 steps, crushing the hard marble floor. The old man took 3 steps back, but his steps were much lighter than Zhou Hao, and he did not step on the floor. Observing this situation, the old man felt a little proud, and it seemed that his strength was better than Zhou Hao. However, the old man looked at Zhou Hao's gaze but did not dare to relax at all. He only heard him sigh. "I've never heard of this at an age like you." I have to say that you really are. The martial arts wizard. If you give you another 10 years, I am afraid that although the world is big, no one is your opponent at all. Zhou Hao's breathing was a bit short, as if he had experienced a very violent exercise. He stared at the old man and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? You know my name, but I don't know you. Did someone send you to deal with me?" "Zhou Hao, you don't have to guess. That person is me." A familiar voice came from the side. Zhou Hao followed his reputation and saw 4 figures walking out of the grove over there. But it was Dong Qishan, Shilong Shihu, and Yang Jiabao, who was following Dong Qishan. Zhou Hao looked at Dong Qishan coldly. "So it was you. What about me?" Dong Qishan looked at Zhou Hao triumphantly. "I know that you are good at martial arts, but I specially asked him to come out of the mountains to deal with you. The master is a great master. No matter how rampant you are, there is nothing but a clown in front of you." Yang Jiabao beside him looked cold, staring at Dong Qishan, and said, "Dong Qishan, what do you mean? You brought me here for this. I have already broken up with him. Why are you still dealing with him?" Dong Qishan snorted. "This is another matter. Although you have broken up with him, but he robbed me of my woman before and badly done me a big deal. How could I easily spare him?" Hearing what Dong Qishan and Yang Jiabao said, Zhou Hao did not have any interest in listening. Instead, he turned to look at the old man in front of him and slowly asked, "Senior is so powerful, it is beyond my reach. I dare to ask Senior last name." The old man smiled. "I don't dare to be a big name. My surname is Xiaohou and my name is Xiong. I don't agree with the word." Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard this. It turned out that this old man was the Dong Luomin master Xiaohou mentioned by Li Shuihan that he had heard in the warehouse of the First Army before. Li Shuihan said at that time that the master Xiaohou of Dong Luomin was not convinced that he had traveled east to Japan in his early years and swept all over Japan without fail. He was indeed a timid master. But this Xiaohou was not convinced, and he had another nickname. It is the Sacred Hand of Deluo. It turned out to be the master of the Xiaohou sect of the Deluo sage. Zhou Hao said solemnly. Xiaohou refused to accept and raised his eyebrows, and then laughed again. "Sacred Hand of Deluo. I haven't heard of this name for a long time. I didn't expect anyone to remember it now." When Yang Jiabao over there heard the name Deluo Shengshou, his expression changed, because she had heard the old man of the Yang family say this master before at home. Speaking of this Sacred Hand of Deluo, none of the old people in the Yang family do not admire and awe. Although the Yang family is also a martial arts family with hundreds of years of inheritance, it is far less than the Dong Luomen. The Yang family has dozens of people. No one is an opponent of the great Luo Shengshou. I also heard Zhou Hao say, "Senior Dong Luo is a martial arts school with a long history, but why do you want to collude with this Dong Qishan? Isn't it possible that seniors are not afraid of being a tiger?" Regarding Zhou Hao's words, the old man just smiled. "I and his great-grandfather are irreverent acquaintances, and Shilong and Shihu are also my apprentices. I sent them to guard their home. Be a tiger? I can't even say." Zhou Hao was stunned after a meal. It is no wonder that Xiaohou refused to accept such cultivation, but wanted to help Dong Qishan deal with him. It turned out that there was such a relationship in it. Speaking of which, Dong Qishan's fate is really good. His father, Dong Yi, is a member of the Politburo, and he is very powerful. With this strong political resources, his own company has made billions of progress every year. And this Sacred Hand of Deluo, Xiaohou refused to accept that he was still an acquaintance with his great-grandfather, and even sent his apprentice to the Dong family as a guard. What's more, Xiaohou refused to accept Zhou Hao and said, "It has always been my greatest pleasure to be able to compete with strong players. Zhou Hao, your skill has already competed with us old monsters living in the mountains and forests, enough to compete with anyone. In my opinion, Li Songyun of the Tang sect and Feng Demon Kotaro of the Wind Demon clan are probably as good as you. I couldn't find these two masters back then, but now it is a kind of compensation to be able to fight against you." At this time, Dong Qishan over there sneered and said, "Don't worry, Zhou Hao, we won't kill you. You're lucky to be able to embrace the great Buddha Zhao Rixin. However, the master will abolish your martial arts. I heard that for a martial artist, it is more cruel to give up martial arts than to take his life, and I will let you taste this." He had already calculated it earlier and made Xiaohou not accept it. After Zhou Hao's martial arts, Zhou Hao became an ordinary person. The domestic law has no punishment for abolishing martial arts, and Xiaoho's disobedience only made Zhou Hao an ordinary person. From a legal point of view, it did not damage Zhou Hao's physical functions, nor did it cause Zhou Hao to become disabled. So it does not constitute a crime of hurting others. Therefore, Dong Qishan believed that even if Zhou Hao had Zhao Rixin's support, he could not help himself. In any case, although the Zhao family and the Dong family are not guilty, there is no possibility of marriage. Dong Qishan also knows that Zhao Rixin hates himself very much, so he is not afraid to offend the Zhao family. Dong Qishan, you want to abolish Zhou Hao's martial arts? Yang Jiabao asked Dong Qishan. Dong Qishan snorted coldly. He is already lucky if I don't kill him. Haven't you cut him off? Why do you care about him so much? At this time, Yang Jiabao saw that Xiahou had already attacked Zhou Hao by not accepting it, and subconsciously shouted, Zhou Hao, be careful. Zhou Hao just glanced at him faintly. You have no relatives with me now, and I don't need you to care. After saying that, he refused to accept Xiahou and greeted him, waved his hands, and threw dozens of times at once. The fierce Dao Meng swept past Xiahou's disobedience. However, Xiahou didn't evade at all when he refused to accept it, and he didn't even resist with bare hands like the second elder of the Tang sect, so he ran into him without evasive. And Zhou Hao's sword light hit Xiahou's protective body just a foot away from him, and was broken up when the two were offset. It's amazing, I actually wiped out my sword light just with the bodyguard infuriating outside. Zhou Hao couldn't help being shocked when he saw this. Daluo King Kong boxing. Seeing Xiahou refuse to accept his fists, he pressed towards Zhou Hao. Xiahou refused to accept this Daluo King Kong fist. His speed was still very slow, and he still had one meal after another, but every time he had one meal, the pressure on his fist became more and more shocking. And in Zhou Hao's eyes, it was not just Xiahou who refused to accept that these two fists were attacking him. Behind Xiahou's dissatisfaction, there seemed to be a big Luo Jingxian who was waving his golden fist towards him. Zhou Hao knew that this was Xiahou's dissatisfaction with the idea, which made people feel as if it were real, and its power was much stronger than the 10,000 fists just now. Although Dong Qishan and others on the scene could not see the figure of the Luo Jingxian, they could also feel the aura of Xiahou's disobedience, which was simply unstoppable. Although Zhou Hao said just now that he had no relatives and no reason, and he didn't need to care about him, Yang Jiabao still had a rock in his heart and looked at Zhou Hao anxiously. Dong Qishan next to her was very annoyed when she saw her paying such attention to Zhou Hao. He grabbed Yang Jiabao's hand and said to her, Why do you still care about him so much? Don't forget, you are my girlfriend now. I don't need you to take care of my affairs. Yang Jiabao shook off Dong Qishan's hand at once. She has martial arts. How can Dong Qishan be controlled by an ordinary person? At this time, Yang Jiabao saw Zhou Hao making a fist with one hand and hitting Xiahou with tiger claws, but saw that Xiahou was not convinced, and as soon as he raised both hands, he opened Zhou Hao's arms, and his two fists also hit Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao was flew out by Xiahou's dissatisfaction, spouting a big mouth of blood in the air, and then he fell to a place more than 10 meters away, unable to get up. Zhou Hao! Yang Jiabao screamed and rushed towards Zhou Hao. Dong Qishan wanted to hold her, but couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. However, seeing Zhou Hao vomiting blood and falling to the ground by Xiahou's dissatisfaction, he was already very happy, and he felt that the long-lasting malaise that Zhou Hao had suppressed in his heart also expressed his heart. Yang Jiabao rushed to Zhou Hao's side and saw Zhou Hao lying on the ground. His face was like golden paper, and the traces of blood continued to overflow from his mouth. The injury was not serious. Tears couldn't hold back anymore, and they rushed out of his eye sockets. Seeing Zhou Hao like this, Yang Jiabao felt his heart broken. She knelt down to support Zhou Hao's upper body, letting him lean in her arms. Holding Zhou Hao's face, Yang Jiabao cried, Zhou Hao! Zhou Hao, don't you mind? Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked at her weakly, and it was sad to see her crying. He was also very sad, but still stubbornly said, You don't touch me. Didn't you say that you broke up with me? What am I doing? Go back. Go back to Dong Qishan's side. I don't need others to be pitiful. Yang Jiabao quickly said, No, Zhou Hao. I never thought about breaking up with you. never thought about it. I and Dong Qishan. I just want to anger you. I don't really want to be him girlfriend. I just want to you off and let you know that I cherish me. Zhou Hao, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Her pearl-like tears fell on Zhou Hao's face, breaking into pieces. A little bit. Hey hum. It turned out to be like this. You know that I spent a lot of time with Dong Qishan, so you deliberately, cough. Zhou Hao coughed twice and coughed up blood. Seeing Zhou Hao vomiting blood again, Yang Jiabao felt that his heart was about to be torn in half, and only hoped that he could replace Zhou Hao and help him endure the pain. Then Zhou Hao said weakly, "But it's useless. I won't give up my sister. I can't give up her." "No, you don't have to give up, Zhao." "Sister Zhao." Feeling Zhou Hao's heartbeat is getting weaker, Yang Jiabao said in tears, "No. Zhou Hao, don't go. Don't leave me. I will never again if you object to your affairs with Sister Zhao. You won't be jealous anymore. As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay, Zhou Hao." She hugged Zhou Hao and cried sadly. "In the future, you will find whomever you want. I will not object, as long as you like me, as long as you don't ignore me. Please, Zhou Hao, don't die." Really, I promise you," Yang Jiabao cried. Dong Qishan over there also heard what Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao said. After learning that Yang Jiabao had used himself to anger Zhou Hao, Dong Qishan couldn't help but furious. "You stinky girl, even I dare to use Shi Long. Catch her for me." As soon as Shi Long was about to move, he saw Xiaohou raising his hand slightly when he refused to accept it. "It's good, don't rush to kill. This weak Hao's skill is very strong. I just couldn't hold it back." Now he is afraid that not only his skill is completely useless, but he is also seriously injured. There is a risk of life. Dong Qishan was taken aback. He originally wanted to abolish Zhou Hao's martial arts. If Zhou Hao was really killed, then the Zhao family would definitely stay with him. This is not a good thing. "Okay, based on your words from the sect master Xiaohou, I won't kill today." Hearing this voice, Xiaohou refused to accept, and Dong Qishan was taken aback, and then they were dumbfounded to see that Zhou Hao, who had fallen to the ground, stood up like this, and when he spoke just now, he was full of breath. People in danger of life. Even Yang Jiabao was stunned, staring at Zhou Hao in a daze, unable to speak for a while. Zhou Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Jiabao and said, "Jiabao, don't forget what you said just now. You are not injured?" Yang Jiabao muttered. "The injury is indeed an injury, but it's not that serious." Zhou Hao smiled. It turns out that this is a bitter trick. In fact, he had long known that Yang Jiabao didn't really want to break up with him. The relationship between him and her is not a child's play. However, Yang Jiabao used Dong Qishan to himself off, which really made Zhou Hao very angry. He knows that Yang Jiabao is impulsive and self-willed. If he uses gentle means to coax her slowly, he does not know how long it will take to coax her back. Therefore, Zhou Hao simply used his fierce fight against Xiaohou to deal with Yang Jiabao's self-willed impulse with fierce means. As the so-called severe illness was given heavy medicine, this bitter trick really worked. When he saw that his life was dying, Zhou Hao was very moved by Yang Jiabao's true feelings, and he knew that this Nizi was not ruthless to him. "Zhou Hao, you." Yang Jiabao knew that after Zhou Hao's pawn, he was about to attack. "Don't mess around. The strong enemy is ahead. If I get distracted, it will be really dangerous." Zhou Hao lightly scolded. Yang Jiabao knew that Xiaohou was a real master if he refused to accept him, and he was afraid that Zhou Hao would really lose, so he didn't dare to make trouble again, lest Zhou Hao was distracted. How could it? Xiaohou refused to accept, but looked at Zhou Hao in disbelief. He knew his strength. The Daluo Diamond Fist was enough to open the mountains and crack the rocks and defeat Zhou Hao's martial arts. It was expected that Zhou Hao was seriously injured, but now, apart from vomiting 2 mouthfuls of blood, Zhou Hao didn't seem to be injured at all. Zhou Hao looked at Xiaohou reluctantly and smiled confidently. "I have never met a master of cultivation like you. Today is really an eye-opener." He stretched out his hand to block Yang Jiabao behind him. "Go away." Xiaohou refused to accept and shouted to Dong Qishan and Shilong Shihu. A vermilion appeared on his face, and his body suddenly exploded with an amazing aura. Even the fallen leaves on the ground fluttered gently. "Stand up." Dong Qishan and Shilong Shihu knew that Xiahou was not convinced that they were going to use 10 success strengths, and they quickly took a few steps back. Little brother, I've never seen anyone who can stand up after resisting my Daluo King Kong fist. I have to use my full strength, so be careful, Xiahou said to Zhou Hao in dissatisfaction. There was a vicious look on it. Before Xiahou refused to say anything, Zhou Hao took a big stride and rushed over, holding his arms horizontally and screaming in his mouth. The magical monkey has arms open, move mountains, and fill the sea. Facing Zhou Hao, who was rushing towards him, Xiahou refused to accept it and filled his whole body to greet him. But suddenly, his face changed drastically because he saw a huge golden-haired ape appeared behind Zhou Hao, opened his powerful arms, and roared at him ferociously. What? You have actually reached the realm of transformation into form. Xiahou refused to accept it and exclaimed. It turns out that this kind of realm is called transformation of meaning into form. Zhou Hao suddenly realized when Xiahou refused to accept it. In fact, when Xiahou refused to accept and release the idea of such moves, Zhou Hao felt the depth of this martial arts realm, especially the Daluo Jingxian, who evolved from Xiahou's dissatisfaction, gave Zhou Hao too much shock. Zhou Hao feels that at this level, the duel between masters and masters is not just a contest of physical and internal strength, but more importantly, a contest of spirit. This state of translating meaning into form is not so much a contest. Strength is rather a kind of spiritual strength and understanding of martial arts. From the perspective of modern science, this can be classified as a kind of hypnotism, just like the soul search of the second elder of the Tang sect. However, the power of this hypnotism is too powerful. The reason why Zhou Hao deliberately resisted Xiahou and refused to accept a Daluo King Kong boxing was that besides trying to deal with Yang Jiabao, he also wanted to experience the profound meaning of transforming meaning into form. When it comes to spiritual power, Zhou Hao is no worse than anyone. His superhuman intuition is actually a manifestation of spiritual power. And just now, after Xiahou refused to accept a Daluo diamond boxing, Zhou Hao felt the boxing spirit in it, and also explored the concept of transforming meaning into form. Yang Qi Lu was originally an inscrutable inner strength method, and Wu Qin Shi is also a boxing method derived from the 5 beasts of nature. Zhou Hao took Nourishing Qi Lu as the foundation and Wu Qin Shi as his moves. According to the profound meaning of transforming meaning into form, he had explored from Xiahou's disobedience, plus his own extraordinary powerful spiritual power. So he also promoted his martial arts cultivation to the realm of transforming meaning into form. Although this method of comprehending martial arts from combat is very dangerous, if one is not good enough, there is danger to life, but the effect is the best, because people often exert their potential power when they are extremely dangerous. Roar. Xiahou refused to accept it and only listened to the roar of the giant ape behind Zhou Hao, and a pair of bath-sized fists pressed directly towards him, which really felt like a mountain on top. When Xiahou refused to accept it, he immediately raised the spirit and also condensed the shape of Daluo Jingxian, greeted him with a fist with one hand and the other with a palm. Falling the dragon to the tiger, Xiahou sipped coldly, not convinced, and used his most powerful move. However, Zhou Hao shouted loudly, "Break it for me!" A pair of open arms violently closed, slamming at Xiahou. Roar! The giant fist of the golden-haired ape hit Xiahou against the big Luo Jingxian, and he beat the big Luo Jingxian into smoke on the spot. Xiahou refused to accept the shock, and Zhou Hao took this opportunity to blast his chest with 2 fists. Hearing a muffled sound of patter, Xiahou was dissatisfied with his whole body and slid back. 2 deep pit marks were made on the ground with his feet, and the marble floor was also shattered. After sliding straight out for more than 10 meters, Xiahou stabilized his figure but became very sleepy. The Daluo Jingxian, condensed by his transformation into form, was broken up by Zhou Hao's golden-haired ape, which dealt a great blow to his spiritual power. Master! Shilong and Shihu couldn't help exclaiming when they saw that their master, whom they had rarely met, was also beaten back by Zhou Hao. Xiahou refused to accept and raised his hand to stop them from coming. Just when he wanted to speak, there was a fishy qi rushing from his chest to his throat, and he opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. However, after vomiting the blood stasis in his chest, Xiahou refused to accept it, but felt less bored and felt much better. Looking at Zhou Hao in front of him, he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and smiled. Okay, that's great. Brother, you are the most powerful person I have ever met in my life, and I realized it in a short time. The profound meaning of translating meaning into form. It turns out that you fought with me before, deliberately showing that the enemy is weak, powerful, really powerful. He let out a long sigh, and a smile appeared on his face. It's a great pleasure in my life to fight against a master. Fighting against you is much better than fighting Fengma Kotaro or Li Songyun. With his words, he leaped high from the ground, spread his arms, and rushed towards Zhou Hao like Yi Xiao. Zhou Hao didn't wait for work either. He jumped into the air with 2 kicks. The two of them were like 2 meteors in the night sky, violently colliding with each other, and the burst of momentum swept down like a hurricane, and the strong wind blew Dong Qishan's eyes. Boom! When Dong Qishan reluctantly opened his eyes, he saw a figure falling to the ground fiercely from the air, making a muffled noise, and knocking the ground out of a big hole, raising clouds of dust. And there was another figure slowly falling from the sky as light as a swallow, with a very chic figure. Dong Qishan's heart was extremely hopeful. The person who was knocked down was Zhou Hao, and the one who landed lightly was Xiahou, who refused to accept it. However, before he could see who the 2 figures were, Zhou Hao and who was Xiahou, the stone dragon and stone tiger behind him wailed "Master," and ran towards the person who fell to the ground. At this moment, Dong Qishan was desperate. Judging from Shilong and Shihu's reaction, it was obvious that Xiahou was the one who was defeated. When he looked at the other person, he saw Zhou Hao standing steadily there. I saw Shilong and Shihu rushing to Xiahou's disobedience, and Xiahou disobeyed. His hair was messy, his face was dusty, his mouth and nose were constantly overflowing with blood, and his eyes were completely ashamed. He's breathing, thinking that his master was killed by Zhou Hao on the spot. But even if he didn't die, Xiahou was still old for 20 years when he refused to accept it. He really looked like a hanging old man over 100 years old. His Rendu 2 channel was interrupted by me. Even if I can recover in the future, his skill will only be 20 to 30% of the previous one. Zhou Hao standing there said proudly. Shilong, Shihu, and Dong Qishan were shocked when they heard this. But they didn't expect that peerless masters like Xiahou who refused to accept it would also be abolished by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's toughness was beyond their imagination. Glancing at Dong Qishan, who was standing there, Zhou Hao remembered how he had shown himself in the Chang'an Club just now. Although Yang Jiabao used him to anger himself, Dong Qishan was indeed hateful. Just listen to Zhou Hao coldly shouting to him. Come here. Dong Qishan shook his whole body and looked at Zhou Hao in a daze, frightened by his hostile aura. I said, come here. Zhou Hao shouted again, his eyes sharpened. Dong Qishan looked at the Shilong Shihu and Xiahou, who fell to the ground and refused to accept it. He knew that even Xiahou would be beaten like this by Zhou Hao, who refused to accept it. The Shilong Shihu too could not protect themselves. Shilong and Shihu were afraid of Zhou Hao's strength, and indeed did not dare to rush into action. He glanced at Zhou Hao over there again, and when he touched Zhou Hao's gaze, he felt the murderous aura. Unable to agitate the throat core, Dong Qishan had no choice but to obediently walk over Zhou Hao's power. He came to Zhou Hao and lowered his head deeply, not daring to look at Zhou Hao directly. Kneel down for me, Zhou Hao said lightly. Dong Qishan's face was stunned, and he couldn't help but raised his head to look at Zhou Hao, and he saw Zhou Hao's ferocious face. Can't hear me? Kneel down. Under Zhou Hao's drink, Dong Qishan knelt down as soon as his feet softened, and a deep humiliation was also in his heart, especially when he caught a glimpse of Yang Jiabao over there looking at him. This feeling of humiliation was even more profound. Tears overflowed from his eyes. He was more dignified than others since he was born. He hasn't encountered any setbacks since he was a child. The only time he suffered a loss was planted in Zhou Hao's hands. Now, under this humiliation, he finally shed tears. You brought Jiabao to show off in front of me. I will not pursue this matter, but you let Xiahou refuse to accept to deal with me. This is not easy to let you go, Zhou Hao said coldly. If it wasn't for your father, it was politics. People in the bureau, I killed you a long time ago, And I am also killing the people. Now you apologize to me. Otherwise I will interrupt your hands and feet. Aye. Dong Qishan whispered and couldn't say it. Because if he apologized to Zhou Hao, it would mean that he admitted that he was completely defeated by Zhou Hao. Say, aye, I'm sorry. After several struggles, Dong Qishan finally said. The corners of Zhou Hao's mouth curled up, showing a sneer. What are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly. Speak louder. Zhou Hao, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for Dong Qishan. Woo, Dong Qishan yelled, then bowed his head and burst into tears. Hearing Dong Qishan's shout, Zhou Hao nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I accept your apology. Then he straightened up, but I remind you, don't provoke me again, otherwise, even if your father is Emperor Laozi, I will kill you as well. After speaking, he turned and walked towards Yang Jiabao. When Yang Jiabao saw him defeating Xiahou like a god, his awe-inspiring air was daunting. In particular, Dong Qishan had to kneel down and apologize under his power. Compared with each other, Dong Qishan and Zhou Hao are simply different. Yang Jiabao remembered what she had said to Zhou Hao before. She said that Zhou Hao is not the only man in the world. This is indeed the case, but she also knows that it is not necessary to find a second man as good as Zhou Hao. Most likely, and even if there is such a man, Yang Jiabao will not empathize with him. Zhou Hao came to Yang Jiabao and saw her squatting under a tree, but she was knocked down by the violent energy that burst out when he and Xiahou refused to accept each other. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to her and smiled softly. Let's go. Yang Jiabao instinctively wanted to hold his hand, but suddenly thinking of him pretending to scare himself just now, he pouted and snorted. Seeing that she wanted to lose her temper again, Zhou Hao scowled and said, Why? Do you still want to stay here and be Dong Qishan's girlfriend? Then I will leave you alone. Seeing Zhou Hao really want to turn around and leave, Yang Jiabao grabbed his hand in a hurry and groaned. You are allowed to scare others, so they can't be angry. Even so, she is tight. He hugged Zhou Hao's arm, as if Zhou Hao would leave him once he let go. When the two walked out of this small park, Yang Jiabao's mouth was still high. When he was worried about Zhou Hao's safety, he promised him and Zhao Yuqing. Thinking about it now, I can't take it back. I can't regret it, and after this time, even though Zhou Hao just pretended to be a bitter ploy, at that moment, Yang Jiabao's feeling that Zhou Hao was about to be lost was real. She knew that she really couldn't do without Zhou Hao. Even sharing his body and mind with other women is better than losing him. Zhou Hao looked at Yang Jiabao's cheeks rising slightly and sulking secretly. He couldn't help but smile. Why? Are you still angry? Yang Jiabao glared at him. Yes, I'm just angry. I'm just angry with you, a big carrot. He shook Zhou Hao's arm a few times. Ouch. Zhou Hao pressed his chest with a painful expression on his face. What's the matter with you? Yang Jiabao said. Do you want to pretend to scare me again? Zhou Hao glanced at her. How can I scare you? You can't see how bad Xiahou was just now. Although I defeated him, I was really hurt. I was afraid of Shilong. Hu took advantage of my injury and entered, so I deliberately didn't show it, otherwise I would have abolished their martial arts. What he said was half-truth and half-truth. It was true that he was injured, but the injury was not as serious as Yang Jiabao thought. However, it is true that Zhou Hao did not want Shilong and Hu to take advantage of the danger. These two direct disciples who refused to accept Xiahou were also rare masters. Zhou Hao fought Xiahou against Xiahou, which would consume a lot of energy. If they really fight, Zhou Hao is confident to deal with Shilong Hu, but he is afraid that he will have to pay a high price. So just now, he insulted Dong Qishan in that way. It was deliberate, so that Shilong Hu thought he was confident and did not dare to act rashly. I suffered an internal injury, and you are still mad at me now. You think I was not injured bad enough. Zhou Hao said to Yang Jiabao, breathing heavily. When Yang Jiabao saw Zhou Hao's painful look, she didn't seem to be deceiving, and Xiahou's strength and dissatisfaction was obvious to all. So she panicked immediately and quickly stroked Zhou Hao's back. All right, Zhou Hao, I am not angry anymore. I am not angry anymore. Don't get excited, you calm down. Dong Qishan and the others should be coming out. Zhou Hao looked back at the small park. I can't let them see it like this, otherwise Shilong Hu and the others will not let us go back. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's go. Yang Jiabao nodded repeatedly. then reached out his hand to intercept a taxi that just came here and helped Zhou Hao get in. "Thank you to go to the New Century Hotel," Yang Jiabao said to the driver in front, while still stroking Zhou Hao's back constantly. "Zhou Hao, how are you feeling? How are you?" Zhou Hao looked at her. "As long as you don't get angry with me, I don't think my injury will get worse." "Okay, I'm not angry with you anymore. I'm not angry with you anymore," Yang Jiabao said quickly. "Then what happened to my sister? Are you not against it?" Zhou Hao took the opportunity to ask. Yang Jiabao hesitated as soon as he heard it, and saw Zhou Hao pressing his chest again and crying out of pain. Oh, Yang Jiabao said. "Okay, I don't object, no objection. How do you like it? That's it. Then you can't be angry with your sister," Zhou Hao said. "I see. You can do whatever you say." Yang Jiabao was angry in his heart, but he felt sorry for Zhou Hao and couldn't bear to irritate him. And even if Zhou Hao didn't give up Zhao Yuqin, he couldn't live without him. The driver in front listened to the words of the outstanding couple behind him and couldn't help sighing. For such a beautiful girl, it's enough for a man to get his heart. This little brother is still out there with flowers and grass. This little brother is too good to make this girl accept his other women. Not to mention that the taxi driver admired Zhou Hao in his heart. Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao came to this New Century Hotel, which is also the hotel where Yang Jiabao lives now. When he came to Yang Jiabao's room, Zhou Hao saw that the clothing here was very luxurious, and the bed and the sofa in the room were messy with Yang Jiabao's clothes, or t-shirts, or jeans, and even this in child's underwear. Zhou Hao shook his head secretly. If she wanted this Nizi to live outside by herself, she would really not take care of herself. When Zhou Hao saw his clothes still on the sofa and bed, Yang Jiabao's face blushed. "Because I don't have time, it's too late to clean up. You haven't started school, and you don't have to go to work. How come you don't have time?" Zhou Hao laughed. "On the contrary, there is no time anyway. How do you know that I have nothing else to do?" Yang Jiabao said. In fact, it was because she was too lazy to clean up herself, but she didn't want Zhou Hao to feel sloppy and unable to take care of herself. Looking at Yang Jiabao, who was wearing a long evening dress and was elegant and luxurious, Zhou Hao sat on the edge of her bed and snorted softly. "You have never worn such clothes in front of me. Now to go with that Dong Qishan, is it so grandly dressed for the party?" He said that if the people at the banquet are not rich or expensive, let me dress more formal. Yang Jiabao lowered his head and said, "Although I didn't really want to be his girlfriend, I can't be rude." Zhou Hao looked at her deeply. "Then have you ever had anything to do with Dong Qishan?" "What's the matter?" Yang Jiabao quickly explained to Zhou Hao. She knew that these things shouldn't be misunderstood. Not only men are very concerned about this aspect, but the issue of reputation and chastity is also very important to girls. Just listen to her saying, "I was angry with you at that time. I only promised Dong Qishan to be his girlfriend 3 days ago. But until tonight, I didn't meet him. He asked me out, and I didn't promise. I was still entangled by him today before I agreed to go with him. I didn't expect you to be there. I had nothing to do with Dong Qishan. At most he held my hand, and it was only this time today. Zhou Hao, I really have nothing to do with him." Speaking of the latter, there was already a cry in her words, because she didn't want Zhou Hao to misunderstand that she was a random girl. Okay, I believe you." Zhou Hao grabbed her hand and pulled her in front of him. "Although you are a little bit unruly, but I know you still know self-love. But if you have more next time, I will really ignore you." "Yeah, I won't do it anymore." Yang Jiabao nodded busy. Zhou Hao lightly pressed her shoulder to make her sit sideways on her lap. Zhou Hao's right hand was wrapped around Yang Jiabao's slender waist, and he raised his left hand and gently wiped the tears from her face and said softly, "You know how sad I was when you said on the phone that you hated me last time. Also, just now I saw you and Dong Qishan together, and you said you want to break with me. Do you know how painful my heart is? I feel that my heart is going to die." Yang Jiabao grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and rubbed it on his face, murmured, "I know I was wrong, and it's hard for me to feel it. You bad guy, you said I wish me a happy life without you by my side. Where can people be happy? You bad guys are born to bully people. I knew that people wouldn't know you if they didn't go to Xiangqing with your brother, and they would not be bullied by you. You are not a good girl either. You have a wrong mouth." Zhou Hao smiled and hugged Yang Jiabao and gently kissed her lips. Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao had been apart for a few months and finally got together in Beijing. They had such twists and turns. Now they are touching his lips. The feeling of ecstasy that people used to be so familiar, and so letting people are obsessed. And exactly the same. When Zhou Hao kissed and chased his lilac uvula, his hands were also insecure, and he continued to wreak havoc on him. Under Zhou Hao's frivolousness, Yang Jiabao was as soft as mud, and he was leaning against Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao turned around and turned her over on the bed. He also pressed it up. His right hand had already reached under her from below, pulling down the zipper of the skirt behind her. Slowly taking off Yang Jiabao's long skirt, Zhou Hao appeared in front of Zhou Hao's perfect body like white jade. The white lace bust on her body and the little tied with a bow also gave her endless additions. Allure. Yang Jiabao knew what Zhou Hao wanted to do and gasped. Don't you have an internal injury? This is not appropriate. Hey, my internal strength is special, and doing this can heal more injuries. Zhou Hao smiled. But at this moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao were both taken aback, and Yang Jiabao said, "It should be my mother who is calling." Zhou Hao hated in his heart that the last time he was at Yang's house, it was the good thing that the prospective mother-in-law broke herself. I saw Zhou Hao crawling to the bedside table, stretched out his hand, and pulled off the phone line. The sound of the phone stopped abruptly. Then he said viciously to Yang Jiabao, "Whoever dares to ruin our good deeds, I will stop and kill the gods and Buddhas." However, even before, Yang Jiabao's mother Luo Jingqian repeatedly reminded her not to have too much trouble with Tong Haotai. Stupefied, Yang Jiabao is also looking forward to the feast of this event. Let me ask, which girl does not want to be able to warm up with her beloved boy? Share the ecstatic Wushan wind and rain? Yang Jiabao shrank over the bed, looking at Zhou Hao with his big eyes flickering, shy and expectant. Asked, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Zhou Hao's mouth curled up with a smile. It's all here. You still ask me. What do you want? You look like a big bad wolf. Yang Jiabao looked at Zhou Hao, and his heart thumped directly. The thumping adjustment kept on. Hey, I'm a big bad wolf. I want to eat your little white rabbit. I saw Zhou Hao rush to press on Yang Jiabao and put her both hands on her head. Let her. That charming exaltation is even more seductive. Zhou Hao's hand touched her back, and she unlocked her bust with a click. When he saw a pair of soft meat like newly peeled chicken heads, they shook twice and jumped in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyes widened. His gaze was as if an extremely hungry person suddenly saw the food. The little white rabbit next to Yang Jiabao went in halfway, tasting the delicate one in a loud voice. Oh, you badass itchy. Yang Jiabao twisted his body to the left and right and made a chuckle. Yang Jiabao beat Zhou Hao twice and cried, "You bad guy, don't tell others, it hurts me." Woo. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. These things should not be delayed for too long, otherwise you will suffer more. Zhou Hao, constantly caress her powder back to relieve her pain. Yang Jiabao looked at him tearfully. Why are you so experienced? Zhou Hao didn't expect Yang Jiabao to be able to detect such clues at this time. But before he could think about how to explain, Yang Jiabao cried and said, "You big pervert, I don't care. Anyway, I have given you everything now. If you dare not to me, I will die for you." While speaking, the two legs of Zhou Hao entangled Zhou Hao like a poisonous snake. Zhou Hao felt ashamed, and at the same time, he loved Yang Jiabao a little more. Gradually, Yang Jiabao also adapted to Zhou Hao, and she slowly entered the state. And Yang Jiabao is a virgin body, except that the flower path developed for the first time brought Zhou Hao unparalleled sales. In addition to soul enjoyment, her precious yuan yin also diligently flowed into Zhou Hao's body. Zhou Hao, that pure Yangzhen. Qi continued to flow into her body, several times like this. Zhou Hao and her felt that their bodies were so comfortable. With Yang Jiabao's precious yuan yin, Zhou Hao's physique has reached a state of balance again, which can be described as the harmony of yin and yang continued unabated, and the internal injuries suffered from the previous struggle with the reunion were also quickly healed. And Yang Jiabao received. After Zhou Hao's nourishment, his face became radiant with glory. If Yang Jiabao had not benefited a lot, Zhou Hao would have. I wonder if I am the yin and nourishing demons in martial arts novels. After a long battle, Zhou Hao lay back on the bed contentedly, and Yang Jiabao fell softly on him. In her arms, her face and neck were all red, and were so cute. She can feel that sense. My lower body is completely swollen, and the slightest movement of both legs will cause fiery pain. How? Yang Jiabao buried his face in Zhou Hao's neck, as if calling him in a dream. Are you and Sister Zhao already like us? Yang Jiabao asked a little shyly. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. No, I and Sister equals are innocent. You are innocent. Then what are we, adulterers and women? Yang Jiabao beat him, but she was still a little proud of herself. She knew that she was not as good as Zhao Yuqin, and she might not have as good talents, but at least, in this regard, she can be regarded as a victory over Zhao Yuqin. She lifted up slightly, picked up the white towel below, and carefully folded it aside. See Zhou Hao. Looking at himself with a smile, Yang Jiabao sighed. Look at what you see. This white scarf is just for you to remember, people. The first time it was given to you. Zhou Hao hugged her, kissed her face, and smiled. It's not just the first time, every time you have. For me. Really greedy. Yang Jiabao grumbled. At this moment, the ringtone of the mobile phone rang suddenly, and Yang Jiabao quickly took out the mobile phone from his bag. Look. When she reached the number above, she put her finger on her lips, made a silent gesture to Zhou Hao, and said, Yes, my mother. Then he put the phone to his ear. Hey, Mom, it's me. Okay, you called just now. Hotel? Oh, I just came back, so I didn't hear it. Speaking of this, she still looked at Zhou Hao and, sticking out his tongue, it looks so cute. Zhou Hao pinched her nose, and Yang Jiabao wrinkled her nose. Stop making trouble. Ah, Mom, I didn't speak. You just misheard ding. Zhou Hao? Zhou Hao is not here. What are you talking about, man? A boy in the family. Why would he let him stay overnight? She said to Luo Jingqian, but her face was red. Seemed very guilty, but fortunately Luo Jingqian just talked to her on the phone and didn't see her. Well, that's it. Good night, Mom. Goodbye. Yang Jiabao was relieved after hanging up the phone. Zhou Hao was laughing. I finally know now. People say that scholars are better than men when they tell lies. It's amazing, it turned out to be true. Those who want to come here are all cheating their mothers like this. You still laugh? You still laugh. Yang Jiabao pinched Zhou Hao's nose and shook it vigorously. If it weren't for you, man. Does this happen at home? Zhou Hao was also quite emotional. It seems that Luo Jingqian would call every day to check the night, but she did not expect that she would. Shure's suckling pig had been completely eaten by Zhou Hao. He smiled with Yang Jiabao. Since you are with your mother, saying that boys can't stay here overnight, then I'm leaving now. As I said, I wanted to sit up on purpose. Yang Jiabao quickly grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and pulled him back and stretched out a leg to put it on his waist. He said, Don't leave. I want to escape after eating and wiped. Ring. Well, I won't go to the head office. Zhou Hao said, and there was a burst of news from the clothes thrown by the bed. Zhou Hao picked it up and saw that it was Zhao Yuqin's. Zhou Hao's heart jumped, and he silenced Yang Jiabao. Gesture, and then put the phone to my ear. Sister, it's me. Haha, the banquet is over, yes. I will not go back tonight. You stay with Yang Jiabao. Zhao Yuqin on the phone immediately figured out where Zhou Hao was going. My sister is really being smart. Zhou Hao was a little helpless. Scholars are sometimes too smart, and they really make men. Feeling helpless? Then you guys have a good talk. If you can stay, don't give up. Zhao Yuqin's voice is very loud. Gentle. No matter what, my sister will support you. Zhao Yuqin's tolerance is indeed too warm for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao feels that he can be accompanied by a beautiful woman like Zhao Yuqin. What a fuss. Is it Sister Zhao? After Zhou Hao hung up, Yang Jiabao hooked his neck and asked. Zhou Hao nodded. My sister said, how about going out and shopping with you some time later? Yang Jiabao hesitated, and then said, let's talk about it then. Yes, I scolded her like that on the phone before. You didn't tell her? When talking on the phone with Zhou Hao earlier, Yang, who was upright in his heart, Jiabao disrespect Zhao Yuqin in words. Do you think I am those women with long tongues? Zhou Hao patted her smooth buttocks. He did not force Yang Jiabao and Zhao Yuqin to become good friends so soon. Although Yang Jiabao has promised not to oppose Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, the two women are still rivals in love. It would not be possible to tear each other apart, But let the two women become confidant friends, at least in a short time. Can't do it. Well, I will stay here tonight and stay with you all night, okay? Zhou Hao put his arms around Yang Jiabao's beautiful body and kept touching her smooth skin with both hands, kneading it from time to time a pair of attractive jade rabbits on her chest. Yang Jiabao gave Zhou Hao a white look. Don't do it. I'm so tired. And I'm still in pain. Don't let you play it bad. She is the new melon broke tonight, and Zhou Hao is talented. So she was tossed so hard that she even called her voice dumb. However, Yang Jiabao's changes are also obvious. She was a lively and lovely girl before, but now she has a charming style, especially those bright and flickering beautiful eyes, watery like two opals. At this time, Yang Jiabao pulled Zhou Hao's right arm and put it on the bed. He put it on the pillow and nestled in Zhou Hao's arms. By the way, although Tsinghua University sent me all the admission notices, I haven't been to see it yet. Tomorrow you can go there with me for a walk. Okay, I haven't been to Tsinghua University anyway. I will accompany you to take a look tomorrow. Zhou Hao laughed softly. Tsinghua University. Hum. I have heard the name for a long time, but I have never been there. Yang Jiabao lay in Zhou Hao's arms, like a cat, curling up his hair and picking his nose. Then you can go to Tsinghua University for the college entrance examination. Anyway, if you are so rich, even if you can't pass the exam, just donate some money. Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry when he heard the words, stretched out his hand to pinch a cherry on Yang Jiabao's chest, and immediately caused Yang Jiabao to exclaim and beat him repeatedly. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying, "Is it meaningful to use money to open the door of Tsinghua University?" The reason why people feel honored when they enter Tsinghua University and Peking University is because they were admitted by their own strength. I don't want to be pierced by others. I think I'd better go to Fudan University. In his previous life, Zhou Hao went to university in Fudan. After graduating and working, Zhou Hao missed his previous university life in Fudan very much and often fantasized that if he had a chance, he would go back again. But now there is really this opportunity. So Zhou Hao did not hesitate to decide whether to take the college entrance examination in the future or to apply for Fudan University. But it's not easy to get admitted to Fudan University. You think Fudan is so easy to get in? Yang Jiabao said. Now I haven't started my first year of high school. It's too early to think about this. Zhou Hao smiled, but thought in his heart, as long as the exam questions for the college entrance examination are still the same as the previous life, let alone Fudan University, even if you really want to go into Tsinghua University and Peking University, is no problem. The next day, Zhou Hao woke up when sunlight poured in from the window shop. Yang Jiabao was still in his arms, full of temptation like Haitong's spring sleep. One of her thighs was still resting on his waist, just like Zhou Hao's murderous creature in the state of morning erection. At this time, Yang Jiabao's thighs were stretched. She practiced martial arts since she was a child. The muscles of her thighs were compact and extremely elastic. Under such friction, Zhou Hao's stimulation was also great. Death! Zhou Hao shouted in his heart, really impulsive, wanting to turn over and press on this little kneesy and lash her fiercely. But he also knew that Yang Jiabao was the new melon who was first broken, and it was impossible to endure his devastation for the second time. In order to restrain his impulse, Zhou Hao had to get up from the bed to take a cold shower in the bathroom, which made it easier. But after coming out of the bathroom, he saw Yang Jiabao on the bed sleeping soundly with the quilt. The half of his body exposed outside the quilt seemed to be covered with light and shadow under the shining of the morning light, just like the Greek statue. There is beauty everywhere. Zhou Hao swallowed and muttered to himself, "This girl is more sleepy than a boy." He went over and pushed Yang Jiabao. "Little baby, you got up. Aren't you going to Tsinghua University?" Mom, don't mess with them. They haven't got enough sleep yet." Yang Jiabao muttered dreamily. Zhou Hao smiled helplessly, daring to feel that this Nizi regarded herself as her mother. A mischievous thought came into his mind. Zhou Hao pinched the pink cherry on Yang Jiabao's right with his fingers, and then pulled it out, and her pink and white jade rabbit also changed its shape. Suffering from the pain, Yang Jiabao woke up immediately, seeing Zhou Hao standing next to the bed in a daze. He slowly woke up and couldn't help but sighed. "You big pervert, you know. Bullying and teasing others." She wrinkled her cute little nose as she said. Didn't you say you want to go to Tsinghua University? The sun is on your hips. You can't get up yet. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Come on, I will help you dress. In the midst of making a fuss, Zhou Hao served Yang Jiabao and put on the clothes on the bed. Of course, this process was also full of siblings. Then, Zhou Hao asked the hotel to deliver breakfast for 2 people. You fed me a bite, and I fed you a bite. After sharing a very sweet breakfast, Zhou Hao left the hotel and went to Tsinghua University. Tsinghua University is located in a prosperous garden area in the northwestern suburbs of Beijing, covering an area of more than 6,000 acres with a very beautiful environment. Tsinghua University and Peking University are both the highest institutions in the country. Key universities directly under the Ministry of Education have been listed as the most important construction sequence in the construction of key universities. In China, tens of thousands of students dream of entering Tsinghua University and Peking University. The children of whose family can be admitted to these 2 universities are like winning the top prize in ancient times. Everyone says that tens of thousands of people have passed the Gaokao. Compared with other universities, the number of applicants for Tsinghua and Peking University is not as large as the people think, because there are no people who have the courage and confidence to apply for these 2 universities. How many? Yang Jiabao's grades have been among the best since she was a child. Her brother Yang Xiaowo was admitted to Peking University as the provincial champion, so her goal is not to choose these 2 universities. Of course, compared with other hard-studied students, Yang Jiabao is undoubtedly a lot easier. As a result, her family is very good. The family is a rich family in Guangxi. She is like a princess at home. She is also clever and smart. She also follows when people play, but her grades are still very good. She belongs to the category of genius. People. Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao came to Tsinghua University by taxi. They saw that there were many people besides them. Most of them were young people. I think they should have been admitted to Tsinghua University with Yang Jiabao and came to visit in advance. However, many students are also accompanied by parents, and those parents do not look like ordinary citizens. The most obvious feature is that these parents have famous cars to travel, and some of them are not expensive, but that what's hanging on it is a government license. In fact, Zhou Hao also owns a car in Beijing. When he came to Beijing last time, he bought a new Mercedes-Benz luxury sedan. Of course, the latest model at this time is still in the eyes of Zhou Hao, like a car. And because Zhao Yuqin's original car was quite old, when Zhou Hao was not in Beijing, this Mercedes-Benz was used as a substitute for Zhao Yuqin. Although Zhou Hao's Benz is not as popular as the Rolls-Royce, it is also an extraordinary car in the eyes of ordinary people. If you drive it here, it will at least shine. However, firstly, the car is not around. Secondly, although Zhou Hao possesses wealth that is unimaginable by ordinary people, he does not have the desire to show off as a nouveau riche. Especially in front of the gate of Tsinghua University, there are many students among them. Being a poor and hardworking person, Zhou Hao had no interest in showing off in front of them. Seeing the students who got out of the car with government photographs, their eyes were full of arrogance and disdain. Zhou Hao laughed inwardly, thinking that if the special car directly dialed by the State Council at Zhao Yuqin's house was brought over, he would be afraid these guys are terrified. This is Tsinghua University. Yang Jiabao stood in front of the gate of Tsinghua University, looking at the magnificent gate, sighing very much. Zhou Hao smiled at her. This is where you will spend 4 years of college life in the future. After that, he took Yang Jiabao's slender hand and walked towards the gate. Although the 2 of them did not have any famous cars, nor were they accompanied by their parents, they were also very eye-catching. Yang Jiabao is beautiful and pleasant. After entering Tsinghua University, he is definitely the best choice for school flowers, and Zhou Hao is also very tall and handsome. As soon as this handsome man and beauty appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone around her. At this time, the phenomenon of premature love is far less common than in the future, and most of those who can be admitted to Tsinghua University are diligent people who have little time to fall in love. After being admitted to university, they entered a stage where most people allowed them to fall in love. They were finally liberated due to years of hard study and depression. In addition, they were originally energetic young girls. The desire to fall in love is much higher than other people. Zhou Hao took Yang Jiabao into the gate of Tsinghua University. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "How many people dream of stepping into this place and becoming the true pride of heaven? By the way, Jiabao, you haven't told me which one you are applying for?" "Yes, but I saw Yang Jiabao stared at him dissatisfied. You don't care about people at all. You remember, I learned human resource management because my dad hopes that I can help him and his brother manage the family in the future." Hotel. Hearing what Yang Jiabao said, Zhou Hao asked, "Huh? Are you interested in hotel management?" He knows that the Yang family is also very important in the hotel industry. Baohe Group has many 4-star stars and a 5-star hotel. It's so normal. Yang Jiabao said nonchalantly, "My parents have cultivated my ability in this area since I was a child. My dad said that I am better at hotel management than my brother." Hum, hum, hum. Our family, the 4-star hotel in Guilin called Baojia Hotel, was run by me when I was 15 years old. From the initial site selection, to government approval, to engineering construction, to recruiting talents, in the end, I was responsible for the promotion and expansion of the market. That was my painstaking effort. Her face was filled with a proud smile. In the beginning, my dad only gave me 100 million yuan in startup capital to the Baojia Hotel. After the completion, a total of 250 million was spent. The extra 150 million was borrowed from the bank, and 50 million came from the Guilin city government. Then their city government accounted for 100 million hotels, 30/3 of the shares. Zhou Hao was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't expect Yang Jiabao to be a talent in this field. He had heard before that those big families with long inheritance had strict training for members of the family, and most of them started to receive training from the age of 2 or 3. Because the family can provide a lot of resources, the business talents of these aristocratic children are often higher than those of ordinary people, because their starting point is already known, and they are often affected. Therefore, in these aristocratic families, there are very few children of the second-generation ancestor or dude. In fact, most of the second-generation ancestors and dandies were born in no more than 3 generations. It is not unreasonable to say that only 3 generations can cultivate true nobles. Seeing Yang Jiabao's triumphant expression, Zhou Hao smiled and asked, "You said so well, then I will test you." "Well, what is the main factor for success in running a hotel?" "Want to stump me?" "It's not that easy," Yang Jiabao said with a smile. "There are many factors for a hotel to succeed." "Well, let's use the recent rise of computers as an analogy, mainly hardware and software. The hardware is naturally. It refers to the hotel's environment and facilities. Since it is a star hotel, it can't be too shabby, right? But don't be extravagant. Some rooms that cater to the rich can be like this. But if you add hotels to this, you will fall into the bottom. The most important thing is the word comfortable. As long as you make your guests feel comfortable and stay comfortable, are you afraid that they won't come? By the way, there is also the taste of food. Although I am not very good at cooking, but my tongue is very powerful. I know if it tastes good or not." She told Zhou Hao. These are all hardware problems. As for software, it is naturally the service and reputation of our hotel. I don't need to say more about the importance of service to hotel management and reputation. If it can make our hoteliers as everyone knows, there is no need to worry about the market. However, these are not the most important. "Oh, what's the most important thing?" Zhou Hao was also aroused by Yang Jiabao. Yang Jiabao stretched out a jade finger. "The most important thing to do in a hotel is your connections, especially the relationship with the government. I tell you, in fact, the government accounts for a large proportion of the profit of hotels. Many governments, everyone in the hotel has the habit of eating and drinking at public expense. Anyway, the public pays, don't eat for nothing. That's why I resold 30% of the hotel's shares to the government, because of our hotel shareholders. There is a government. The bank is willing to lend us so much. Moreover, the money I distribute to the government every year is much higher than the actual share dividend. I don't say you can understand the reason." This time, even Zhou Hao couldn't help but give Yang Jiabao a thumbs up. I really don't know whether Yang Jiabao is so talented or because the Yang family's training methods for children are too powerful. And Yang Jiabao was only a 15-year-old girl when he ran the Baojia Hotel, and other peers were still enjoying campus life in the school. Especially when the 15-year-old Yang Jiabao started a hotel, he was no less than the old foxes who had been rolling around in the mall for many years. Although based on the foundation of our Yang family's relationship, those underworlds would not dare to make trouble. However, with government support, there are still many benefits. At least, many people who want to do business or approve projects have to invite those officials to dinner. Come to our hotel, Yang Jiabao said. It only took 2 years, and our Baojia Hotel was completely profitable. But I went to high school and handed over the Baojia Hotel back to Baoha Group for management. Just listen to Zhou Hao said. I'm surprised. You were a 15-year-old girl. Why did the government agree to participate in the shares? If you let me come forward, of course it won't work. I let someone come forward to do these things for me, just like I did remotely. The government didn't know the truth until our Baoha Group took over the Baojia Hotel. The Baojia Hotel was opened by our Yang family, and we didn't even know I existed. When Yang Jiabao said this, it meant that she ran the Baojia Hotel not on the reputation of the Yang family, but on her own talents. If Yang Dongshan had not given her 100 million yuan in startup capital, Yang Jiabao would have built a family from nothing. Zhou Hao still relied on the advantages of rebirth to come up with the kind of belongings he is now. So in this respect, Zhou Hao himself could not compare with Yang Jiabao. Zhou Hao couldn't help but kissed Yang Jiabao on the face. Jiabao, you are really a treasure. He knows that hotel management is an in-depth knowledge. The so-called one principle can make a 4-star hotel prosperous, and it can already manage a large enterprise in a neat and orderly manner. Yang Dongshan also wants Yang Jiabao to help their family manage the hotel business of Baoha Group in the future, but now Yang Jiabao has become Zhou Hao's woman, and Zhou Hao's family business is getting bigger and bigger, with more and more involved, of course. This reliable and capable talent cannot be let go. Moreover, the family's Tongguan Catering Company Limited will develop to a certain extent in the future, and it will certainly expand into the hotel industry, and Yang Jiabao will be able to help. Regarding Zhou Hao's sudden intimacy, Yang Jiabao blushed under the gaze of everyone's eyes. Oh, what are you doing? There are still people around watching. She said that, but she felt sweet in her heart. Because of this, Zhou Hao would have disclosed that Yang Jiabao was his own woman. Moreover, it is not only Yang Jiabao that is attracting attention now, but the youthful and invincible girls around them are also staring at Zhou Hao with brilliant eyes. So in this way, Yang Jiabao can also be regarded as announcing this sovereignty of Zhou Hao to those girls who have intentions against Zhou Hao. The two held hands and strolled along the roads of Tsinghua University. Tsinghua University is worthy of being the leading university in China. The campus environment is very charming. Walking under the shade of the trees, the atmosphere is also very romantic. In the previous life, when Zhou Hao was in college, he was busy with his studies and working part-time, and he never had time to fall in love. At that time, he was very envious of those couples who could walk in pairs on campus, and always wanted to try the carefree and enjoyment of campus love. Now that he is holding Yang Jiabao on the campus of Tsinghua University, accepting the envy of others, he also feels that kind of taste. Why is there a freshman registration office over there? There are so many new students. Yang Jiabao saw that the freshman registration office in front was full of students, and he was full of doubts. Is today the registration date? It makes no sense. The admission notice clearly states August 8th. What's the matter? Let's just go over and see. Zhou Hao smiled and walked over with Yang Jiabao. When he came to the group of students, Zhou Hao patted one of the boys on the shoulder. The boy turned around, and Zhou Hao asked, "Classmates, is today the registration day? Why is there a check-in desk so early?" The boy thought that Zhou Hao was also a freshman who had just been admitted to Tsinghua University, and that Zhou Hao was handsome and upright, so that people could feel close at first sight. He replied, "Oh, no, the official registration date is August 8th. However, many of the freshmen came from other provinces. They came early, and the school registered them in advance. Even the student dormitory was ready, and some freshmen had already moved in." Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao were surprised. Yang Jiabao asked the boy, "Then we can arrange dormitories for freshmen now?" When the boy saw Yang Jiabao, he was immediately surprised. It took a long time before he came back to his senses and quickly said, Yes. Thank you." Yang Jiabao said politely, "Jiabao, you can register and live in the dormitory now. Do you want to live in the school dormitory or the hotel?" Zhou Hao asked Yang Jiabao. Yang Jiabao turned his head and thought for a while, then said, I think I will register first, and I can also arrange to move into the dormitory, but I don't want to live in so quickly. You have to come to Beijing after a while. Of course I have to stay with you for a few more days up. The voice of her words was not too big or too small, but some male voices around could also hear her. When she learned that Zhou Hao could live with such a beautiful girl in a hotel, these boys gave Zhou Hao a hard look and felt jealous. Very much. Yang Jiabao also realized that what he said just now was a bit too fascinating and blushed now. She didn't want other people to think that she was a luddy girl. Her luddy would only be shown in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also looked at Yang Jiabao amusedly. Indeed, it would be bad if people thought that Yang Jiabao was the kind of girl who was willing to be fostered for money. Fortunately, Zhou Hao is not the kind of nouveau riche with fat head and big ears. With his conditions, some girls with very good backgrounds around him are even thinking, let alone being raised by Zhou Hao, even if he is allowed to raise him by himself. No problem. Regardless of the strange eyes of others, Zhou Hao led Yang Jiabao to the table of the freshman registration office. Sitting behind was a few young counselors, with more than a dozen students from Tsinghua University responsible for the registration. Of new students register. Excuse me, can new students register today? Zhou Hao asked a female counselor who was in his 20s and less than 30. This female counselor was filling in some information, but when she heard Zhou Hao's voice, she raised her head and saw Zhou Hao's handsome face. Because of his profound internal skills, Zhou Hao's gaze was very condensed. The real gaze was like electricity. Those who are profound in this way will be surprised by the depth of Zhou Hao's inner strength. In the eyes of ordinary people, Zhou Hao's eyes are also piercing. As for women, Zhou Hao's gaze is more lethal. I saw that the female counselor was slightly stunned, and she actually felt hot on her face. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, Yes, freshmen can register in advance today. Would you please show me your ID card and admission letter? It's not me. Zhou Hao smiled and pointed to Yang Jiabao beside him. It was her who registered. Jiabao, did you bring the admission notice? Yang Jiabao said, No, I left it in the hotel. Just listen to the female counselor say. It's okay if you didn't bring the admission notice. Give me your ID card. All the admitted students have a record. I'll check it for you. Yes, if it's convenient if you do, you can still pay tuition fees, which is 5,000 yuan a school year. If you have a difficult family background, you can also apply for bursaries like schools. Zhou Hao turned to look at Yang Jiabao, and Yang Jiabao stuck his tongue out. I didn't bring so much cash. Seeing that Yang Jiabao looked so cute, the boys next to him really had an urge to pay the tuition for this sweet and unpaid girl. At this time, Zhou Hao had already taken out a new stack of 100 yuan bills from his trouser pocket, so it looked like he was afraid of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. This is also what Zhou Hao used to bring a lot of cash with him. After all, there are no ATMs in some places. He counted 5,000 yuan and gave it to the female counselor and smiled politely. I'm sorry to trouble you. In addition to the female counselor, there were a few sophomores, juniors, and girls sitting across from each other. Seeing Zhou Hao's polite look, their eyes almost became heart-shaped. This class of men is extremely rare even in Tsinghua, where there are outstanding people. Huh? You are the liberal arts champion Yang Jiabao from Guangxi province. The female counselor had already found Yang Jiabao's information in the school's information, but she didn't expect the elf girl in front of her to be a provincial champion. Zhou Hao also looked at Yang Jiabao in surprise. Are you the number one in the liberal arts in Guangxi? Why have you never told me? Hey, see if you dare to look down on me in the future. Yang Jiabao shook his hips and straightened his chest, quite a bit flaunt. Looking at Yang Jiabao, who looked like a little female tiger, Zhou Hao thought to himself, this Nizi is really talented and smart. Unexpectedly, she usually laughed and joked, but she was so smart that she was sometimes willful and impulsive. However, if she is quiet, it is not Yang Jiabao. The people around were even more surprised to hear that Yang Jiabao was the number one in liberal arts. It's already rare to be so beautiful, and it's even more commendable to be the best talented woman with both beauty and wisdom. I heard this female counselor say. The school stipulates that the provincial champion can get a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Yang Jiabao, for this scholarship, you can choose to directly deduct the tuition from the scholarship, or you can choose to pay the tuition now and start school. then receive a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Yang Jiabao looked at Zhou Hao and listened to Zhou Hao. We should pay the tuition now. So, the counselor helped Yang Jiabao go through the registration procedures and paid her tuition. Yang Jiabao, you are assigned to Human Resources Management Class 2. Even you, your class already has 5 men, 3 women, and 8. One is here to report. If you don't mind, can you be assigned to the same dormitory with the other 2 girls? Yang Jiabao nodded, and the counselor said to a girl next to her, Yin Yin, you can take Yang Jiabao to her dormitory. Yang Jiabao, this is your sophomore senior sister Huang Yin Yin. Sister Huang is good. Yang Jiabao nodded and said hello. Sister Jiabao, please come with me. Huang Yin Yin took Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao and left the check-in area and walked to the student dormitory area in the distance. Yang Jiabao followed Huang Yin Yin, holding Zhou Hao's arm all the time, and refused to let go for a moment. Huang Yin Yin looked back at her and Zhou Hao and said with a smile, Jiabao Jr. sister, this must be your boyfriend. Yeah. Yang Jiabao nodded and hugged him tighter. Sister Jiabao, I really envy you. I found such a good boyfriend. Huang Yin Yin smiled and said, you have to pay close attention. Boys like him are very popular in our school. Zhou Hao was also a little depressed when he heard this, so he could only laugh and said, hee hee, this sister is really joking. When Zhou Hao called herself elder sister, Huang Yin Yin also laughed sweetly. Are you from our school too? But I haven't seen you. Are you also a freshman? Hee hee, I'm so dumb. I couldn't pass the test here, and I just came here with her this time. Zhou Hao smiled. Huang Yin Yin heard this with a look of regret on her face. When the 3 of them passed the basketball court, Zhou Hao saw that the basketball court was full of heroic boys, swaying his youthful sweat. When they passed by, a basketball flew over and Zhou Hao caught it. Hey classmate, trouble you. A tall boy in sleeveless sportswear wiped the sweat from his forehead, waved to Zhou Hao, and asked Zhou Hao to throw the basketball at him. But seeing Zhou Hao holding the basketball in his hand, he was slightly stunned. How long have you not played basketball? Zhou Hao sighed with emotion when he looked at the dusty but attractive basketball. He loved basketball very much in his previous life, and his skills were pretty good. Speaking of it, since his rebirth, he has only played basketball with his classmates in Yuning Middle School. Holding the basketball, he couldn't help but start playing, dribbling the ball under the crotch and cross-stepping in place. Although he is wearing a sky blue shirt and a pair of light brown slacks, which is not very suitable for sports, his dribbling is very skilled. Seeing that Zhou Hao's movements were so proficient in the basketball court, the boys didn't rush to get the ball back. After playing a few times, Zhou Hao raised his head and looked at the basket. Upon seeing this, the boys in the court also understood what Zhou Hao wanted to do, and they were very witty and gave way to the ball. Seeing Zhou Hao's interest, Yang Jiabao and Huang Yin Yin did not bother him, so they stood on the sidelines and watched. As soon as Zhou Hao stepped on his left foot, the man rushed forward and at the same time patted the basketball with his right hand, with very coordinated movements. In his previous life, his favorite basketball player was Andre Iguodala, who liked his powerful dunk. It's a pity that Zhou Hao in his previous life was only 1.75 meters tall, and his jumping ability was not that good. He couldn't dunk at all. Now, after receiving the transformation of ambergris, Zhou Hao's height has reached 1.83 meters. As for the jumping ability, even without the support of internal strength, Zhou Hao, whose potential was inspired by ambergris, can jump up to 2 or 3 floors. I saw him rushing to the backboard quickly, holding the ball in both hands and jumping into the air at a distance of more than 2 meters from the backboard, showing the ability to stay in the air comparable to blacks. At the same time, his body rotated 360 degrees. Finally, he dunked the basketball into the basket with both hands. He also grabbed the basket and stabilized his figure before jumping down. The basket was on the backboard, still shaking. This is a complete 360-degree turn and two-handed dunk. It turns out that dunking feels so good. No wonder so many people like dunking. Zhou Hao, who fell back to the ground, sighed in his heart. Zhou Hao didn't use his own internal energy to accomplish this, and he felt it easy. However, the entire basketball court was silent, and everyone looked at Zhou Hao, who was dressed casually, dumbfounded. Damn, you're so handsome, a boy yelled hard to himself. and then the entire basketball court boiled like a drop of water fell into a pan. At this time, the term handsome staying was just emerging in China. It's not that the Chinese can't dunk, but Zhou Hao's dunk just now was too powerful, full of power, and full of rough beauty. Even the people present felt Zhou Hao's calmness. Huang Yinyin and some other girls on the sidelines were also completely stunned, unanimously feeling the heart pounding. As for Yang Jiabao, her martial arts is not weak. In fact, she can dunk with light effort, so there is nothing fuss about Zhou Hao's move. However, seeing Zhou Hao's attention and the shocked look in the eyes of those around him, Yang Jiabao was also very proud. Picking up the basketball that had rolled off the court and returning it to the boy, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Thank you." The boy looked at Zhou Hao with surprise and admiration, and said in admiration, "Brother, it's amazing, it's really amazing. Are you a student of physical education? But we have never seen you playing basketball. Are you a freshman in the freshman year?" More than a dozen basketball boys around also gathered around, admiring Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao's buckle just now was so amazing that it made these boys who love playing basketball so big. Eye-opener. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I'm not from your school. I just accompany my girlfriend to report." He pointed to Yang Jiabao on the sidelines. These boys looked in the direction he was pointing, and they did the same after seeing Yang Jiabao. Frozen for a moment. "Okay, I have to accompany her to see the dormitory. Go ahead, and I won't bother you." After that, Zhou Hao went back to Yang Jiabao on the sidelines and smiled at her. Hee, itchy hands for a while. I couldn't help, but went over and played. Huang Yinyin next to her said a little excitedly, "Zhou Hao, you are so good at basketball. You can apply for the physical education department." It seems that she really hopes that Zhou Hao can study here in Tsinghua. Seeing that Huang Yinyin was so positive, Yang Jiabao couldn't help saying, "In fact, this guy is not old enough to take the college entrance examination. He is only a freshman this year." Huang Yinyin was very surprised when she heard this. She looked at Zhou Hao up and down and said to herself, "No, you are only a freshman this year? When I first saw you just now, I thought you were already in college." Those who graduated. Zhou Hao scratched his head. "No way, I'm a bit more mature." When Yang Jiabao heard this, he slandered in his heart, "You are not only precocious, but also very precocious in other aspects." Then, the group came to the girls' dormitory. Just like other universities, there is an ant guarding under the girls' dormitory. The golden eyes look at every boy who wants to enter the girls' dormitory with sharp eyes. However, Huang Yinyin's face was very good. Seeing that she was leading the way, the ant hadn't started school yet, so she opened the door and let Zhou Hao in. Tsinghua University's student dormitories are in very good conditions. Undergraduates usually have a 4-person room. The room is spacious and equipped with complete facilities. The top is a bed and the bottom is a writing desk. Although school has not yet started, many freshmen have moved in, and some older students have stayed at school without returning home. Since it is summer now, the clothes of these college girls are relatively cool, and they are in the dormitory, so Zhou Hao has not seen happy joys all the way along. Yang Jiabao, who was on the side, was very dissatisfied and kept holding his hand. "Don't watch it, you big bad guy, don't watch it anymore. Okay, don't look at it." Zhou Hao immediately didn't squint. Yang Jiabao's dormitory is on the 3rd floor. This floor is also the dormitory of the 1st grade Human Resource Management Class 2. Yang Jiabao and the 2 girls who came in advance are in the 312 dormitory. When I came to the door of dormitory number 312, I saw a man, 2 women, and 3 people in it. A young man under 20 years old was carrying a bucket of water to wipe the dust off the desk and closet, while the other 2 girls were putting the clothes in their luggage into the closet. Both of these 2 women grew up with delicate facial features, full of the vitality of a girl, one with short hair with ears, and the other with a ponytail. These 2 women should be Yang Jiabao's roommates for the next 4 years. And the beds they chose were also the 2 leaning on the balcony. One of them was already organized, and the clothes and mattresses were neatly organized. It seems that the girl in this bed has been living in for several days, while the other one is just coming. The 3 people in the dormitory also saw the 3 of Zhou Hao at the door. The girl with the ponytail immediately smiled at Huang Yinyin and said, "Sister Yinyin, are there any new classmates here?" "Yes, this is Yang Jiabao, and you will be roommates in the future." Yang Jiabao also walked in and proactively said to them, "Hello, my name is Yang Jiabao. I will show you more in the future." Hello, I'm Zhong Guifeng from Hunan." The girl with the ponytail smiled immediately, showing her white teeth. "I just came today." The short-haired girl brushed her ears and smiled at Yang Jiabao and said, "Hello, my name is Quanying from Zhujiang." After that, she looked at Zhou Hao beside Yang Jiabao. Her eyes revealed curious eyes. Yang Jiabao was generous, put his arms around Zhou Hao's hand, and said, "This is my boyfriend, Zhou Hao, who came with me." Zhong Guifeng and Quanying were a little surprised to see Yang Jiabao being so generous, and the boy also took a peek at Zhong Guifeng. Zhong Guifeng touched the boy's gaze, lowered his head, and said to Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao a little shyly, "This is Lu Weidong, my fellow and my high school classmate. He came here with me. He is also my boyfriend." It wasn't until she said the last sentence that the boy named Lu Weidong breathed a sigh of relief and stretched out his hand to Zhou Hao with a smile. "Hello, I am Lu Weidong, a freshman in the engineering management department." Zhou Hao shook her hand, and Quanying said to Yang Jiabao, "Jiabao, where are your luggage? Do you need us to help pack it?" Yang Jiabao smiled and said, "No, I was just here to visit Tsinghua University today. I didn't expect to register in advance, so my luggage didn't come." "Then you want that bed? There are 2 more here." Zhong Guifeng smiled. According to the rules, the ownership of this bed is generally based on the principle of first come, first served. If you want to change, you can also coordinate and discuss with roommates. But Yang Jiabao felt that it didn't matter, so he chose the bed facing the door on the left. "Sorry, I go to the bathroom," Yang Jiabao said suddenly. "Oh, right over the balcony." Quanying pointed to the balcony. After Yang Jiabao passed, Zhou Hao smiled at Quanying and Zhong Guifeng and said, "Jiabao is sometimes more willful. If she offends you in any way, please bear with me and don't blame her." Both Zhong Guifeng and the girls smiled. "No, I think Jiabao is pretty good." After that, Huang Yinyan left and went back, and she had to deal with the registration of new students. Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao thanked her. Through this, Zhou Hao helped Yang Jiabao tidy up her bed, and then invited Quanying, Zhong Guifeng, and Lu Weidong to a restaurant in Tsinghua University for lunch. There are many places to eat in Tsinghua University, not only the school dining hall, but many private restaurants. Zhou Hao even wondered if he wanted to open Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and the romantic Full House cake shop here. Compared with those outside, the restaurant consumption in Tsinghua University is cheaper. After all, the main consumers here are students. During the dinner, after chatting, Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao learned many things about Quanying and Zhong Guifeng. They and Lu Weidong are hard students. The family situation in Britain is better. Her father is the boss of a trading company in Zhujiang. After she was admitted to Tsinghua University, her father bought a house here in Beijing. I also moved here to take care of my daughter. The families of Zhong Guifeng and Lu Weidong are a bit more difficult. They are in a small mountain village in Hunan, but they are both very promising. Only 2 of them in their class have passed the Tsinghua University exam. For this reason, their village committee and the township government paid them tuition in advance. This approach is more humane than other local governments. Zhong Guifeng and Lu Weidong are childhood sweethearts. The 2 have known each other since elementary school and got along to high school. They have developed feelings for each other for many years, but they have made an appointment and have to enter university before they fall in love. Fortunately, both of them fulfilled this agreement. However, Zhou Hao was a little worried about the 2 of them. The temptations and difficulties they encountered when they came to this colorful metropolis from the mountain village were absolutely numerous. When he was in college at Fudan University, Zhou Hao had seen many students who had studied hard for more than 10 years and could not stand the temptation to pass the entrance examination from the countryside, and finally embarked on a degenerate path. Especially Zhong Guifeng looks very good and is a top student of Tsinghua University. This is the first choice for many middle-aged wealthy businessmen. But worrying, Zhou Hao never thought of any practical action to let their love experience these temptations and frustrations. If they survived, they would be the beloved for a lifetime. If they can't survive, this feeling is not enough. Strong, there is no need for protection. Quanying, Zhong Guifeng, and Lu Weidong saw that Zhou Hao was about the same age as him, but the temperament shown in his words and deeds was much more mature than them. and they couldn't help but be curious about him. When asked by the whole England, Yang Jiabao pouted and said, "He is just a homeless person who has nothing to do all day long. He finally came to Beijing to accompany me this time. I can't let him go so quickly. Go." Zhou Hao could only respond with a wry smile for Yang Jiabao's words. After lunch, Kuan-Ning went back to the dormitory, while Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao went back to the hotel. Zhou Hao said to Yang Jiabao, "Jiabao, I have a house here in Beijing, and I have never lived there myself. I will give you the key. If you have anything, you can live there for a few days without having to live. The hotel is so troublesome." The house, he said, was given to him by Huang Wang's father Huang Shifu, but he has never seen it. Zhou Hao stayed in Beijing for 5 days. During this time, he lingered between Zhao Yuqin and Yang Jiabao. Although it was a bit tired to run at both ends, the two women already knew and acquiesced to each other's existence, and there was no trouble. It was almost August, and Zhou Hao had to go to Hong Kong, so he had to go back to Xiangqing and take Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. After returning to Xiangqing, Wang Shijuan had returned from her grandmother, and Situ Jianying also packed his luggage. Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to Hong Kong after a day's rest in Xiangqing. Originally, Yin Qingming wanted to accompany Zhou Hao to Hong Kong, but Tongguan Catering Company is now in a stage of rapid development, and her task is heavier, and Wang Shijuan still knows nothing about her and Zhou Hao. Now that Wang Shijuan was with him, Yin Qingqing was afraid that his relationship with Zhou Hao would be discovered by Wang Shijuan, so he didn't follow. As for Xiao Jiming, before Zhou Hao returned to Xiangqing, he and Xiao Nanhua left Guangdong again to find medicine. Du Yijuan stayed in Xiangqing to help Xiao Jiming look after their pharmacy. Speaking of the Du family, although Du Fenghai was disabled and imprisoned for the rest of his life, Zhou Hao did it. But it was he who committed the crime first. Therefore, Du Yijuan and her parents have no hatred for Zhou Hao, but Du Feng the Sea is unsatisfactory. Like last time, Zhou Hao still went to Hong Kong via Shenzhen this time, and he also notified Su Lin in advance. When Zhou Hao came out of the station, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were shocked to see the modern Hong Kong scenery full of tall buildings. When Wang Shijuan grew up, he had never been to Guangdong, even Shenzhen. "The most prosperous city I have ever seen is Guangzhou. Although Guangzhou is the provincial capital of Guangdong and its degree of urban development is very deep, it is still far away from Hong Kong, a world-famous metropolis. Wow, this is Hong Kong, even more prosperous than Shanghai," Situ Jianying exclaimed. She has been to many big cities in China, but it is the first time for Hong Kong, and she was deeply shocked by the prosperity of Hong Kong. "Let's have fun in Hong Kong this time." Zhou Hao took the hands of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying and laughed. "Yeah." Wang Shijuan nodded heavily, with a sweet smile on his face. For her, it doesn't matter where she goes. The most important thing is that she is very happy with Zhou Hao by her side. Although Wang Shijuan saw Zhou Hao also holding Situ Jianying's hand, he only thought he was just a good friend to Situ Jianying, and did not think of anything else. But Situ Jianying secretly squeezed Zhou Hao's palm, making Zhou Hao itchy. Among so many women around him, Situ Jianying was the most open-minded, daring to do anything. Zhou Hao believed that she had that kind of debauchery potential. It's not that Situ Jianying is debauched to anyone, it's just facing Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao. A clear call came, and he saw Su Lin in a professional suit standing next to the black business car on the roadside, and Song Jiahao was also there. Su Lin was wearing an off-white chiffon short-sleeved shirt and a pair of beige yarn-woven women's trousers, without losing the stylish beauty in his ability. She also wears a pair of black silk glasses on her beautiful and moving face, showing her intellectual beauty. After seeing Zhou Hao, Su Lin's eyes behind the glasses flashed with bright and soft light. Zhou Hao has been away for more than half a month. She has missed him very much, and Liang Xiaobing, a confidant and sister, has not returned in the United States. With no one to talk to, she could only put her affection on her work and only slightly reduced her deep-seated yearning for Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao saw Su Lin, there was a burst of joy in his heart, but Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were still by his side, and he couldn't be too close, so he could only lead the two women to go there. Earlier, when Su Lin received a call from Zhou Hao, saying that he would bring Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to Hong Kong. Although Su Lin had not seen the two women, He almost immediately had an intuition that these two women were the same. The relationship is definitely not simple. Now that I saw Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying next to Zhou Hao, this feeling became even stronger, and there was a burst of sourness in my heart. However, because he had learned from the past and knew that Zhou Hao could not be monopolized by any woman, Su Lin also had certain immunity. When the three of Zhou Hao came over, she smiled sadly at Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. I think you must be the Shijuan and Jianying the boss mentioned on the phone, right? Hello, it's Su Lin. Situ Jianying also smiled and said, I know. Zhou Hao also mentioned you. You are Sister Su Lin, Zhou Hao's secretary. Just like Su Lin, Situ Jianying immediately noticed that Su Lin was looking at Zhou Hao's eyes. There must be something wrong with Zhou Hao and the secretary. However, Situ Jianying's immunity is much stronger than Su Lin. Situ Li is the chief of public security, and his power is absolutely in the top 10 in Xianqing. Therefore, besides Situ Jianying's mother, Dong Hongrui, there are also many women outside. However, Dong Hongrui has always closed one eye, but in return Situ Li's respect and love. The relationship between husband and wife has been so good for more than 10 years. Dong Hongrui has told Situ Jianying since he was a child, the powerlessness of horses is due to thinness, and people are not romantic but only poor. She taught Situ Jianying that none of the men in this world are careless. There is no such strength. It is not surprising that a man of strength does not fall the red flag at home, and the colorful flags flutter outside. Strong men are just like beautiful women, who are born with stunning looks. They are all in demand. If you don't want them, there will naturally be a lot of people fighting for them. It is unwise for a woman to cry, make trouble, and hang herself. Such a woman can only make men go further. It is under this fascinating knowledge that Situ Jianying does not have much sense of rejection of the modern 3 wives and 4 concubines of men, and only thinks that it is the truth that the able can get it. And she knew that Zhou Hao was good enough, so it was not surprising that there were various women around him. So in Zhou Hao's impression, Zhao Yuqin's affectionate attitude towards herself is tolerant of all the advantages and disadvantages of Zhou Hao, while Situ Jianying is an indulgent attitude. No matter how many women there are around Zhou Hao, as long as he has in mind her place will do. Also because of Dong Hongrui's influence on Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao deeply felt the importance of education. The theory that Dong Hongrui taught Situ Jianying it's like fishing to a man. You must know how to take it, but you must know how to release it. It really made Zhou Hao amazed. Come on, let's get in the car. Song Jiahao opened the door of the commercial vehicle and greeted Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan to enter. Zhou Hao sat in the back with Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, while Su Lin sat in the passenger seat. In the car, Zhou Hao smiled at Song Jiahao, who was temporarily acting as the driver. Jiahao, I heard that your wife bought a house and a car in Beijing. You will not give you all of the 1.5 million bonus that the company gave you. Have you handed it in? Song Jiahao scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. I remitted all 1.4 million to her. Asked him to remit 200,000 to my parents, 200,000 to her parents, and the remaining 100 won let her buy a car and house. That $100 is almost 10 million yuan. Now the housing prices in Beijing are not high. A 200 square meter house does not require 2 or 3 million yuan. Even if your wife buys 2 houses, you will spend another 100 if you want to buy a car. She still has at least 1 million yuan in hand, so you are not afraid that she will raise a little white face. Zhou Hao joked. She won't. I can trust her. Song Jiahao smiled. Zhou Hao said, You are so true. Just leave yourself $100,000. Don't expect me to pity you and give you extra bonus. If you want to make more money, just give me a little bit of effort. Knowing the boss, you are not in the company during this time. Secretary Su takes us seriously. Song Jiahao took the opportunity to complain to Zhou Hao. She wouldn't allow us to go back after work. The fellow Willyworth simply treated us. The tent was brought back to the company. Su Lin smiled and said, Don't complain. The company pays you overtime according to regulations. Although Su Lin was only Zhou Hao's secretary, she was also Zhou Hao's woman, and when Zhou Hao left, he explained to Song Jiahao, Willyworth and others, and left the company's affairs to Su Lin. Song Jiahao and Willyworth came to help. Therefore, Even though Su Lin is not in a high position, no one in the company would dare not listen to what she said. In fact, Su Lin's talent is obvious to all. During Zhou Hao's departure, according to Zhou Hao's previous plan, and with the help of Song Jiahao and other employees, the Star River Investment Company achieved huge gains in Singapore, Malaysia, and other countries affected by the Asian financial turmoil. Profit. Until today, the company has made nearly $1 billion in Southeast Asia. Su Lin said to Zhou Hao, "We estimate that the stock markets in Japan and South Korea are also very unstable. I believe it will soon be like you. It's a big drop like that, and then our chance to show off will come again." Zhou Hao couldn't help nodding. Although he had his own plan, coupled with the financial elites in the company, it was not difficult to achieve this point. However, all the elites in the company are unruly and rebellious. It was Zhou Hao's unpredictable ability in the stock market that had previously convinced them. But now that Su Lin can command, it is enough to see Su Lin's ability. Suddenly, there was a warning sign in Zhou Hao's heart. At this time, their commercial vehicle is also at a crossroads. Zhou Hao intuitively realized that the danger came from the right, and without thinking about it, he hugged Wang Shijuan, who was sitting on his right, in his arms, and stretched out his left hand to stop him in front of Situ, Jianying, and Su Lin in the passenger seat. At the same time, he also saw a red Ferrari sports car on the right rushing through the red light and swiftly hitting his own commercial car. Bang! A loud noise made people on the surrounding streets startled. They saw a red Ferrari sports car collided with a black business car at the intersection. The Ferrari sports car hit the side of the commercial car. Due to the fast speed, the commercial car was smashed by more than 10 meters laterally. The side doors were dented. The quality of the Ferrari sports car, it is indeed very good. Under this level of impact, the front part of the car is just tilted up. Zhou Hao and others in the business car were all knocked over. Fortunately, Zhou Hao felt dangerous in advance and hugged Wang Shijuan, who was sitting on the right, in his arms. Looking at the door of the car that had been knocked into the car, Zhou Hao wanted to not carry Wang Shijuan over by himself. He might be seriously injured at this time. Since Su Lin and Situ Jianying were on the left, they only suffered a few shocks without any injuries. The most serious injury was Song Jiahao in the driver's seat. His right hand was fractured by the impact just now. Shijuan, Jianying, and Su Lin, are you all right? Jiahao, how are your hands? Zhou Hao asked them. Song Jiahao was in a cold sweat, but still gritted his teeth and smiled. Also, I can't die. It's okay. Wang Shijuan leaned in Zhou Hao's arms and whispered. She was inexplicably hugged by Zhou Hao just now, and then she felt a huge shock, but she didn't know what happened. Scared me to death. Situ Jianying kept patting her towering chest. Even though she was bold in her daily style, she would be afraid when faced with real danger. At this time, she couldn't help but hug her tightly. Zhou Hao's arm. Su Lin had to calm down. Seeing Zhou Hao being occupied on both sides, he couldn't help feeling a little bit sad. She asked, "What's the matter? We don't seem to violate the traffic rules." Hearing Su Lin's words, Zhou Hao was also annoyed. Song Jiahao did not violate the traffic rules just now. He waited for the green light to drive seriously, and the Ferrari crashed into this way, clearly caused by the red light. He turned to look at the Ferrari outside, but saw that the airbags in the sports car were all opened, covering the two people in the front row, and Zhou Hao couldn't see their faces. Because the side of the commercial vehicle was only the sliding door on the right, it was now dented and couldn't be opened. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan, Situ Jianying, who were sitting in the back, had difficulty getting out. Angrily, Zhou Hao kicked it over, kicked the gate open, and then walked out with Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. And Su Lin also opened the passenger seat door and walked down. This sudden car accident stopped vehicles on all sides of the intersection, and some nearby citizens also came over to see if they needed help to rescue the injured. The door of the driver's seat was also dented, and Zhou Hao simply broke the lock of the car forcibly, and then helped Song Jiahao, whose right hand was broken, to get out of the car. But seeing that the Ferrari sports car that caused the accident was not moving at all, the doors and windows were tightly closed. Zhou Hao faintly saw a 30 or 40-year-old man in the driver's seat making a call. Zhou Hao was thinking, this guy should want to ask someone for help. And if he can drive such a sports car, he must be someone who is not rich or expensive. Zhou Hao walked straight over and stood outside the driver's door, knocking on the window unceremoniously. "Come out." The man in the car didn't react at all. Zhou Hao became even more angry and slammed his fist on the car window. After a crisp sound, the car window shattered, shocking the man inside. Zhou Hao ignored the surprised expression on his face, grabbed his collar with one hand, and pulled him out of the car window and threw him on the road. At this time, Zhou Hao also saw a very nice woman sitting in the front passenger seat of the sports car and looked at Zhou Hao with surprise. Zhou Hao ignored the woman and turned to look at the man he had thrown on the ground. This man is short and chubby, and his appearance is not very good, but the clothes on his body are all famous brands, and the watches and diamond rings on his hands are all valuable boutiques. Looking at Zhou Hao with an angry expression, he sat down on the ground and shouted in panic. "What do you want to do? Don't mess around. I am Lin Jiangyue of Leasing Group. You can't move me." The surrounding citizens who came to help heard the man's words. Their faces were surprised. Obviously, they all recognized this man. Zhou Hao was also taken aback when he heard the name Lin Jiangyue, and then he immediately remembered that Lin Jiangyue was the son of Lin Baixin, the current boss of Asia Television that he wanted to acquire, and he wanted to use Lin Jiangyue as a breakthrough point. Lin Baixin sold ATV to himself. When Zhou Hao came back to Hong Kong this time, he wanted to find time to get in touch with Lin Jiangyue, but he didn't expect to meet him in this way. He looked at Lin Jiangyue and frowned. "Are you Lin Jiangyue?" Seeing Zhou Hao also knew him, Lin Jiangyue immediately had a proud look on his face, stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his clothes, and sneered at Zhou Hao. "Yes, I am Lin Jiangyue." Seeing Lin Jiangyue's self-righteous appearance, Zhou Hao sneered. He knew that Lin Jiangyue was a well-known in Hong Kong. It is true that his business talents are not bad. At least he inherited the Leasing Group after Lin Baixin's death and did not defeat the huge Leasing Group. However, compared to his commercial talent, his ability to provoke flowers is more powerful. As a married man, he hooked up with various actresses in the entertainment industry so that his wife couldn't stand it, and finally the divorce ended. According to the reports in the previous life, Zhou Hao knew that Lin Jiangyue was next to a woman named Lin Shuahua. Lin Jiangyue also let this woman be the vice president of Leasing Development under Leasing Group. Because of the airbag protection, Lin Jiangyue and Lin Shuahua were not injured. Just listen to Zhou Hao's cold snort. "What about Lin Jiangyue? You just hit us at the red light. Then the traffic monitoring system should have all been recorded. According to Hong Kong law, you are a dangerous driving crime." Lin Jiangyue's expression also changed when he heard the words. He looked at the traffic lights at the crossroads. There were indeed 2 shots on them. He should have cleared and recorded his red light. At this time, both the police car and the ambulance arrived. Zhou Hao ignored Lin Jiangyue and returned to sue Lin and the others, asking the ambulance staff to treat Song Jiahao as soon as possible, and the nurse to check on Wang Shijuan and the others. Several police officers also questioned Zhou Hao, Lin Jiangyue, and several surrounding citizens who had witnessed the accident. "Huh? Isn't this Mr. Lin?" The policeman who asked Lin Jiangyue for questioning recognized him. Lin Jiangyue snorted and ignored the policeman. The policeman was not a good temper and coldly snorted. "Mr. Lin," according to the witness's confession at the scene, as well as the words of the gentleman. He pointed to Zhou Hao not far away. "It's because of Mr. Lin. The red light caused the accident, and my colleague has also gone to extract the surveillance video at the time. Now our police have officially charged you with dangerous driving. Please go back with us and assist in the investigation." "Go and go, but before my lawyer comes, I can't say anything," Lin Jiang said angrily. "Also, you guys hurry up and call the trailer and take my sports car to repair. If what's wrong with your sports car, I will ask you to settle the account." The policeman was very angry with Lin Jianyue's savage remarks. "The tow truck is a matter of the Ministry of Communications. Go find them. Now you obediently go back with us to assist in the investigation. Otherwise, I will sue you for another crime of obstructing office work. Brother, take him back." Immediately, 2 police officers came up to grab Lin Jiangyue and put him in a police car. Lin Jiangyue still yelled reluctantly, "Wait and see. I will ask your boss to complain." And that from beginning to end, Lin Shuahua, who did not comment, was also taken away by the police. For Zhou Hao and the victims, the police's attitude is much better. "Sir, Can you please come back with us to assist in the investigation? No problem. Zhou Hao nodded and got into the police car with Su Lin and others. After arriving at the police station, Zhou Hao received a call from Song Jiahao. On the phone, he told Zhou Hao that he was no longer in any serious trouble, and the doctor also put a plaster on him. Hearing Song Jiahao's words, Zhou Hao was slightly relieved and asked him to take a good rest. Afterwards, the police also gave Zhou Hao a confession to them. Originally, these policemen thought Zhou Hao and the others were ordinary tourists coming from the other side of the country. But at this moment, even though a 40-year-old passed by, he happened to recognize Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou? What are you doing? Will it be here? This person is the inspector of the police station. The ordinary police officer who gave Zhou Hao's confession was surprised when he saw that his superior knew Zhou Hao. Police officer, do you know this gentleman? Hee, I've met several times before. This Mr. Zhou is a good friend of our chief son. The inspector smiled. The police officers present were shocked. Before, Zhou Hao had entered the police station because of Su Jinsheng, but he was not in this police station, so the police officers here did not recognize him. At this time, these police officers knew that Zhou Hao was actually a good friend with the deputy commissioner of police and couldn't help but feel shocked. Fortunately, they didn't neglect others. Before I had time to have a relationship with Zhou Hao, I saw a police officer walk in from the outside and cursed as he walked. That Lin Jiangyue is too hateful. His lawyer actually said that it was because the brake system of his sports car failed. It's going to be a red light. It's just nonsense. Is the Ferrari brake system really such a trifle? The police officer who had just entered suddenly saw the inspector and immediately became stiff and hurriedly said, "Hello, sir." The inspector raised his hand and said that he didn't need to be polite, and Zhou Hao also asked, "That Lin Jianyue's lawyer really said that? In this case, can't he be convicted?" "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. We all have a special professional department to appraise the accident vehicle. It's not that they said that the brake failed or the brake failed." The inspector smiled to Zhou Hao. But as soon as I finished talking, I saw a few people coming from the doorway. They were Lin Jianyue and Lin Xuehua. There was also a man with a briefcase and gold wire glasses. It should be Lin Jianyue's lawyer. Behind them, there are also two police officers. When Lin Jianyue saw Zhou Hao, a smug sneer appeared on his face, and he saw a police officer behind him stepping forward to the inspector. "Sir, this Mr. Lin wants to apply for bail." The inspector frowned and asked the police officer in a low voice, "What's the matter?" "This Lin Jianyue violated traffic rules and caused a car accident. How can he be released on bail so quickly? Did his father come forward?" The police officer glanced at Lin Jianyue and said in a low voice, "No, sir. The Ministry of Transportation brought an appraisal report to prove that the brake system of his Ferrari sports car was really damaged," so it explained. Mr. Lin was not a subjective violation of traffic rules, but an accident. Zhou Hao's hearing is superhuman, and he naturally heard their conversation. He frowned, thinking that the Lin family's power in Hong Kong should not be underestimated. At this time, the lawyer of Lin Jianyue spoke, with a very arrogant expression, "Sir, please cooperate with me and go through the bail formalities for my client as soon as possible. My client is busy with work. If he is in the economy because of the delay of my client's time, we will sue the police if there is a loss on the incident." A policeman over there couldn't help muttering, "What are you busy? Isn't he busy playing with women?" It just so happened that Lin Jianyue heard this, and he immediately said angrily, "What are you saying? Believe it or not, I will sue you for slander." The inspector's expression changed and he quickly smiled at Lin Jianyue. "Mr. Lin, don't get me wrong, he is not talking about you." And the lawyer Lin Jianyue also looked at Zhou Hao. "This is Mr. Zhou. Although it is not my client's intention to do this, my client still wants to say sorry to you. At the same time, My client is willing to compensate for all the losses suffered." Although the lawyer was very decent, Lin Jianyue held Lin Xuehua's shoulders at this time, curled his lips to look at Zhou Hao, where there was a half apologize. It was like asking for charity to Zhou Hao. So Zhou Hao immediately waved his hand and said, "No, I haven't fallen to the point where I have to rely on you for compensation." The lawyer smiled at the inspector and said, "Sir, did you hear that? Now this Mr. Zhou actively refused the compensation from my client, but it has nothing to do with our client." After completing the formalities, Lin Jianyue smiled at Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, right? We have met in the mountains and rivers. After that, he laughed twice, put his arm around Lin Shuahua, and left with his lawyer. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows, and it became clear that Lin Jiang was provoking himself. Situ Jianying came to Zhou Hao and said to him, "Huh, Zhou Hao, this guy is so annoying. It doesn't matter. I have to teach him sooner or later." Zhou Hao said to Situ Jianying, and then looked at the inspector. "Sir, can we go back now?" The inspector hurriedly said, "You can, please." Since the commercial vehicle that Song Jiahao drove was crashed, Su Lin asked the company's people to drive another one and sent them back to the villa on the side of the mountain. Two women, Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan, walked into the villa and were amazed to see the luxurious and comfortable decoration inside. Then they chose the other two rooms on the second floor as their nest in Hong Kong. Situ Jianying suddenly asked Su Lin, "Sister Su Lin, do you live here too?" Su Lin was stunned for a moment. Please look at Zhou Hao involuntarily and listen to Zhou Hao smiling. It's like this, because the company's staff dormitory is already full of people, so your sister Su Lin first lived here. Oh, that's the case. Then can't we chat together for a few nights? Situ Jianying said with a smile. Zhou Hao said to Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan, "You see you are all sweating. Go take a shower." Since it is already August, the weather in Hong Kong is relatively hot, so the two women have tossed each other, all sweating. As for Zhou Hao, his body has long since reached the state of not invading the cold and heat, but he is very dry. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying immediately returned to their room to take a bath, and Su Lin also returned to their room. Her room was on the other side of the corridor, not far from the rooms of Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan. Seeing that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying had both returned to the room, Zhou Hao quietly walked into Su Lin's room. I saw Su Lin standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows over the room, unbuttoning his suit jacket. Zhou Hao walked over to help her take off her coat and wrapped her wicker waist again and put her body on it, leaning her chin on her shoulder and gently sniffing her neck and hair. Yoxiang. Su Lin shook off Zhou Hao's hand on his waist, took a step forward to leave Zhou Hao, hummed softly, and did not speak. "What's the matter? Did I make our sister Su Lin angry again?" Zhou Hao had already faintly guessed what the forest was dissatisfied with. Sure enough, Su Lin turned around and beat him twice in the chest. "Of course it's you. Or who else is there? You told me on the phone that you want to bring two friends to Hong Kong to play, but you look, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying are like ordinary friends to you. They are clearly the little lovers you put away." Seeing Zhou Hao not speaking, Su Lin said again, "Why, I got it right. Since you know everything, then I don't want to keep hiding from you." Zhou Hao grabbed her fragrant shoulder. "Then what do you mean? Do you want to leave me?" Su Lin glanced at Zhou Hao. "Do you think I can leave you now? But you guys, it's not enough to have Rulin, me and Xiaobing. You have to look forward to Shu, you big carrot." Knowing that after falling in love with Zhou Hao, it was like falling into a swamp, and it was impossible to get out again. So she just lost her temper just now, and she didn't really want to annoy Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled, put her two palms on her plump buttocks, and kneaded them. He leaned to her ear, a mouth covered her delicate earballs, and said softly, "You know, during the time I left Hong Kong, I missed you all the time." Su Lin immediately fell into Zhou Hao's arms as soft as mud. After Zhou Hao's ear beads were held by Zhou Hao, his whole body was trembling, and his mouth murmured, "You deceive." I realized that Zhou Hao's hands had already untied the two buttons on his shirt and went in, playing with the little white rabbit inside. Although Su Lin was also provoked by him, he also knew the house. Li is not the only two of them, so he quickly pushed Zhou Hao away. "Well, your two little lovers are still there. If you let them see, I don't care. I don't know how you explain to them." Zhou Hao also knew this was true, so he smiled and said, "Then you come to my room tonight, and I will get together with you?" "Hate." Su Lin groaned, but his face was blushing so charming. "By the way, N.I. Young School asked you to bring you an invitation 2 days ago. He is getting married and invites you to the wedding banquet. In the evening, luckily you will be back in time." "Just right. There are things I want him to help out," Zhou Hao said with a smile. It was Liao Shufan, who was smuggling into Hong Kong from Jiangxi to marry N.I. Yongxiao, and the place where the two held their wedding banquet was also the most famous five-star hotel in Hong Kong, the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel has the longest history in Hong Kong in one of the most luxurious hotels in Hong Kong and even the world. Even the President of the United States and the Queen of England have stayed in and are very famous. The wedding banquet is the largest restaurant in the Peninsula Hotel. Nowadays, pink balloons are also hung up, which seems very romantic. The hotel staff are busy and unusually decorating, preparing to wait for the guests to enter the venue. In the lounge behind the restaurant, several makeup artists and costume artists were helping Liao Shufan dress up, and several female friends of Liao Shufan were present. At this time, Liao Shufan has a high bun, and his face is full of gorgeous but not strong makeup, which makes Liao Shufan, who is already beautiful, more beautiful. Her wedding dress is a low-shoulder tube top-style snow-white dress, revealing her beautiful shoulders and collarbone. She wears a sparkling diamond necklace around her neck and star-shaped ears hanging from her ears. Diamond earrings. Shufan, I really envy you. You have finally waited until today. One of Liao Shufan's female friends said sincerely. Since Liao Shufan has been working in a nightclub under the name of Ni Yong School in recent years, she also knows people in that circle. Her best friends are the people in that nightclub. One of them is Mama Sang. They really envied Liao Shufan. Ni Yong Xiao is now the top leader of the United British News Agency. In the eyes of these women, they are like gods. Liao Shufan can marry Ni Yong Xiao and become a typical phoenix. At this time, the door of the lounge was opened, and everyone in Liao Shufan saw Ni Yong School in a decent black tuxedo appear at the door. The makeup artists and costumers and Liao Shufan's female friends immediately nodded and said hello, Mr. Ni. Ni Yong Xiao also nodded and said to them, You go out first. Yes, Mr. Ni. Several people responded and left the lounge one after another. Liao Shufan lowered her head. Her face was shy, and some did not dare to look at Ni Yong Xiao. Ni Yong Xiao smiled slightly and came to Liao Shufan and said, Shufan, you are so beautiful today. Thank you. Liao Shufan whispered. After today, we are a veritable couple. Do you still need to be so polite? Ni Yong Xiao smiled. Liao Shufan looked up at Ni Yong Xiao and saw that his face was all gentle at this time, which was completely different from the domineering leader in the past. Only Liao Shufan had the opportunity to see this side of Ni Yong School. Forever School. What's the matter? Seeing that Liao Shufan wanted to speak, Ni Yong Xiao gently rubbed her fragrant shoulders to comfort her. I'm just a massage girl in a nightclub. I'm not like the ladies, nor the ladies and ladies. I'm afraid. I'm not good enough for you. Fool. Ni Yong Xiao smiled. Who am I? If you put it nicely, you are the leader of the club. If you put it awkwardly, you are just a bullshit. You asked me to marry those ladies and ladies, and I can't avoid it. Well, what I want is a woman who can live with me forever, not those vases that can only be placed outside. Liao Shufan was so sweet in her heart that she said with tears in her eyes, Yong School, thank you. In fact, she knew that besides herself, there were many women in Ni Yong School, and even if he married herself, he would not cut off the relationship with those women. However, Liao Shufan also knows that people on the underworld always follow a principle, that is, the wife of the chaff will not go to court. If you violate this principle, you will be scolded by people on the road. So even if there are many women outside of Ni Yong School, the status and identity of Mrs. Ni Liao Shufan will not be shaken. Just like Xiang Huaqiang's wife Li Lan. Although Xiang Huaqiang's habit of adopting female celebrities is well known, Li Lan's status in Sinian is still very high. For so many years, her Mrs. Xiang status has never been people can deprive them. Well, the guests are coming soon. You can't meet people like this. Ni Yong Xiao gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Liao Shufan's eyes and smiled. Well, I will definitely not let you lose face in Yong School. Liao Shufan nodded. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the wedding banquet of Ni Yong School officially began, and the invited guests also came in one after another. Liao Shufan was still making final preparations in the lounge, while Ni Yong Xiao came out to greet the guests. Bossin, welcome, welcome. Seeing a man in a suit, and with 3 of his men approaching, Ni Yong Xiao walked over with his fists. Brother Ni is the joy of the Star Soul today, so I have to come and cheer. This man is the leader of 14K, and Longji, and saw him walk up to you and slapped vigorously. Ni Yong's shoulder smiled and said, Brother Ni, I really have to admire. You first killed Fong Bingruin's old pig with righteousness, and then used the thunder method to firmly control the Dongxing. Now the Dongxing is more powerful than Fang Bingrun when he was in power. I think you should have presided over Dongxing long ago. And Yongxiao smiled and said, Bosson, you have been rewarded. In fact, the brothers in the club can think of me. Otherwise, it is my turn to sit in this seat. In the future, you will have to give you a lot of rewards. Don't embarrass me. Of course this. And Longji smiled. Then boss, please sit down first, and I'll greet others. After that, Yong School walked to the other guests. And Longji and his 3 subordinates randomly found a seat and sat down. One of the subordinates said to him, Boss, that Yong School has just taken over the East Star, and the foundation should still be very weak. Do we take advantage of this time? Grab the site. Don't act rashly. And Longji shook his head. Fang Bingrun has been in power in the East Star for so many years, and many people have died loyal to him. But he still sits firmly in the position of the leader of the East Star. From this aspect, you can know his strength. Moreover, Yongxiao had already disclosed his identity on the road before. He killed Fang Bingrun. On the one hand, he was confessing Xiang Huaqiang and Xian, and on the other hand, he was avenging his father. No one can say anything. One more point, I heard that Yong School has changed the original position of Dongxing and moved closer to the country. We have also negotiated with the country before. If we rush to grab the site of Dongxing and cause turmoil, right, the domestic side is afraid that it is difficult to explain. He turned to look at the door of the hall and said to his subordinates, Look, even Xiang Huaqiang and the others are here. Yong School has been fighting with Xian in such a short time. This person can't be underestimated. Xiang Huaqiang also received an invitation from Yongxiao. So he came with his wife Li Lan and his younger brother Xiang Huaxing. Just listen to Xiang Huaqiang laughed at Yongxiao. Brother and I, what a big handwriting. When I married your sister-in-law back then, I didn't dare to hold a wedding banquet here on the peninsula. Let your 5th brother laugh. Yongxiao said. In fact, his marriage to Liao Shufan equaled all the expenses, and all he used was his own money. Because Fang Bingrun was eliminated before, he got the 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars that Fang Bingrun had in the Swiss bank. He transferred 1 billion of them to Zhou Hao's account to repay Zhou Hao's help, and the remaining 400 million was taken for himself. With this 400 million, Yongxiao's marriage expenses will not have to worry at all. On the other hand, Yongxiao did not use a cent of the United British News Agency to prevent people from being caught. Xiang Huaqiang smiled at him and said, Now that you will host the East Star, then we will have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. You have to take care of you for 5 more. Yongxiao nodded and smiled. At this time, he also saw Zhou Hao and several people coming in, signing on the reception desk over there, and sending one to the reception staff there. Red envelope. Seeing Zhou Hao's arrival, Yongxiao and Xiang Huaqiang immediately walked over to pick him up. I saw Zhou Hao wearing a gray suit with vertical stripes. He looked very tall and handsome, even more handsome than the groom from Yong School. And Su Lin next to him wore a white long evening dress, noble and generous. On the other side, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Because they are still young, they don't have to wear so grandly. Wang Shijuan is a beige dress with light gauze, and Situ Jianying is a denim skirt with a small black vest, which looks youthful, overflowing. As soon as Xiang Huaqiang went up, he gave Zhou Hao a bear hug. Haha, brother Zhou, it's been a long time. Zhou Hao also smiled and said, Hee hee, 5th brother, I've only been away for half a month. Look, Sister Lan is going to be jealous. Li Lan shook his head and smiled. Zhou Hao, you don't know. This guy always talks about you at home, saying that if our son is as good as you, then he will die without regret. Brother 5th is really good at joking. Zhou Hao smiled and said, By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet on your wedding. I wanted to ask you to be my best man, who knew that you only came back to Hong Kong today. And Yongxiao said, I don't care. This time you have to owe me a favor. No problem, no problem. Zhou Hao joked. I'll be the best man for you next time. I saw Su Lin next to him giving him a white look. You guy, isn't this cursing others? Haha, missed words, missed words. Zhou Hao scratched his head and smiled. Then, the group was seated. Zhou Hao, Su Lin, and the others sat at the main table. Because Yong's family members are no longer alive, Liao Shuwan is also unaccompanied in Hong Kong. Xiang Huaqiang and the others are also in the same table. Some people from Hong Kong underworld have come to attend the wedding banquet of Ni Yong School, and Liao Shufan, wearing a wedding dress, also walked out of the lounge and greeted the guests with Ni Yong School. Seeing Liao Shufan with a happy smile on his face, Su Lin and Wang Shijuan sitting next to Zhou Hao couldn't help showing envy, and they imagined that one day they would be able to get in a wedding dress like Liao Shufan. Seeing the expressions of the three women, Zhou Hao didn't understand what they were thinking, so he quickly lowered his head to drink champagne and pretended not to see it. But at this moment, two men in decent suits walked in from the outside, especially the tall man who took the lead in his 40s. There was a clear aura on his body. A sensible person knew it was a kind of official way can only be cultivated by those who have been in high positions for a long time. No one else at the wedding banquet knew the two men, but Ni Yongxiao, Xiang Huaqiang, and Enlongji saw the headed man. Their faces changed, and they stood up and greeted them. However, the man's gaze only swept slightly on the three leaders of Ni Yongxiao, and it was fixed on Zhou Hao. Seeing this man, Zhou Hao was puzzled in his heart. He asked himself if he hadn't seen this man, but the look in the man's eyes clearly knew him. At this moment, Zhou Hao heard Xiang Huaqiang, who went to the man and said in awe-inspiring tone, "Director Shi, why did you come to Hong Kong?" "Director?" Zhou Hao frowned slightly, and immediately thought that the director who could make Xiang Huaqiang and Ni Yongxiao lower their posture would be the director of the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Department. Looking at the man who was very powerful, Zhou Hao had already determined in his heart that he was the director of the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau. Because Zhou Hao knew that although Ni Yongxiao, Xiang Huaqiang, and Enlongji were directly discussing the coordination of the three major societies with the people of the Ministry of Public Security on the domestic policies of the three major societies. Since Hong Kong is close to Guangdong, the Ministry of Public Security passed through Guangdong. The Provincial Public Security Bureau came to coordinate. Before Ni Yongxiao wanted to move closer to the country, Zhou Hao also found the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau through Fan Liza. And looking at the looks of Ni Yongxiao, Xiang Huaqiang, and Enlongji, it is obvious that they all know Director Shi. Of course, as the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, he naturally cannot let people know that he is attending the wedding banquet of Ni Yongxiao, the leader of the United British News Agency. Otherwise, it will inevitably be talked about. Fortunately, the people of Hong Kong don't know the Director Shi. Director Shi greeted the three of Ni Yongxiao one by one, and walked straight to Zhou Hao, with a shallow smile on his face. Zhou Hao also stood up, although he didn't know him, but the so-called smile is always the best opening remark without hitting the smiley, so Zhou Hao also smiled. "Zhou Hao, you are Zhou Hao, huh? I have heard of the name for a long time, and I have heard of the name for a long time." The Director Shi's laughter was so hearty that the guests in the entire banquet hall heard it, and the laughter was also exuding a kind of heroic breath. I thought that Director Shi should be cautious in his words and deeds, even if he could not sneak up. After all, his identity is sensitive, but seeing him behave so boldly, it is hard to be disgusting. Zhou Hao paused for a while, and then he came to understand. This Director Shi's performance may be due to his personality on the one hand. On the other hand, when everyone saw him so calmly, they would never think that he would be a senior official in the public security system. This is called doing the opposite. "Thank you. I just don't know what your excellency is called." Zhou Hao deliberately pretended not to know Director Shi. "I'm rude and rude." Director Shi introduced himself. "I'm Shi Zhongtong, and everyone who knows me calls me Stoned." Zhou Hao immediately smiled and said, "Big Brother Stone, hello." At the same time, he extended his right hand to Shi Zhongtong. Hearing Zhou Hao calling himself Big Brother Stone, Shi Zhongtong was stunned and laughed again, shaking Zhou Hao's hand vigorously. "Okay, this Big Brother Stone, I recognize." Xiang Huaqiang and Enlongji, who were next to him, looked strange. They had all come into contact with this Shizhongtang. They were the kind of very skilled people. Even the provincial party secretary and governor of Guangdong province treated him with respect. Now I heard that Zhou Hao directly called him Big Brother Stone, and he had to admire his courage. Now that Shizhongtang is here, Ni Yongxiao naturally let him sit on the chair, sitting next to Zhou Hao. Xiang Huaqiang and Enlongji are also respectful to him, without any disrespect. It's no wonder that Shizhong Tang is a sharp sword used by the central government to clamp down on the three major groups in Hong Kong, and the three major associations have to contact the central government through Shizhong Tang. Recently, several medium-sized gangs in Hong Kong who did not surrender to the central government before the return and did not know how to converge after the return, all of them have been eradicated one by Lu Junwu, commander of the People's Liberation Army stationed in Hong Kong by Shizhong Tang. The methods are so fast that the Hong Kong police who have been fighting with the underworld for decades are stunned. By the way, Big Brother Stone, I have to thank you for the United Nations news agency before. Zhou Hao raised his glass to Shi Zhongtong. The Ni Yong school over there also quickly raised the wine glass. That's right. Thank you, Shi Ting, Mr. Shi. At the beginning, Zhou Hao had a relationship with family Zella. Although Zhou Hao had the Zhao family behind him, the United British News Agency was a gangster after all. Zhou Hao did not want to adversely affect the Zhao family, so he did it himself. Later, Fan Liza told Zhou Hao that the director of the Provincial Public Security Department had helped in this matter. In addition, the United Nations News Agency was one of the few large organizations in Hong Kong, and the central government did not want to suppress it too much to avoid a violent backlash. It was only agreed that as long as Ni Yong School could control the United Kingdom, he would accept his surrender. Of course, Shi Zhongtong is clear in his heart, but this kind of remarks cannot be brought to the table. He raised his wine glass and touched Zhou Hao and Ni Yong Xiao lightly, and then asked Zhou Hao, in fact, I have heard that Zhao Dingzhou mentioned you a long time ago, and General Liu is also full of praise for you. When I saw it today, it was really young and promising. Big Brother Stone, you are absurd. Zhou Hao smiled gently. At the same time, I also felt that it was no wonder that Shizhong Tang would help the United Nations News Agency in this way. It seems that in addition to the central government's intention to subdue the United Nations News Agency, there is also the Zhao family factor. Now it seems that this stone middle hall is obviously also a member of the Zhao family camp. At this time, the waiters brought up the dishes, and Liao Shufan also changed into a lighter red embroidered phoenix cheongsam. Since it is a well-known luxury hotel in Hong Kong, Ni Yong School is willing to spend money. These dishes are absolutely extraordinary. The first dish is roasted whole suckling pig. Because Ni Yong School's ancestral home is in Guangdong, he also follows the tradition of suckling pig at wedding banquets in Guangdong and Guangxi. The Peninsula Hotel also has Cantonese cuisine masters, so this suckling pig is roasted with crispy skin and tender meat. Tasty. The following dishes are also very luxurious, such as braised lobster, steamed grouper, shark fin grilled scallops, and so on. And later, the waiter also served a dish of stewed abalone in braised sauce to each guest. Zhou Hao sighed that at this wedding banquet, only the one-person abalone, which added up to not a small sum. In order to make it easy for guests to taste this abalone, the hotel also specially offers each guest a knife and fork. Wang Shijuan, who was next to Zhou Hao, had never eaten abalone before, so he picked up the knife and fork in front of him and wanted to cut a small piece to taste. But because she had never eaten Western food before, she was not so used to using knives and forks and plates to make a crisp sound. Two waitresses happened to see this scene. They couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering, looking at Wang Shijuan with ridicule. When Wang Shijuan touched the mocking gaze, he lowered his head in shame and didn't dare to touch the abalone again. Humph! The two waitresses trembled as they heard a cold snort from Ni Yongxiao over there. Only then did they remember that today this is the leading wedding banquet of the United British News Agency. Before that, the hotel manager repeatedly explained that they must not offend today's guests. Since they can sit on the main table, they are definitely not ordinary people, so they only know that they are afraid at this time. Zhou Hao took a faint look at the two chilling waiters, then picked up the fork in one hand and spit on the abalone, and smiled at Wang Shijuan. This abalone, the best way to eat it is to bite it, to feast on it. Only those arty folks pay attention to red tape. Really? Wang Shijuan asked timidly. Of course it's true. Don't you believe what I said? Zhou Hao smiled and bit on the abalone. He bit off half of it and chewed it loudly. Yes, Zhou Hao is right. Is it necessary to be so particular about eating abalone? Isn't it all you like? Shi Zhongtong also laughed loudly, learning Zhou Hao's way to fork the abalone to eat. Only then did Wang Shijuan let go, and happily followed Zhou Hao's way to taste this abalone, and it really tasted endless. Su Lin looked at Zhou Hao's rude eating, and shook his head with a wry smile, thinking that he really loved Wang Shijuan. After eating the last coconut-stewed bird's nest and fruit platter, even if the wedding banquet is over, Ni Yong School is the leader of the United British News Agency. Of course, no one dares to make trouble with him. Less alcohol. And Shi Zhongtong and his secretary were also sent out of the hotel by Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao. He came to Hong Kong because he was on official business. It was just by the way to attend the wedding banquet at Ni Yongxiao tonight. Zhou Hao, if you have time, you must go to me for a drink. Before leaving, Shi Zhongtong smiled at Zhou Hao. Definitely. As long as Big Brother SH2, you don't welcome me at that time. Zhou Hao said. After Shi Zhongtong left, Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao returned to the hotel because he had something to discuss with him. As for Su Lin, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao asked the people from Liaoning News Agency to send them back. Even Liao Shufan and Ni Yongxiao also let her go back. Zhou Hao and Ni Yong came to a suite next to the banquet hall just now. There was Xiang Huaqiang there. Two people, I want you to help me with something this time. After Ni Yongxiao and Xiang Huaqiang had a cup of hangover tea, Zhou Hao said straightforwardly, Zhou Hao, you are too far apart. Do we still need to talk about this? Xiang Huaqiang laughed. Ni Yongxiao also nodded. Yes, you helped me sit in the leading position of the East Star. If you have anything to do, please speak up. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Zhou Hao smiled. You also know that I intend to buy shares of ATV. Seeing the two nodded, he said, and now, more than 90% of ATV's shares are in Lin Baixin's hands. Lin Baixin, he has been a man in the shopping mall for many years. He has a firm personality and will not be swayed casually. He has just turned ATV into a profit, so he will certainly not let go so easily. Moreover, his son, Lin Jiangyue, is still following. I crashed and injured my men. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Ni Yongxiao said, Mr. Zhou, do you want us to deal with their Lin family father and son? Of course, I'm not asking you to attack them. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I know that you also have a lot of business in Taiwan, and you have connections there. To deal with them, you need to use Taiwan's side. In the following days, Zhou Hao returned to the office of the Galaxy Investment Company to direct the operations of his huge funds in Southeast Asian countries. Since the collapse of Thailand's economy, the Asian financial turmoil has swept Southeast Asian countries with huge waves. Countries such as Singapore and Malaysia have suffered heavy losses. Zhou Hao took this storm to fish in troubled waters in their financial markets, which can be described as gains. Extremely abundant. Except for official time, Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to enjoy Hong Kong, took them to the most high-end restaurants to taste the delicacies, and took them to the streets and alleys to enjoy the curry fish and other authentic snacks. They visited all the fun places in Hong Kong. On the other side, Lin Jiangyue did not relax with Zhou Hao. At the crossroads that time, he was pulled out of the car by Zhou Hao before the crowd, and many citizens recognized him, which made Lin Jiang more embarrassed. Therefore, I also hate Zhou Hao very much. On this day, he was in the office of the chief executive officer of the Lai Sun Group. Although Lin Baixin is still alive and presiding over most of the Lai Sun Group's business, as his most beloved son, Lin Jiangyue has now participated in many important aspects of the Lai Sun Group. The matter is over, and recently became the CEO of Lai Sun Group. The office door was knocked, and Lin Jiang said, Come in. Seeing Lin Shuahua in a professional outfit walking in with a document, Lin Jiang swallowed more fiercely as she looked at her plump hips swaying from left to right and two beautiful white legs dangling constantly. He was originally married, but he was discovered by his wife because he had taken care of a female star, and his parents were furious. Under pressure and tired of playing with the actress, Lin Jiangyue broke up with the actress immediately. At this time, Lin Shuahua, who works in the Lee Sin Group, came into Lin Jiangyue's sight. This capable and beautiful woman immediately attracted Lin Jiangyue, especially the style she inadvertently revealed, even the actress before. Not as good as that. After the two hooked up, Lin Jiangyue arranged Lin Shuahua to Lee Sin Development under the Lee Sin Group as the chief executive officer. Of course, there were also Lin Shuohua's own factors. If she did not have certain ability, even if Lin Jiangyue was right no matter how she loves her, it is impossible to arrange casually to incur the anger of her father Lin Baixin. He beckoned to Lin Shuohua, and Lin Shuohua actively bypassed the desk and came to him. Lin Jiangyue pulled her over and let her sit on her lap, with one hand already climbing on Lin Shuohua's chest, kneading it through her clothes. Lin Shuohua wanted to refuse, but yelled, "Just stop and stop. This is the company. What's the matter? Anyway, no one would dare to break in without my instructions." Lin Jiang smiled happily and put his fat face to Lin Shuohua's neck, greedily sucking on her neck. Delicate skin. A look of disgust flashed in Lin Shuohua's eyes. She pushed Lin Jiangyue and said, "Don't do it yet. You asked me to check Zhou Hao's details, and now there are results." Lin Jiangyue, who originally wanted to fight Lin Shuohua in this office, stopped as soon as he heard this. "Oh, I found it." He took the file from Lin Shuohua and looked through it. "I've checked it. Zhou Hao seems to have come from the mainland. There is a villa in mid-levels, which is that of Gong Taiyong, the owner of Asia Weekly." Lin Shuohua sat on Lin Jiangyue's thigh, hooked his neck, and said, "This Zhou Hao has an office on the side of the landmark. It is called Galaxy Investment Company." Lin Jiangyue grinned and said, "It turned out to be a mainland can. It should be a nouveau riche from the mainland, who came to our Hong Kong side for development. I have never heard of the Galaxy Investment Company. What a company. Well, it's his secretary, Tusk, very beautiful. This guy, there is such a beautiful secretary, and he must be beautiful at work. He himself is the kind of person who works for the secretary if he has nothing to do, naturally. Also know the fun." But when Lin Shuohua snorted softly in his arms, Lin Jiangyue hurriedly smiled and said, "Oh, although Zhou Hao's secretary is pretty, it's not as good as my Shuohua." Lin Shuohua then eased his face. "One more thing. I heard that Zhou Hao and Zhang Yingquan have a very good relationship." Zhang Yingquan. Lin Jiangyue frowned immediately. If this is the case, it would be a bit tricky. By the way, the incident that Su Jin made a lot of noise before seemed to be related to Zhou Hao. Lin Shuohua added. "Old Su." Lin Jiangyue's brows deepened. "Didn't you say that he hit someone Xiang Huaqiang's yacht on the high seas? How could it have something to do with Zhou Hao?" Su Jinsheng was in Hong Kong. There was a lot of trouble, Lin Jiangyue naturally knew. However, under Zhang Yingquan's deliberate operation, the media and the public only knew that Su Jinsheng was at odds with Xiang Huaqiang. In the end, Xiang Hua was strong and Su Jinsheng came to the door to apologize, but they did not know that Zhou Hao was among them. This incident also caused Su Jinsheng's face to be greatly damaged, and he stayed home for nearly half a month. Just listen to Lin Shuohua said. Although the yacht belongs to Xiang Huaqiang, it was not Xiang Huaqiang who was on that yacht at that time, but Zhou Hao. Let me just say, why didn't Lao Su tell us about Zhou Hao? It turned out to be like this. Lin Jiangyue smiled. Xiang Huaqiang can't provoke him, and it's okay to admit it to him, but if it's planted in one Dalucan's hands are embarrassing. He touched his chin. In this way, Zhou Hao seems to be very difficult. So let me tell you, don't be impulsive. You spent a lot of money on the purchase of Furama Hotel, which caused the group to suffer losses, which made your dad very angry. Moreover, the Lin family is not just your son, there are many others. People are staring at the Lin family's property, especially the Lin Jiankong. Although he is only your father's adopted son, his workability is not low. Your father is very optimistic about him. If you happen to be impulsive, his status is at stake. Lin Jiang said, the Filihua incident. I don't have to be like this if I was pitted by someone. There was a resentment between his eyes, and that Lin Jiankong, a dead wild species, dare to want to compete with me for property? Anyway, you should be more cautious and don't make mistakes. Lin Shuohua said, well, I know. This Zhou Hao, you can check for me again to see if I can find out anything. Lin Shuohua nodded. By the way, where's your father? He doesn't seem to be in the group. He received a call from a friend from Taiwan yesterday, and he flew to Taiwan early this morning. Ring ling ling. The phone on the desk rang suddenly. Lin Jiangyue picked up the microphone. Hey, I am Lin Jiangyue. Originally, when he listened to the phone, his face still had a lazy expression, but after a while, his face changed drastically. What? You said my dad was arrested by the Taiwan authorities? Lin Shuahua beside him was shocked when he heard what Lin Jiangyue said. He quickly got up and down from his legs, and Lin Jianyue's expression became more solemn. He waved his right hand, and Lin Shuahua immediately handed him a pen and paper. While listening to the phone, write down important information on the paper. It took a full 15 minutes before he put down the phone, and Lin Shuahua also asked nervously, "What happened?" Lin Jianyue's expression was very ugly. My dad invested in a piece of land in Taiwan before. How can he not have a good relationship with the local officials when doing business? However, now the director of the land administration in Taipei County named Zhuang Yuquan it was revealed. In order to alleviate the charge, he also confessed to my dad, saying that he bribed the local officials for land acquisition. He beat the desk hard. FCK, he was the one who gave it last night. My dad's phone call turned out to be united with the Taiwan authorities to cheat my dad. My dad was arrested by people over there as soon as he arrived in Taiwan today, and he is now detained there. Then, what should I do? Lin Shuahua said anxiously. Then do you want to go to Taiwan? Lin Jianyue shook his head. My dad asked me to stay here in Hong Kong to preside over Lee Sin. As for Taiwan, he will ask a lawyer to take care of it. He is also the chief executive officer of Lai Sun Group, and it is reasonable to preside over Lai Sun Group in the absence of Lin Baixin. But seeing Lin Shuahua ponder for a while, he slowly said, Jiang Yu, I think this is a good opportunity for you. What good opportunity? Your dad is now detained in Taiwan. Even if the lawsuit is to be broken, it will take a long time. During this time, you are the top leader of the Lee Sin Group. This is a good opportunity for you to solidify your foundation. Lin Shuahua said, as long as you have a solid foundation in the group, you will not be passively beaten if your dad hands over Lee Sin to others. Lin Jianyue was also refreshed when he heard this. Lin Shuahua was right. Although he is Lin Baixin's most beloved son, no one can tell what happened later. In case of an accident, Lin Baixin handed over the property to other children. Then Lin Jianyue will find it difficult to accomplish anything. On the other side, Zhou Hao also received a call from Ni Yong's school. It's done? Haha. Okay. Then thank your friend in Taiwan for me. Well, if you send him the money, I will return it to you immediately. Yes. Next, everything goes according to plan. In his previous life, Zhou Hao had read Lin Baixin's biography, so he also knew that he was related to the very famous Taiwan Zhuang Yuquan corruption case in 1997. Probably the situation is that Lin Baixin came to Taiwan to invest at that time, and during the land acquisition process, he bribed Zhuang Yuquan, the director of the Taipei County Land Administration. So when Lin Baixin arrived in Taiwan in December 1997, he was immediately arrested by the Taiwan authorities and detained for 1 year at one time. At that time, Lin Baixin paid as much as 40 million new Taiwan dollars in bail to the Taiwan authorities, which was the highest bail amount in Taiwan's judicial history at that time. It is August 1997, and there are still a few months before Lin Baixin arrives in Taiwan in December. Zhou Hao does not have such good patience. Therefore, he took advantage of Ni Yongxiao and Xiang Huaqiang's power in Taiwan to report Zhuang Yuquan's bribery, and then pulled Lin Baixin out. Afterwards, Zhuang Yuquan deliberately called Lin Baixin to lead him to Taiwan and let the Taiwan authorities arrest him. At this time, Lin Baixin would not be able to return to Hong Kong for a long time. Without this old fox who had been rolling in the mall for decades, Zhou Hao would have less pressure to deal with the Lin family. After talking with Ni Yongxiao on the phone, Zhou Hao saw Situ Jianying walking in. Su Lin and Wang Shijuan were not in this study room. Situ Jianying jumped into Zhou Hao's arms, hooked his neck, and kissed him wildly on the cheek without saying a word. It didn't stop until Zhou Hao was drooling. Zhou Hao didn't be polite with this precocious girl. He just lifted the hem of her loose t-shirt, reached in with one hand, and wantonly kneaded the jade breast on her chest, which was much plump and mature compared to the same year. What's the matter? Little fairy. Sister Su Lin and Shi Jun are listening to classical music and watching a collection of essays. They are suffocating me. I want you to accompany me out to play. Situ Jianying said with a small mouth. Both Su Lin and Wang Shijuan belong to the kind of relatively quiet girls, and their preferences are also full of artistic flavor. Situ Jianying, on the other hand, was a person who couldn't calm down. I asked her to calm down and read some collection of essays. She must be able to fall asleep before reading 2 lines. It is no wonder that Su Lin and Wang Shijuan are bored with her. In fact, Zhou Hao also likes to listen to music and read novels, but it depends on his mood. He must have that kind of leisure. Just listen to him smiling at Situ Jianying. Then you go and change your clothes. I will accompany you out for a walk. He knew that Situ Jianying prefers lively places like disco or bar KTV, and these entertainment places are also the most in Hong Kong. Taking advantage of the time when Situ Jianying went to change his clothes happily, Zhou Hao went to the living room to see Su Lin and Wang Shijuan. Sure enough, the soft music of the Bandery Orchestra was floating in the living room, and Su Lin and Wang Shijuan were 2 girls. They each sat on the sofa, one holding a collection of Zhang Ailing's novels, and the other holding a collection of Yi Shu's proses, with very pleasant expressions on their faces. Su Lin, Shijuan, I went out with Jianying. Do you want to be together? Zhou Hao asked. You go. I will not go with Shijuan. Su Lin raised his head and said. Wang Shijuan also nodded. And Situ Jianying had also changed her clothes, dressed in the same denim hot pants and a yellow suspender shirt that Zhou Hao had bought with her 2 days ago. Situ Jianying's figure was much plumper than his peers, and the pair of jade rabbits on his chest looked like 2 big lanterns. Now it's even more dazzling wearing this cool clothes, especially the half of the breast exposed, an attractive cleavage piled up, and the white thighs. It is simply a piece of delicious meat in the eyes of all satyrs. If you go out dressed like this, you won't be afraid of being surrounded by mad bees, waves, and butterflies. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. What does it matter if you are by my side? Situ Jianying took it for granted. In response, Zhou Hao could only shake his head and smile. Then, he drove the Porsche with Situ Jianying to the downtown area of Hong Kong. Zhou Hao opened the hood. Situ Jianying raised his hands and shouted, Yeah. The fresh night breeze blew her shirt endlessly, making her, tightly wrapped around her bust, faint. If now, Zhou Hao's hand couldn't help crossing the stalls to touch Situ Jianying's plump thighs, rubbing back and forth, feeling the elasticity and smoothness in it. Situ Jianying didn't stop him, but instead looked at Zhou Hao with his charming eyes, as if to encourage him to be more unscrupulous. After all, it was on the driving road. Zhou Hao did nothing after all to avoid accidents. Zhou Hao brought Situ Jianying to Tsimsha Tsui because there are many entertainment venues such as bars and discos. Choosing one of the larger ones, the 2 walked in holding hands. The lights in this disco are colorful and the music is also very strong, which can make people's body move involuntarily with the music. After drinking 2 drinks on the bar, Situ Jianying took Zhou Hao to the wide dance floor in the center. As soon as Situ Jianying entered the arena, the surrounding young men screamed for her beautiful face and attractive figure, but Situ Jianying ignored them and started dancing with Zhou Hao like no one else. Speaking of dancing, Zhou Hao is really not good at it. At most, he just moves back and forth with the music a few times, so as not to make a fool of himself. However, Situ Jianying is very proficient in jumping, and she has not received any formal dance training. But the dance is very dynamic, especially her figure can be vividly expressed, a bit like Zhou Hao's previous life watching on a variety show the reggae dance ever. Situ Jianying's hot and dance even aroused the shouts of the young men around him. Moreover, Situ Jianying deliberately danced next to Zhou Hao, so that his chest, hips, waist, and legs were tightly squeezed into Zhou Hao. The dance also brought Zhou Hao a very ecstatic enjoyment. And under the colorful psychedelic lights and deafening music, even if Situ Jianying jumped into the sweat, his face always showed a look of enjoyment and excitement, which made Zhou Hao unconsciously infected. After a full half-hour carnival, Zhou Hao pulled the tired Situ Jianying off the dance floor and sat on the bar to rest. Thoughtfully wiped off the sweat from her forehead for Situ Jianying. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I don't know yet. You dance so well. Have you learned it before? Situ Jianying smiled and said, It's just that I used to practice with videotapes at home. I don't know what the rules are, but I really enjoyed it just now. She is beautiful and attractive, but today she is dressed so cool and, coupled with the dynamic dance just now, it makes people feel that she is a fashionable youth on the front line of the trend. No, not long after sitting down, 5 or 6 trendy dressed young men came to talk to her. But every time she put her arm around Zhou Hao's arm and said, "No, I already have a boyfriend." Every time she made those young men go away frustrated and cast envy and jealous eyes at Zhou Hao. Situ Jianying's performance made Zhou Hao very satisfied. Although this girl's dress was a bit revealing, her personality was outgoing and lively, but her heart was stubborn from the end, and she was desperate for Zhou Hao. After coming out of the disco, Situ Jianying hadn't enjoyed herself yet and wanted to go to another place with Zhou Hao. At this moment, a shaky figure came from behind and was about to hit Situ Jianying. Zhou Hao hurriedly pulled Situ Jianying and avoided. The figure knew that he almost hit someone, so he turned his head and said to Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, "I'm sorry. I saw this man wearing an old suit. His hair was not long but a little messy. His face was also covered with a layer of oil, and there were thick roots under his arms and chin. Apparently, he hadn't been groomed for some time." Zhou Hao felt that this person was familiar, and he didn't know where he had met. But the man had no eyesight. His face was sullen and embarrassed. After apologizing, he ignored Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying and stumbled towards an ordinary residential building over there. Situ Jianying glanced at the man's back and said angrily, "That drunkard is really annoying." Zhou Hao also saw that the man had drunk and was full of melancholy, as if he was depressed. Now that he felt a little familiar, Zhou Hao was also a little curious and led Situ Jianying to keep up with the man. Following the man, Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying walked into the residential building and found that the man had gone to a unit on the 5th floor, and there were 2 tall and strong men guarding the door of that unit. Seeing that man, one of the brawny guys laughed and said, "Huh, isn't this our great writer and screenwriter?" He held the man's shoulder. "I said the great writer. You seem to owe our brother a sum of money." "Money? Why are you here again?" "Just listen to the man said. I just want to come over and give it a try just to pay your elder brother. I'm afraid you will lose even the last hope." Another strong man sneered. The man took out a stack of Hong Kong dollars and shook it in front of the 2 brawny men. "Why, don't you want to do business if you have business?" Seeing the pile of Hong Kong dollars in the man's hand, the 2 brawny men were shocked, and after a glance at each other, they opened the door for the man. As soon as he opened the door, Zhou Hao, who was hiding at the top of the stairs here, saw through the crack of the door that there were many people screaming in the unit, which was actually an underground casino. And after the door was opened, the man walked in immediately. His steps did not sway, as if the atmosphere of the casino made him 100 times more energetic, and he woke up even drunk. Seeing the man walking into the underground casino, Zhou Hao took Situ Jianying's hand. "Let's go too." The 2 of them walked out of the stairs and went straight to the unit. The 2 burly men guarding the door saw Situ Jianying, who was dressed sexy, and whistled in unison. Their expressions were very frivolous. When Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying came to the door, the strong man on the right also extended his right hand to Situ Jianying's thigh. As soon as Zhou Hao's left hand sank, he grabbed the brawny's wrist and said lightly, "Brother, please respect it. Boy, you're tired of your life." The brawny man who was grabbed wanted to withdraw his hand, but found that Zhou Hao's hand was like an iron hoop. He couldn't do it, and Zhou Hao's 5 fingers slowly tightened. He made a hey sound, and it was so painful that the burly man involuntarily bent his left leg and knelt down on one knee, his mouth trembling constantly. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." The brawny man on the other side saw that his companion was being deceived. As soon as he was about to act, he saw Zhou Hao dig into his trouser pocket and then took out a new stack of banknotes. He immediately stopped. "I also heard Zhou Hao say, 'We are here to be happy, so we don't want everyone to be unhappy, do you understand?'" The brawny man, who was trembling with pain when Zhou Hao grabbed his wrist, repeatedly nodded. "Understand, understand." Zhou Hao let him go and saw that there were a few purple bruises on the brawny man's wrist, and Zhou Hao also took out 2 1,000 yuan worth of Hong Kong dollars and gave them to the 2 people. They quickly opened the door and let Zhou Hao in. After walking in, Zhou Hao discovered that this unit was much larger than he had imagined and could accommodate dozens of people to gamble together. This underground casino has a strong atmosphere of the market. The gamblers are small citizens, and the air is filled with the choking smell of cigarettes and alcohol. And here, like many casinos, there are a variety of gambling methods. but the gambling equipment is much simpler than those of large formal casinos. However, no matter how crude these bets are and how bad the environment is, the enthusiasm of these gamblers is still unabated, shouting hoarsely. Zhou Hao found the man just now in front of one of the dice betting stalls, and saw that he looked at the dice and the grid betting area on the gaming table, very excited, not a bit drunk as he was just outside. Seeing his look, Zhou Hao shook his head secretly, because this man seemed to be addicted to gambling. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited by coming to the casino. Big, 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 he kept shouting after putting 2,000 yuan in the betting office. However, after the dice cup is opened, the 3 dice inside show a small number of points. And he was not discouraged, and put 2,000 yuan on top of big. When Zhou Hao saw the stack of banknotes in his hand, it was half less than before. Zhou Hao took Situ Jianying to the gambling table, took out 1,000 yuan, and placed it in little. Buy it. The man who was wearing a suspender undershirt with a beard on the other side shouted. 1, 2, 3. The croupier pushed 2,000 yuan in front of Zhou Hao, and then took away all the bet on big. Zhou Hao held the 2,000 yuan in his hand, and looked with interest at the man standing next to him, who had lost 2,000 yuan. The man also saw Zhou Hao and noticed the ridicule in Zhou Hao's eyes. An anger flashed in his eyes, but he soon calmed down. Buy it. The beard on the other side shouted again. Zhou Hao smiled and glanced at the man next to him, and then put another 1,000 yuan on top of the small. Huh. The man sneered, then put 2,000 yuan on top of big, and gave Zhou Hao a provocative look. 224 young. Called who? He took away the man's 2,000 yuan and paid Zhou Hao 1,000 yuan. When the man saw that he had lost again, his expression changed, and he stared at Zhou Hao fiercely, as if he was not losing money to this casino, but to Zhou Hao. He looked at Zhou Hao stubbornly, and after Zhou Hao placed a bet, he bet the money on the opposite place to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, this guy seems to have with you. Situ Jianying whispered in Zhou Hao's ear, with a little gloat in her tone, because she knew that Zhou Hao's gambling skills were unfathomable, even Xiangqing's. The underworld boss Wen Xiangdong didn't dare to let Zhou Hao go to his casino, and gave Zhou Hao the title of gambling god of Xiangqing. Zhou Hao wrapped his right hand around Situ Jianying's waist, looking at the man over there and the gaming table in front of him, with a calm and comfortable expression on his face. As Situ Jianying said, the man went with Zhou Hao Mao. For the next 10 rounds, Zhou Hao bet the big, and he bet the young, and Zhou Hao bet the young, and he beat the big. It's just that Zhou Hao won 10 games in a row, but he lost 10 games in a row and lost all the more than 30,000 yuan he brought. It's okay for him to lose 10 rounds in a row, but after Zhou Hao comes in, he will win every gambling, and he hasn't missed a round, which is eye-catching. Although Zhou Hao bet only 1,000 yuan each time, according to the odds of 1 to 1, he has only won more than 10,000 yuan so far. However, after he won a few rounds, many gamblers thought he was going well and followed him to place bets, but the casino lost more than 200,000. Including the beard on the opposite side, several spectators in the casino are already staring at Zhou Hao. As for the man next to Zhou Hao, he didn't seem to know these things. At this time, he was groping his pockets, obviously trying to find some money to gamble. But when the cheeked beard on the other side looked at him coldly and said, Author Chun, if you have no money, get out. The account you owe our boss is about to expire. You still want to pay it back. Otherwise, be careful when we lock your door and splash your red oil. Wait, I still have money. I want to gamble again. I want to gamble again. The man known as the Great Writer Chen cried out, and finally took out a few crumpled 10 yuan bills from his body. There are a few coins that add up to less than 10 yuan. Seeing that he still had money, his beard couldn't say anything. He just shook his head. This Great Writer Chen looked at Zhou Hao again, obviously waiting for Zhou Hao to bet before he placed the opposite bet. At this point, he still had to face himself. Zhou Hao couldn't help smiling in his heart, not knowing whether he was paranoid or stubborn. Zhou Hao still put 1,000 yuan on the big. After that, Li Hu shook the dice cup, and the writer of Chinda also immediately put all his remaining money in the small place. But up to now, all gamblers have bet with Zhou Hao, so the writer of Chunda looked like he was going to fight everyone. There was no suspense in the result. Amidst the cheers of the gamblers who followed Zhou Hao's bet, writer Chinda also lost his last money. But he is not the only loser. All these gamblers are in custody, and the casino loses more than 100,000. Chen Yaohui, you have no money. Then go away. Don't get in the way here. Luo Qi, who spoke again, and stared at Zhou Hao closely. By now, he has determined that Zhou Hao is here to step on, the master of the venue. The reason why he said this to Chen Yaohui also meant that he should leave quickly and not get involved. Zhou Hao naturally saw that several spectators of the casino had quietly gathered around, but he didn't care at all. He still looked at Chen Yaohui next to him with a smile on his face. The more he looked at this Chen Yaohui, the more he realized that he knew him well, but he had never heard the name Chen Yaohui, so he became more curious. Chen Yaohui lost all the last money he had and was going to leave, but as soon as he saw Zhou Hao's look, he shouted again, "No, I have to gamble." The beard became impatient, and he stared at Chen Yaohui with his arms akimbo. "What do you have to bet on? You think you are Lei Luo? You can make 10 or 20,000 if you put down the gun." I still have this." Chen Yaohui was also anxious, and took out a notebook from his arms and placed it on the gaming table. Lu Qihu casually picked up the book and turned it over. "What is it? Zombie legend. God you? Ma Shaoling. What the FCK? You deliberately play me." The book was thrown onto Chen Yaohui's face. Chen Yaohui hurriedly caught the script and carefully guarded it in his arms. "No, this is the script I just finished writing. I am confident that this script will definitely sell well. I put it here and treat it as 10,000 yuan. Okay, I will pay you back when my contribution fees and royalties come out. Okay? Waiting for you to pay the manuscript fee? When you can get the manuscript fee, my grandmother can have another son. Or cursed. If you don't go, I will break your leg and throw you into the street." Zhou Hao on the side was shocked when he heard the names Quan Tianyu and Ma Shaoling. And when he heard that the book was a script, he suddenly realized, "Is this gambler Chen Shisan?" He looked at this. The man secretly thought, "No wonder I feel so familiar. It turns out that he is Chen Shisan. I wanted to see him before. Chen Yaohui should be his real name." Seeing that this famous screenwriter, known as a ghost, is now looking down and embarrassed, Zhou Hao was also very emotional, especially the crumpled script in his arms, which was regarded as worthless by Luo Hu. The script, now only Zhou Hao and Chen Shizenbin know its value. That was the script of "I Have a Date with Zombies." Zhou Hao sighed with emotion. "Brother Su, really, this script will really sell well. I didn't lie to you." Chen Shisan still said to the beard. He raised his fist and said, "Damn, you dare to say it again. If you say it, I will cut your cock." At this time, Zhou Hao said, 10,000 yuan. This script is too cheap. I'll pay 1,000,000. How about buying your script?" Hearing Zhou Hao's words, everyone in the casino, including Chen Shisan, was stunned. Chen Shisan even stared at Zhou Hao, as if he was still deciding whether Zhou Hao's words were himself. Misheard. After a while, he asked Zhou Hao with trembling lips, You say me? This script is worth 1,000,000? It's not that he was greedy for that 1,000,000 money, but that the value of his own script was affirmed. Although he thought that Zhou Hao had never read his script and made such assertions, it was too rash, and even he was teasing himself. However, regardless of whether Zhou Hao's words came from his sincerity, Chen Shisan regarded this as his affirmation or a kind of comfort to himself. 1,000,000 is still underestimated. Zhou Hao smiled and said, $1,000,000. That's almost the case. Crazy guys, all crazy guys. The beard raised his hands and shook his hands before shouting to the gambler in the casino. "Let's go back, everyone. Today we closed early." The gamblers yelled and expressed their dissatisfaction when they heard that Hua, who said this. It's no wonder that they finally found Zhou Hao, the great Buddha who guaranteed their fortune. So how could they easily let go of this chance of making a fortune? But he listened to his cheeks and roared, "Who the will not leave? I will interrupt his dog legs and never have to leave." After all, these underground casinos are all hosted by the underworld, and they are not something that these petty citizens can provoke. So when the beards show off the danger, they scrambled to leave. Zhou Hao knew that they wanted to deal with himself and did not leave with other people. However, Chen Shisan suddenly found a confidant who admired his script, and naturally he did not want to leave like this. Soon, all the gamblers left, and the underground casino opened by 2 units became silent. Zhou Hao still hugged Situ, jinnying lightly, his face still calm. Luo Qi saw Zhou Hao being so calm and uncomfortable, and his heart was even more hopeless. Just now Zhou Hao won so many games in a row, he could conclude that Zhou Hao was not an ordinary person. 10 spectators were surrounded by this gaming table, and some of them had guns on their waists. Seeing this scene, Chen Shi-san, even if he was confused, knew that the people in this casino wanted to deal with Zhou Hao and surrounded him. Only then did he realize the danger, and he couldn't walk if he wanted to. He said to the mustache, "Brother Su, what do you want to do? It's not because people want to play a black hand after winning the money. This is against the morals of the world." The beard didn't even look at Chen Shi-san, but stared at Zhou Hao closely. "My friend, which way are you on? You can win a dozen games in a row and never lose, except for the god of gamblers in the movie. But they have never seen it before. The so-called 10 gambling and 9 scams. Gambling has never had any luck at all. They don't believe that Zhou Hao's luck can be so good. Those of them who run casinos know more or less 1,000 skills, and this beard is a master." Just now, there were a few times that Liu had secretly manipulated the dice in the dice cup after Zhou Hao placed a bet, but when he opened the dice cup, it was still the size of Zhou Hao's bet, so he immediately concluded that today is the meeting to the De Lao Qian, who is even more powerful than himself. "I'm not a person on the road." Zhou Hao smiled, and wanted to get angry when he saw that his beard raised his eyebrows. Zhou Hao said, "But I want to know which club you are from. Here in Simsha Sui, the small clubs dare not. If you step in easily, where do you come from? The New Motion, 14K, or Dongxing?" "We belong to Dongxing." There was an arrogant voice from the audience behind. "Then it will be easy," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "In order to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, I'd better find someone you know." Then he took out the phone and dialed in Yong's number. Seeing that Zhou Hao took out his mobile phone, Lu Yin who thought he wanted to call someone to help, so he shouted, "What do you want to do? Put the phone down." Zhou Hao just glanced at him and said to Yong on the phone, "Hey, I won some money in your casino in Simsha Sui. Your subordinates seem to be dissatisfied with me." But Yong Xiao, who was listening to the phone, gasped slightly. "I said, brother, you have to check the time when you find me. Besides, I'm just newly married, and I don't have time every night." Hearing this, Zhou Hao didn't know what good Yong school was doing. He even heard Liao Shufan next to Yong school asking who was looking for him. Okay, you hand over the phone to them. I will tell them." Yong Xiao said helplessly. Zhou Hao smiled. No wonder. Anyone who was disturbed at this time would be very depressed. He handed the mobile phone to Lu Hu. He answered the phone suspiciously and yelled, "Who the are you?" "I'm Yong Xiao. Who the are you?" Yong Xiao on the phone yelled and froze for a while before shouting angrily. After Luo Jihu heard the words Yong Xiao, his legs became completely soft. This is the supreme leader of his own society, especially after Yong Xiao took the leading position. All the people who raised objections in the society have gradually evaporated from the world. Even the police can't find anyone who is alive or dead. Although there is no direct evidence that Yong school did it, all discerning people know what's going on. As a result, Yong Xiao's murderous reputation also spread greatly on the underworld. I saw that my beard changed my attitude all at once, and the fierce expression on his face immediately turned into a slave-like submissive. Yes, boss. I'm really sorry, boss. I caused trouble for the club. Yes, boss. Then, he held the phone in both hands and handed it to Zhou Hao, with a flattering smile on his face. "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know Taishan. I don't know that you are our leading brother. My friend, if you have a large number, please spare us the lives of these dogs." Seeing those who watched the scene were still there, the beard yelled, "What are you still doing? Don't you apologize to Mr. Zhou quickly." Those who watched the scene quickly bowed their heads and bowed their waists, and apologized to Zhou Hao constantly. "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry." Zhou Hao answered the call. "Nothing. No bloodshed is the best result. We all have nothing to lose, right?" Luo Che, who complained in his heart, "Boss, since you are a friend of our leader, you can go to the luxury gambling boats that specialize in entertaining distinguished guests in the community. Why come to the small gambling stalls of the ruffians in our place? Isn't this to toss us?" Okay, let's go first, so as not to disturb your business." Zhou Hao smiled and walked outside with his arms around Situ Jianying. and when he reached the door, he looked back and looked back. Chen Shursen came. What are you doing there? Let's go, we are also hungry. Let's find a place to eat something and drink 2 glasses. Chen Shursen reacted and looked at the beard on the opposite side before responding. Oh, here I am. After Zhou Hao and Chen Shursen had both left, one of the spectators said nonchalantly, Brother Su, then, shall we collect Chun Yahui's account? If you want to collect it, you can collect it. It seems that he is that Mr. Zhou's friend, let alone us. Even our boss would never dare to collect the debt. Another spectator asked, Brother Su, what is the origin of that Mr. Zhou? Lu Hu shook his head. I don't know, but Big Brother Longtu said, this week Mr. Zhou is his best friend. Whoever dares to offend him is not to give Big Brother Longtu face. You will be careful in the future. If you encounter this week outside in the future, don't offend, sir. It's your own business to seek death, so don't drag Lao Tzu into the water. After he finished speaking, he also shivered. When he recalled that he dared to shout at Ni Yong School just now, he still had lingering fears. On the other side, Zhou Hao and Chen Shursen were looking for a food stall nearby. Situ Jianying, who was sitting next to Zhou Hao, not only poured wine for Zhou Hao, but also took the initiative to pour a glass for Chen Shursen. He looked generous and courteous. Zhou Hao was very satisfied with it. He took such a woman out to treat a man. It is also a matter of special face. Although Situ Jianying is usually a little careless, she has been in the official's house since she was a child and knows a lot of etiquette. Chen Shursen raised his glass to Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, I just didn't know Taishan anymore, and I always went against you. Zhou Hao also raised his wine glass and touched him. It seems that you are also a good gambler. Hee, it's hard to say in one word. Chen Shursen drank the glass of beer in his hand at one time, then talked to Zhou Hao. In fact, Chen Shursen's talent was discovered a long time ago. The popular The King of Thousand Kings Comes Back from the Rivers and Lakes came from his handwriting, and the classic I Have a Date with Spring later became the classic. However, even though Chen Shursen has written many excellent scripts, he still seems to be alone in ATV in the face of TVB, with abundant resources and great strength. Especially when he wrote, I Have a Date with Spring, and let ATV rarely gain the upper hand in the ratings war with TVB, ATV put all hopes on him. This kind of pressure can be imagined, so the 2 scripts he created later ended in failure. In order to relieve the pressure, he slowly became addicted to gambling, and all the money he had made before was lost, and he was reduced to where he is today. TVB has too many talents in front of and behind the scenes. We ATV are not rivals. Chen Shursen said with emotion. After working ATV for many years, Chen Shursen naturally understood the struggle and grievances between the 2 major TV stations, ATV and TVB. It was a tragic war without blood. In addition to direct gunshots, the 2 TV stations were fighting. It can be said to be extremely versatile. Although ATV is one of the 2 major TV stations in Hong Kong, it has been suppressed by TVB. In fact, among them, the most critical issue is funding. Although Lin Baixin is behind ATV, the development of Lin Baixin's Lai Sun Group also requires huge funds, and it is impossible to allocate too much money to support ATV. On the other hand, the talent issue is also a disadvantage of ATV. In terms of behind-the-scenes production talents, ATV is not inferior to TVB, and even the creative group of ATV is even worse than TVB. However, the former stars of ATV are far from the leading stars of TVB both in number and popularity. The shortage of funds has caused the roughness of ATV's filming of TV series. The props and scenes are very old. When Zhou Hao watched ATV's repertoires before, he always had a feeling that the TV drama scenes of ATV were too small and irritating. The crowded and gloomy atmosphere is completely different from the open-minded atmosphere of TVB. Actually, I know that our company's employees are very hardworking. Chen Shursen had already emptied 2 bottles of beer unknowingly and put on Zhou Hao's shoulders and said, I dare to say, we ATV the employees are no worse than the wireless ones. After listening to Chen Shursen's words, Zhou Hao also deeply agreed. Indeed, the strength of ATV is also not to be underestimated. With their upcoming story of looking for a foreign country, it has become popular in Chinese regions all over the world. Its profound cultural atmosphere is unmatched by TVB. However, Chen Shursen slammed the desk hard. But what's the use? The employees below us are working hard, and the guys above are not fighting. So what can we do? Those so-called high-level executives are all just for themselves. I have never thought about the interests of our employees and the company. If we have a little achievement, we will brag about ourselves. Seeing the grievances expressed in Chen Shursen's drunken state, Zhou Hao knew how dissatisfied he was with the top ATV executives. In fact, Zhou Hao has also heard about it before. Perhaps it has been suppressed by TVB. The senior management of Asia TV has gradually become impetuous. Every time they achieve good results, they can't wait to gain the upper hand in the competition with TVB. It shows that it is a bit of a dying workshop with a little color. Zhou Hao also knows that when Lin Baixin took over ATV, he replaced a large number of ATV executives and let the people who had managed his own Lai Sun Group to manage ATV. However, these people are not familiar with the television industry at all, but they have great power in their hands, which creates a situation in which outsiders command insiders. This situation occurs in many domestic state-owned enterprises, and it is also the main reason for the poor performance of many state-owned enterprises. It seems that after I take over ATV, I have to change the blood of the management. Zhou Hao thought in his heart. At this time, I heard Chen Shursen put on Zhou Hao's shoulder and said, "Mr. Zhou, you said that my script is worth $1 million. I know that you actually want to comfort me, not to mention that you haven't even read the script. I myself know that this script is not worth that much. But anyway, I thank you very much." Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Mr. Chen, you don't have to belittle yourself. I really like your script. It's just that the name Zombie Legend is a bit vulgar. Well, let's do it, since you've written it before. A copy of I Have a Date with Spring. Then the script is simply called I Have a Date with Zombies. What do you think? I Have a Date with a Zombie. This name is so good. Why didn't I think of it?" Chen Shursen high-fived and laughed. "Mr. Zhou, you really are my confidant. This name is so good." Zhou Hao was embarrassed. He didn't expect that the name of I Have a Date with Zombies was said by himself. He patted Chen Shursen's shoulder and said, "Mr. Chen, believe me, Asia TV will soon reappear brilliant. You must not give up, and this script is really hard to change what?" "Mr. Zhou, thank you very much for saying this to me." Chen Shursen looked at Zhou Hao gratefully. "You friend, I Chen Shursen recognizes." Zhou Hao nodded. "However, don't bet anymore. Only if you don't give up on yourself, people won't give up on you. As for the account you owe to the underworld, I don't think they will chase you anymore." He turned his head to look at Situ Jianying next to him, and saw that she was already full and drunk and was wiping her mouth with a tissue. It turns out that she has been following her mother's teaching: when a man talks, a woman had better not interrupt indiscriminately. So when Zhou Hao was chatting with Chen Shursen just now, she just tasted this authentic food stall and added wine to Zhou Hao from time to time. "You're full." Zhou Hao nodded her nose. "Yeah." Situ Jianying nodded with a smile. "Then go back." Zhou Hao smiled at Chen Shursen. "Mr. Chen, let's go first." Chen Shursen already regarded Zhou Hao as a confidant, and he immediately said, "When can we meet again?" Zhou Hao smiled at him. "Don't worry, we will see you again soon." After that, he left with Situ Jianying. Chen Shursen was still sitting there, staring blankly at the disappearing backs of Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, and did not recover for a long time. Finally, he muttered to himself, "Only you don't give up on yourself. No one else won't give up on you. That's right, I can't go down like this anymore." He clenched his fists and took out his script again. "I have a date with zombies. I have a date with zombies. I want to write it into a TV series that has never been seen in Hong Kong." On the other hand, when Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying returned home, Su Lin and Wang Shijuan had already gone to their rooms to sleep. After all, it was already past 2 in the morning. Zhou Hao originally wanted Situ Jianying to go back to his room, but saw Situ Jianying grabbed his hand with a sly smile on his face. "I'm going to your room to sleep tonight." Seeing her beautiful face and exquisite figure, Zhou Hao's heart was shaken, and he went straight to his master room on the 3rd floor with her. "I was sweating from dancing just now. I'm going to take a shower first." Situ Jianying smiled at Zhou Hao and walked into the bathroom in the room. Zhou Hao sat on her bed and turned on the TV. It was ATV, which was rebroadcasting her classic TV series Lang Heart is Like Iron. This is a classic TV series about love, hatred, and hatred. Zhou believes that this TV series is much better than many TV series produced by TVB. However, according to the development of the past life, Asian TV will go from bad to worse, and there will be fewer and fewer selfie dramas in the future, and it is almost in a state of semi-discontinued production. Relying on outsourced dramas to survive, it is completely stepped on by TVB. Watching the heroes and heroines on TV perform attentively, Zhou felt in his heart that he really didn't want to let the Asian TV, which had made many classic TV series, sink into this way. As he was thinking about it, the bathroom door opened, and Zhou also saw Situ Jianying Pavilion leaning against the door. Situ Jianying was wrapped in a white, in harmony. Zhou was taken aback when he heard the words, and then couldn't help but smile, but what Situ Jianying said was also the truth. In Hong Kong, he is already an adult at the age of 16 and can be held responsible for his actions. Before that, Zhou had not completely occupied Situ Jianying's body because Situ Jianying was still young and Zhou couldn't bear to hurt her. But in fact, except for not breaking through the last layer, Zhou and Situ Jianying did everything, including Situ Jianying using her little cherry mouth to serve Zhou more than once. And now it seems that although Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan are the same year, compared to the petite and exquisite Wang Shijuan, Situ Jianying is much precocious. Just looking at her appearance, many people will mistakenly think that she is a girl in her early 20s. In this case, the heavy shackles in Zhou's heart were released. In particular, Situ Jianying twisted her body, hooked her hands on Zhou's neck, and said coquettishly, "Come on. People are not afraid anymore. What are you worried about? You little fox." Zhou scolded with a smile, and he couldn't stand it, in harmony. Zhou nodded, kissed her smooth forehead, and gently stroked her back. She hugged Zhou's neck and moved closer to Zhou. "I know you may not marry me in the future, but I will never leave you. Even if you want me to be your mistress, I will go." Suddenly when he heard this, Zhou trembled fiercely and hugged the jade person in his arms even more. "Sorry, I can't give you a place, sorry Jianying." Situ Jianying shook his head. "It's okay, as long as I can be with you." She suddenly laughed. "People say that a wife is worse than a concubine and stealing. Perhaps it is better for me to be your lover." In harmony, Zhou was struggling with Situ Jianying twice, and Lin Jianyue was also hanging out with Lin Shuahua in his villa at this time. It's just that although Lin Jianyue is still in his 30s and still in his young age, how can his endurance compare to Zhou's? And he collapsed on Lin Shuahua within a few minutes. "You guy, how can you fail so quickly? People are still on the top of the wave." Lin Shuahua pushed Lin Shuahua, who was paralyzed on his body, and couldn't help complaining. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes again. Disgust. "Today I went to the Shadian land for a whole day, and it made my back sore. Otherwise I would definitely be able to take care of you today." Lin Jianyue said unnaturally. Lin Shuahua slandered in her heart. "You fat pig. Even if you take medicine, you are usually not the opponent of the old lady. You are still acting as a man in front of the old lady." Of course, she would not say these words, but asked, "By the way, how is the land in Sha Tin? Can it really develop? I've seen it. It should have great potential." Lin Jiang turned over and lay on the bed and picked up a cigarette in his mouth. Lin Shuahua next to him also took the initiative to light it up. He said, "It was a wasteland with a large area. Sha Tin is developing faster and faster. If I can develop a high-end residential area there, I will definitely make a lot of money. If this project is successful, I will be in the group. His position has been consolidated, and my father will be more optimistic about me." "Then you have decided to buy that piece of land?" Lin Shuahua said. Lin Jianyue nodded. "That piece of land belongs to the villagers in a fenced village. They are also interested in selling the piece of land. I have already asked someone to talk about it. The total price should be around 800 million yuan. Pay the first installment of 200 million yuan in advance." That Lin Jinkong has already arrived in Taiwan now. Lin Shuahua snorted and said, "I think he must want to take advantage of your father's detention, so he deliberately went to play the emotional card and took the opportunity to please your father." Lin Jianyue sneered and said, "Don't worry, even if he makes Dad happy, he will be an outsider after all. As long as I get the Sha Tin project completed, let alone him, Other people can't fight with me. The new group will eventually fall into my hands. As you said, you will marry me when that happens, and let me be Mrs. Lin's honesty. Lin Shuahua said, leaning on Lin Jianhua. Lin Jianhua hugged her and smiled. I know. I will definitely keep my promise. On this day, when Lin Shuahua was immersed in work in his office, Lin Jianhua suddenly pushed the door in, walked straight to her, and hugged her, and kissed her excitedly. Lin Shuahua was taken aback by Lin Jianhua's sudden move, and then saw some employees outside the door looking over here, and quickly pushed Lin Jianhua away. What are you doing? Everyone outside has seen it. Lin Jianhua didn't get angry, and smiled and closed the door. Shuahua, I have already bought the land in Shatian. I have already counted it with a surveyor. There is a full 300,000 square feet. It's only 800 million Hong Kong dollars, which is much cheaper than the land sold by the government. He walked to Lin Shuahua and said excitedly, if this land is developed into a mid to high-end residential area, we can at least make money after all the costs are removed. More than 2 billion. Really? Lin Shuahua also showed a look of surprise on his face. In this way, your dad will look at you with admiration, and the shareholders in the group will not look down on you anymore. By the way, you have talked to the villagers. Has the contract been signed? Lin Jianhua nodded. It has been signed, and 800 million Hong Kong dollars can buy such a large piece of land. Fortunately, I made the decision to buy that piece of land immediately. Chung Kong Industrial and Sun Hung Kai also sent people to look at it. This land really has great development value. He sat down on the chair opposite Lin Shuahua and put his legs on the desk. I have asked the engineering department to go over and clear the weeds and shrubs from the land, and I will officially start the construction in 2 days. A press conference will be held to announce this development plan. Then have you notified your dad? Does he know your development plan? Lin Shuahua asked. No, I don't need to tell him so quickly, otherwise he will have to ask questions again. This time I have to rely on my own ability to make achievements, and let him see that I am the most suitable heir to the Li Sin group. Lin Jiang said, looking at the ceiling, I am now in charge of Li Sin, so I can take full responsibility for this development plan, and I will be able to surprise Dad by then. He stood up and walked over to the wine cabinet over there, took a bottle of champagne and 2 wine glasses from above, and wanted to celebrate with Lin Shuahua. At this time, the phone on Lin Shuahua's desk rang. Lin Shuahua picked up the phone. Hello, this is Lin Shuahua. Yes, that's right, this is Lin New Development, Mr. Lin. She frowned and looked at Lin Jianhua lightly. Yes, he is here. Wait a moment. Lin Shuahua put down the phone and covered the microphone with his hand, and said to Lin Jiang, the one who is looking for you is from the Land Administration Bureau. Land Administration? Lin Jianhua asked suspiciously, but he walked over to answer the phone. Hey, that's right. I am Lin Jianhua. What? People in our company are occupying land? Are you mistaken? The new group has always followed the law, and all the procedures are complete. You said, that piece of land. What did you say? The Shatan piece of land? I just bought it back. Your Housing, Planning and Lands Bureau has long since the approval was given to me. Lin Jianhua's face became ugly. What did you say? Have you not received any applications? Okay, I will go over immediately. What happened? Lin Shuahua asked Lin Jianhua. Those people from the Lands Bureau said that I illegally occupied the land in Shatian. Lin Jianhua said angrily. It's just nonsense. I have all the procedures and approvals. How could it be illegal occupation? Shuahua, you and me, let's go together. Therefore, Lin Jianhua and Lin Shuahua went to Shatian and saw that the engineering staff he had sent had stopped. There were also people in suits and leather shoes who were supposed to be from the Lands Bureau. A half of the vegetation on the wasteland has also been cleared. What's the matter? Why do you say that I illegally invaded this vast land? I bought this with real money. Lin Jiang said to the director of the Lands Bureau angrily as soon as he came over. Director Na said, Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry. Our Lands Bureau has not received any application for the development of this land, and even if someone submits an application, we will not approve it. Because this land is agricultural land and cannot be built. Residential. What? Agricultural land. Lin Jiang became more startled. He knew that agricultural land cannot be developed at will, let alone build residential areas on it. Wait, look at these official documents. This is your land. The political situation approved us. He quickly took out several documents. The director took a look and shook his head. Mr. Lin, these documents are sometimes fake, and even the seals are different from those of our Land Administration Bureau. He looked at Lin Jianghua. Who are you doing the land transaction with? Huh. Forging official documents is against the law. Isn't it the owner of this piece of land? Lin Jianghua said. Isn't this piece of land belonging to the villagers in that enclosed village over there? No, Mr. Lin. This piece of land belongs to our government. The director of the Lands Bureau said. As for the villagers in that enclosed village, they do have land, but on the other side, they are not here. At this moment, Lin Jiang was completely confused, and he didn't know what was going on. Later, they walked around in the fenced village called Fengwei Village, but Lin Jianghua did not find the villagers with whom he had previously negotiated business. Mr. Lin, there are no villagers you mentioned in Fengwei Village. The director of the Bureau of Land said. It seems that you have been deceived. Do you need us to inform the police and the Commercial Investigation Division? Just as Lin Jianghua was about to agree, Lin Shuahua next to him immediately opened his mouth and said, No, we will handle it ourselves. Looking at Lin Jianghua, who was puzzled, Lin Shuahua leaned in his ear and whispered, This matter can't be spread out, especially if you don't let your dad know. You have lost 800 million in vain this time. If you let your dad know, think about the consequences for yourself. Lin Jianghua was also shocked when he heard this. He had already been criticized by other shareholders of Leasing Group for buying the Farama Hotel in Xishan at a high price. Lin Buixin was also very dissatisfied. If Lin Buixin knew about it this time, Lin Jiang would be able to. It has completely fallen out of favor, and the chance of inheriting the Leasing Group will be greatly reduced in the future. So he immediately said to the director of the Lands Bureau, You don't need to call the police. We will handle it ourselves. However, these suspects forged the approval documents of our Lands Bureau. That's just a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. Lin Jianghua smiled, and at the same time stepped aside on the shoulders of the director. To be honest, I am very familiar with you, Director Ouyang. Forget about this. Just a misunderstanding. I don't think you want this matter to bother Director Ouyang. The director hesitated for a while, and then said, But your people have cleared so much vegetation here. You must restore it as soon as possible. This is no problem. I will let them fix it. Lin Jianghua smiled. Back at the Leasing Group office, Lin Jianghua finally broke out. He violently swept all the computers and files on his desk to the ground, and smashed all the foreign wine in the wine cabinet, and continued to roar. Damn it! Damn it! FCK. Lin Jiang became more angry. Lin Shuahua didn't dare to persuade him, but stood quietly on the side. Who are those people? Don't let me find that group. I want to kill their whole family. Lin Jiang raised his hands and shouted. Lin Shuahua couldn't help shaking his head and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to find them anymore. With such a large sum of money, they must have already left Hong Kong, 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if it is a gang of 100 people, it will be enough for them to enjoy a lifetime. Up. Damn. FCK. FCK. Lin Jiang became more furious as he listened. But I saw Lin Shuahua staring at Lin Jianghua suddenly. Wait, that 800 million, are you using your own money or company money? Lin Jianghua obviously thought of the key, and his expression changed immediately. Lin Shuahua knew the answer when he saw Lin Jianghua's expression, a full 800 million, not to mention whether Lin Jianghua himself had that much money. Even if he did, he would never do something like paying out of his pocket. So without asking, Lin Jianghua must have used Leasing Group's funds. This is terrible. If someone in the group finds out, your dad will definitely know that the paper package won't keep the fire. I don't know this. Lin Jianghua glared at Lin Shuahua. But my private account is only more than 300 million, and the property under my name is only more than 500 million. Wait a minute, I still have shares in Sun Group. No, Lin Shuahua said flatly. The stocks in your hand must not be moved. Otherwise, even if you can fill in the money, your dad will know about it. Moreover, these stocks are also your foundation and absolutely must not be moved. Lin Jianghua also knew the importance of those stocks. He pulled his hair vigorously. What should I do if I can't fill this account? Dad will definitely find out, and I'll be done by then. Or, Talk to your mother. She should also have a lot of money. Lin Shuahua asked. Lin Jianyue smiled with joy. Yes, I can find my mother. At this time, the phone that was swept by Lin Jiang suddenly rang. Lin Jianyue, who was extremely depressed by this incident, was not in the mood to listen to the phone, but Lin Shuahua went over and picked up the phone. Tell Lin Jianyue to listen to the phone. A male voice came over the phone. Who are you? Lin Shuahua asked with a frown. Who is it? Lin Jianyue turned around. Lin Shuahua handed the microphone to him, and Lin Jianyue heard the man on the phone smiling and asking, Lin Jianyue, have you figured out how to fill in those 800 million holes? Lin Jianyue was shocked when he heard the man on the phone, and a panic was born in his heart. He immediately said in a deep voice, Who are you? Apart from Lin Jianyue himself and Lin Shuahua, only the director of the Lands Administration Bureau knew about it, and the director didn't know much, let alone Lin Jianyue. How much did it cost to buy that piece of land? In addition to these people, the only people who knew about this were the group who conspired to defraud Lin Jianyue. So Lin Jianyue shouted before they could answer. So it's you. FCK your mother. You bastards. Even Lin Jianyue dare to lie to me. Do you know who I am? Of course I know. If we don't know who you are, would we still put so much effort into making this good show? The person on the phone smiled and said, You are Lin Baixin's most beloved son, Lin Jianyue, and your Lin family. One of Hong Kong's top 10 chaebols. Don't worry, whether it's an enemy or a friend, I'm used to finding out his details first. The tone of the person on the phone was faintly ridiculing, as if playing with a child, making Lin Jianyue even more annoyed and difficult to suppress. Who are you? Why do you want to cheat me like this? After talking for so long, can't you recognize my voice? The person on the phone smiled faintly. Lin Jianyue's expression changed, and he kept thinking about it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. You are Zhou Hao. Finally, you still remember me. This person is Zhou Hao. Lin Jianyue gritted his teeth and said, You do everything? Those guys who pretend to be villagers are also yours. You can say so, Zhou Hao said with a smile. Hee, I haven't congratulated you yet. Congratulations on being the head of the leasing group, although it is only temporary. Why? Is it because I ran into your car? Lin Jiang clenched his fists. Before, he himself was thinking about how to deal with Zhou Hao to get the place back, but he didn't expect Zhou Hao to make a move first. Moreover, he fell into a big fall. I know you have a very good relationship with Xing Yingquan, but I don't believe you have committed such a serious crime, and he dared to protect you. Criminal? What crime did I commit? Zhou Hao's laughter came from the phone. I never said what I did. Besides, what evidence do you have? Although you are a celebrity, I am the same. I can slander you. Listening to Zhou Hao's ridicule, Lin Jiang managed to control himself not to throw the microphone out. At this time, I heard Zhou Hao say, I know that leasing group is managed by you during Lin Baixin's absence in Hong Kong. So you really want to do something to let the people in the leasing group see and let you dad. Look, you are not a mediocre. It's just that you should be self-aware that you are a mediocre. What did you say? The blue veins on Lin Jianyue's face were exposed. I'm telling the truth. If it's your father Lin Baixin, this trick will definitely not help him. It's a pity. You're not your father. You're just a mediocre person who is eager for quick success and quick profit, and has great ambition. Zhou Hao smiled. Dao. This is also the reason why he used a trick to get Lin Baixin to Taiwan. If it was Lin Baixin, that trick is very difficult to fool him. In the face of Zhou Hao's direct insult, plus the loss of 800 million at a time, Lin Jianyue wanted to throw the microphone on his hand. Wait, if you hang up the phone, then you have lost the leasing group 800 million yuan. I will immediately let people tell Lin Baixin. Zhou Hao smiled and said, So, don't be too impulsive in everything. It's because you are too impatient to be fooled so easily. If Lin Baixin knows about this, even if you are not excluded from the selection of the successor of leasing group, you will be ruthless. Punish you. Lin Jianyue felt that his actions were firmly controlled by Zhou Hao through a phone call. He kept taking deep breaths to adjust his emotions. After his chest was up and down several times, he said, Say, what do you want? I actually have something I want to ask you for help. Zhou Hao said, If this is done, I will not only help you keep the secret, but I can also return you 400 million of that money. That was my money. Lin Jiang couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Lin, the remaining 400 million, you should treat it as paying the tuition to buy a lesson, and remember to be more careful in the future. Also, if this thing is not successful, you can't take it back. I will also take it back. Tell Lin Buixin about the matter, so you'd better help me seriously." Lin Jiang waved his hand more violently. "It's all right. What is going on? Let's talk about it. That's it. Recently, I am very interested in the TV industry in Hong Kong, so I just fell in love with ATV under the name of your Lin family. I want to buy ATV," Zhou Hao said. "As for the price, I won't overwhelm you. The price is just 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Buy all your shares in ATV. 600 million? Lin Jiang widened his eyes. "You might as well ask us to give you Asia TV for free. This is also a good idea, but I'm afraid you won't be so generous." Lin Jiangyue was completely furious. "Do you know how much money we invested in Asia TV? A full 3 billion. 3 billion. Now we have finally made her turn a loss into a profit. You just want to use it, buy it for 600 million. Brother Lin, you have to think about it for yourself. Your father bought ATV back then and wanted to fight run in the TV industry. But have your father and son taken over ATV for so many years? Have you ever tried to completely defeat wireless? You let ATV turn a loss into a profit last year, but can you guarantee that it won't lose money this year?" Zhou Hao said to Lin Jiangyue. "Besides, do you want to keep a TV station with a distressing future? Without a foothold, can you completely lose the opportunity to compete with the leasing group? You have to think clearly. You know that Lin Jiankong is now with your dad in Taiwan and treats your dad in every way, which makes your dad very happy." Zhou Hao's last sentence literally hit Lin Jianyue's weakness. Weighing it over and over, he said, "But my father still has a lot of enthusiasm for ATV. It might not be easy to convince him to sell ATV to you." Zhou Hao sneered. "That's what you have to consider. Anyway, I care about the result. Also, I hope this matter will have a result within a month, otherwise, hum. After finishing, Zhou Hao hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Jiang sat down softly on the ground. Lin Shuahua hurriedly walked over, leaned on his shoulders, and asked with concern, "Jiangyu, what's the matter? Did the group call you? What do they want to do?" Lin Jianyue was feeling discouraged and helpless. Seeing Lin Shuahua's caring eyes at this time, he was very moved and told her the whole story. Lin Shuahua was also shocked by the viciousness of Zhou Hao's strategy. If Zhou Hao really bought ATV with an increase of 600 million, even if he returned the original 400 million to Lin Jiangyue, he would still have 400 million in his hand. In this way, Zhou Hao would actually only spend the purchase of ATV 200 million. It's very profitable. Lin Shuahua sighed in his heart. Zhou Hao's business is too vicious and poisonous. And after the matter was over, Zhou Hao still held Lin Jianyue's handle, and he might use this to deal with Lin Jiangyue in the future. "I have to go to Taiwan and persuade Dad to let ATV go," Lin Jiangyue said solemnly. "Damn it. I actually need to buy Asia TV for 600 million yuan, and Zhou Hao's appetite is too great this time." Lin Shuahua's eyes suddenly flashed a faint light. "Would you like me to accompany you to the Taiwan side?" Lin Jiangyue shook his head and said, "No. You are here to help me look at the company and notify me immediately if you have anything." Hearing this, Lin Shuahua agreed, feeling a little lonely. After that, Lin Jiangyue had to think about how to convince Lin Buixin, so he asked Lin Shuahua to go back first. Lin Shuahua took the elevator to the underground parking lot and dialed a phone call at the same time. "It's me. That guy Lin Jiangyue suffers some. You know, he was designed by Zhou Hao and lost the company 800 million Hong Kong dollars. She told the people over Lin Jiangyue all about Lin Jiangyue and finally said worriedly, "It's okay if you are over there. I miss you so much." "Miss Lin, talk to your lover." Suddenly a figure flashed out from behind the pillar next to him, and Lin Shuahua was taken aback and ignored the people on the phone, so he interrupted the call and put the phone back in his arms. Then he looked at the person in front of him. Are you Zhou Hao? I didn't expect Miss Lin to recognize me." The person who appeared suddenly was Zhou Hao. "Mr. Lin is on it," Lin Shuahua said. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "I'm not here to find him, Miss Lin. I'm here to find you." Lin Shuahua's face changed, and his right hand slipped into his shoulder bag quietly and touched a wolf spray in it. "Looking for me?" Why are you looking for me? Zhou Hao looked at her hand reaching into her bag and shrugged and smiled. Don't worry, Miss Lin. I am not a pervert, and I am not interested in Lin Jianyue's women. I came to you. Just want to talk to you. Business. Hearing that Zhou Hao was about to discuss business with herself, Lin Xuehua subconsciously felt a chill in her back because she had already seen Zhou Hao's method of business negotiation just now. We have nothing to talk about. Lin Xuehua flatly refused. Of course. Zhou Hao still smiled. I just said that you were Lin Jianyue's woman. Actually, this is not all right. In fact, you should be Lin Jinkong's woman. I'm right. Lin Xuehua's expression immediately changed when he heard the words, and an incredible expression appeared in his eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Xuehua said with a cold face, suppressing the panic in his heart. And Zhou Hao smiled and said, this Lin Health is really amazing. In order to fight with Lin Jiang, he even used the beauty plan. You said, what if this matter is known to others? If Lin Jiang knew more, it's better. At most, it means breaking up with you and removing your position as the president of Lisan Development. But if Lin Baixin knows that Lin Jiankong has dealt with Lin Jianyue in such an unpredictable manner, his impression in Lin Baixin's heart may be greatly reduced. When Lin Xuehua heard this, she couldn't keep calm anymore. She stared at Zhou Hao with hatred. You are so mean. You have been around Lin Jianyue for so long, and you should know that shopping malls are like battlefields, right? You leasing group don't use side-by-side ways. Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. Well, are you still interested in talking to me now? After hesitating, Lin Xuehua finally gave in and took Zhou Hao to his car. Sitting in the driver's seat, she said coldly to Zhou Hao next to her. Okay, you can say something quickly. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Lin Jianyue should be ready to go to Taiwan to persuade his dad. However, if he rashly tells Lin Baixin to sell Asia TV, Lin Baixin might be surprised. Moreover, Lin Jianyue alone, it is impossible for one person to convince Lin Baixin. Lin Xuehua glanced at him. Do you want health to help persuade Lin Baixin to sell ATV to you? Zhou Hao smiled. No wonder Lin Jiankong put you next to Lin Jianyue. You really have something extraordinary. In this matter, I can't guarantee that health will agree. He will agree, Zhou Hao said with a smile. As long as he still wants to gain a foothold in the Lin family, he will agree. Besides, ATV has no effect on him at all, so why should he guard Lin Baixin and Lin Jiang? Now, Lin Xuehua looked at Zhou Hao deeply, and after a long time, he said, if we do this for you, but you still tell Lin Baixin about these things, what should we do? If you want to cross the river and demolish the bridge, we can't stop it. You have no choice. Help me. You and Lin Jiankong's secrets may not be kept, but if you don't help, your business will definitely be revealed. How to decide? Think about it yourself. Zhou Hao said, also, after this is done, if Lin Jiankong wants to fight Lin Jiang more in the future, I might be able to help him. Seeing Lin Xuehua's silence, Zhou Hao knew that she was considering the feasibility of this matter, so she smiled and said, think about it. It's the same as the deadline I gave Lin Jianyue. I hope this matter can be in 1 month. There will be results within. After speaking, he pushed the car door and left. After Zhou Hao left, Lin Xuehua immediately called Lin Jiankong and told him the matter. There's no way. I can't help but help. Lin Jiankong said to Lin Xuehua on the phone. I didn't expect that Zhou Hao was so powerful, and he even knew what happened between me and you, how sacred he is. I don't know, Lin Xuehua said quietly. But he said, if this thing is done, you will compete with Lin Jianyue in the future, and I will help you. Oh, Lin Jiankong was also quite intentional. This Zhou Hao is so powerful. If he helps me, I might really be able to win Lin Jianyue's second-generation ancestor. After a pause, he said again, originally, I thought, knowing Lin Jianyue's handle, I don't have to be so passive in the future. Who knows that even my handle has fallen into the hands of others? Xuehua, you are worried. I will handle this matter. On the other side, after Zhou Hao left Lin Xuehua's car, he took another off-road vehicle parked in the distance, and N.I. Yong School was waiting for him there. How? Did she agree? I can't help, but she doesn't agree. Zhou Hao smiled. I have to thank you. If you hadn't happened to see her meeting with Lin Jiankong, no one would know about this. School N.I. Yong started the car and said, I really didn't expect that their brotherhood disputes even used beauty tricks. The intrigue in this wealthy family is more dangerous than the blood in our underworld. Of course, Zhou Hao said, the Lin family is one of the top 10 chaebols in Hong Kong. All assets add up to tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. With so much money, many people are willing to do anything. Sure enough, under the vigorous lobbying of Lin Jiangyue and Lin Jiankong, 2 weeks later, Lin Baixin, who was still detained in Taiwan, officially authorized Lin Jiangyue to sell all of his more than 90% of the shares of ATV. Drop. As soon as the news came out, the whole Hong Kong was a sensation. After all, ATV is the largest TV station in Hong Kong after TVB, and the change of its owner will naturally attract attention. Moreover, the Hong Kong media also found out that it was a domestic film and television media company named Polaris that acquired all the shares of ATV in Lin Baixin's hand. No one knows the origin of this Polaris and has never heard of it. Moreover, Lin Baixin has not announced the price at which he will sell his ATV shares. According to industry estimates, this should be between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. And the most shocking is the people on Asian TV, because before the news was released, there was no news at all. They also believe that the TV station's successful turnaround last year, Lin Baixin should invest more heavily. And how can I get him? Without warning, the wide-ranging ATV changed ownership. As for Asia Television's longtime rival, TVB, their attitude towards this matter was coldly on the sidelines and did not make any comments. Because in the eyes of TVB people, ATV has changed owners several times, saying that it will reform every time, but every time it ends in failure, nothing can threaten them at all. On this day, a high-level meeting will be held in the office building of Asia Television. All the TV station's supervisors and managers of various departments will attend. Early in the morning, these high-level ATV personnel came to the office building one after another. Since the new boss will come over to meet everyone at this meeting, everyone is very nervous. Although they are senior members of ATV, they still don't know who their new boss is. They have not even heard of the name, and the Polaris film and television media company has not sent anyone over. Therefore, everyone is nervous and has a feeling of uncertain future. In the office building, Chen Shursan was chatting with a man of medium build. At this time, Chen Shursan was already very different from his previous desolate appearance. The whole person was full of energy, and his whole body was full of hard work. The man who chatted with him was Xian Jiwei, the producer of Asia Television. 13. I don't think you seem to be worried at all. Xian Jiwei said. This time Lin Bo suddenly sold the company. All of us were very surprised. I don't know who the new boss is. This time, the TV station is going to do something new. Our ATV has finally achieved some results again. I really don't want her to encounter setbacks again. Chen Shursan said, Viagra, among these high levels. Only you really care about the company. Those guys will only take care of their own jobs. Oh, the so-called one is the emperor and one courtier. Now everyone is afraid that the new boss will replace them. Xian Jiwei worried. It's good to replace them all. They are simply the cancer of the company, and they are better replaced. Chen Shursan smiled. At this time, the relatively low-level employees are more stable because the entire TV station is structured by individual basic-level employees. As long as they are somewhat visionary, they will not move the company's basic-level employees casually. All right, let's not talk. I'm going to have a meeting. Xian Jiwei patted Chen Shursan on the shoulder, then turned and walked into the elevator. Chen Shursan muttered to himself, I don't know where Asia TV will turn this time. At this time, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, was surprised and ran up immediately, and said in surprise, Mr. Zhou? Why are you here? Haha, it's Mr. Chen. This person was Zhou Hao, and he smiled at Chen Shursan. I said, we will meet soon. Behind him, there was a large group of people. Among them there are males and females, under the age of 30, but Song Jiahao, whose arm has just been removed, is the leader. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? Chen Shursan looked at the large group of people behind Zhou Hao, very puzzled. I just came here for a stroll. Zhou Hao smiled and said, What about you? What are you doing here? Chen Shursan shrugged. The company has a new boss, and those high-level executives have gone to a meeting. Hey, wait. Are you the people sent by the Polaris company? Zhou Hao didn't speak, but just smiled. Chen Shursan said again, Couldn't you be our new boss? I can't tell you this for the time being. Zhou Hao said. By the way, I think you seem to have cheered up again. Well, don't give up. After that, he patted his shoulder and left with Song Jiahao and the others. In the spacious conference room, all the supervisors from the TV station and the heads of various departments are here, and they are sitting around the spacious conference table. However, these management personnel who are usually superior in the company are now full. Anxiety and worry on the face. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a large group of people came in one after another. The leader was Song Jiahao, while Zhou Hao was hidden among the crowd. On the contrary, it was not so easy to attract the attention of high-level ATV. All the senior officials of ATV present here have their eyes on Song Jiahao and the young men and women who are under 30 years old. They have guessed that these people must be the people sent by Polaris to take over ATV. The general manager of the broadcasting business department sitting at the conference table immediately wanted to stand up and greet Song Jiahao, but saw Song Jiahao raise his hand to stop what he hadn't said yet. Song Jiahao walked straight to the top of the conference table, pressed his hands on the table, swept his sharp eyes around the conference room, and saw some unnatural looks on everyone's faces. After a while, he said, "Good morning, everyone. I was sent by the Polaris Film and Television Media Company, and my name is Song Jiahao. I believe you all know that we have already purchased Asia from Mr. Lin Baixin. 90% of the shares of TV, that is to say, Asia Television has become a subsidiary of our Polaris." After listening to Song Jiahao's words, everyone did not respond. After all, everyone already knew about this. As a large company, the ability of management personnel is very important. After our company's rigorous investigation and analysis, we decided to let the management of ATV make some adjustments. Song Jiahao continued. His words also shocked the hearts of everyone present. Judging from Song Jiahao's words, Polaris is about to exchange blood for the management of Asia Television. Many people have strange looks on their faces because no one wants to be demoted or even fired. At the same time, they also complained in their hearts, thinking that the Polaris was too cruel and they would mobilize the management staff without any notice. At this time, Song Jiahao took a document from an assistant and read it out loud. Xian Zhiwei, Li Zhaoxi, Ho Weilun. He read a total of 10 names, of which Xian Zhiwei and Li Zhaoxi were from Asia Television. As the producer, Ho Weilun is the director of the production resource department, and the rest are managers of some departments. Hearing Song Jiahao reciting his name, Xian Zhiwei and others were anxious and thought this time it was over. Those who hadn't read the names secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a few couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Anyone whose name is pronounced can stay in their original position. For the rest, please go to the personnel department to receive a 3-month salary. You have been fired, Song Jiahao said, closing the document. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Xian Zhiwei and others, who were already preparing to pack their things and leave, were also very surprised, while those who had just been secretly relieved were dumbfounded. The general manager of the broadcasting business department stood up and said to Song Jiahao, "Mr. Song, you said you want to fire us. Then please give us a reasonable reason." Song Jiahao glanced at him indifferently, then glanced at those who were uncomfortable, and then said slowly, "ATV's performance is the best reason. Since you can't let ATV develop, there is no value left. We know that many of you and other people come from the Lai Sun Group, but it will not do any good for ATV to let you laymen who do not understand the TV industry come to power. You can go back to the Lai Sun Group. If you are really capable, you can shine everywhere." "You?" The general manager pointed at Song Jiahao, his face full of anger. "Asia Television is already our subsidiary. We have the right to decide whether the employees will stay." Song Jiahao calmly smiled. "So please cooperate a little bit. If you want to send security guards to take you away, I believe you will not look good." At this point, these dismissed senior executives have nothing to say. Even if they are not reconciled, they are only employees of the company and cannot resist the company's decision. As soon as these people left, it meant that more than half of the top ATV staff had been fired, and only 10 people including Xian Zhiwei and Li Zhaoxi were left at the conference table. When Xian Zhiwei and others saw the Polaris, they took away half of the management team. Their actions and the decisive methods made them feel sorry for those who were able to stay in their original positions. At the same time, they also feel that the Polaris people seem to know ATV very well, because the managers who are fired can be said to be harmful and unhelpful to ATV. As Song Jiahao said just now, many of those people came from the Lee Sin group and didn't know how to be a TV station at all. There are some people who are experts, but these people regard the company's interests as nothing, and they are more harmful than the laymen of Lee Sun group. They dared not take the initiative to speak, but looked at Song Jiahao quietly. Originally thought Song Jiahao was their new boss and was waiting for him to speak. But when he saw Song Jiahao stepping aside, he said to the young men and women over there, "Boss, it's okay." Zhou Hao walked out of the crowd, walked slowly to the first place, and sat down. Everyone also understood that Song Jiahao is not the new boss. This handsome man who seems to be only 20 years old is. Zhou Hao looked at Xian Jiwei and the others, and then smiled. "Everyone, my name is Zhou Hao, and Polaris is a company under my name. I know that you are all people who have truly contributed to Asia television. The heroes who have supported ATV to this day and successfully turned a profit. Please continue to work hard in the future to help me develop ATV well." Listening to Zhou Hao's heartfelt praise, both Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi felt very comfortable. However, for such a young person as Zhou Hao to take charge of ATV, they all felt a little worried. You must know that even Lin Baixin, who has decades of experience, is also breaking down here on ATV, and Zhou Hao is younger than Lin Baixin's youngest child, which really makes people worry. Regarding my identity, I hope you will not spread it out. I don't want to be entangled by the media in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. Also, these are the talents I hired back from various places. Some of them are fresh from foreign countries. Some of the people who came back after studying photography and film majors were those who worked behind the scenes in Hong Kong for many years. Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi nodded slightly, because among the group of young people, they also recognized a few, but they were all behind-the-scenes production staff who had been in the entertainment industry in Hong Kong for many years. They were very capable, but now Hong Kong movies have clearly entered. Downhill, many film and television production talents are saturated. Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi were unwilling to let these talents be buried in the first place. They hoped to introduce them to ATV, but those high-level officials refused to approve them, but they did not expect Zhou Hao to invite them back this time. Moreover, these people are very young. They just came to Asia TV and have no background or relationship. Everything has to rely on their own ability to speak, so their hard work is not to be underestimated. It is because they are young that they dare to do it, can bring a clear stream to the gradually decadent Asian TV. Zhou Hao looked at Ho Weiluan. I know that the sets and props and some equipment of ATV are very old, and there has been a lack of funds to replace them. With these old things, they can also help ATV to survive today. It's a tribute, Ho Weiluan said immediately. Mr. Zhou, you have passed the award. I'm just doing my duty. It's very hard to do our duty well. Zhou Hao smiled. In the future, we will no longer need to use those moldy old props. You can change everything that needs to be changed according to the actual situation. Funds don't worry about the issue. He smiled to the elderly ATV present. I have prepared $1 billion Hong Kong dollars for ATV. I believe it will be enough within 1 or 2 years. Enough is enough, said a 40 or 50-year-old woman present in a hurry. Her name is Deng Ning, the financial director of Asia Television. 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, not to mention 1 or 2 years, is enough for our TV station to last for 4 years. That's it. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. I know that you used to shrink your production investment in order to reduce costs, but you should never do this again. This will have a very bad impact on the quality of our TV station's film and television works. Our company's funds, it's very abundant. The $1 billion Hong Kong dollars I have prepared for ATV, even if you run out within a year, it's okay, as long as you can give me results. He knows that because of financial constraints, ATV used to reduce costs in the past. The lowering of the investment in shooting directly affected the quality of the TV series. After the development, it simply fell into a state of semi-stop production and relied on purchased dramas to support it. Of course, I absolutely don't encourage extravagance and waste. All funds must be used reasonably, Zhou Hao said seriously. If the company finds that someone is squandering, I will punish it severely. Then Zhou Hao said to Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi. 2. I know that you are the best producer on ATV. Starting today, I will give you a 30% salary increase. I hope you will work harder. These two people are both rare and famous producers. Xian Zhiwei is the producer of The Two Zombies, and Li Zhaoxi is the producer of Across the World, which once defeated the wireless network. The two were also very surprised when they saw Zhou Hao's salary increase by 30% as soon as they came up. Judging from Zhou Hao's attitude, it is obvious that they value both of them very much. They are indeed talented, but they have always been under the pressure of those high pressures before, and many times they have not been able to use them. By the way, call Chen Shursen over too. Zhou Hao suddenly said, "Isn't the position of creative director vacant? Let him take it." Xian Zhiwei and Li Zhaoxi were puzzled that Zhou Hao wanted Chen Shursan, formerly known as Chun Yaohui, to be the director of the creative department. Xian Zhiwei asked Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, do you know 13? Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I've heard of him a long time ago. I like his screenwriter The King of 10,000s Comes Back, and I have a date with Spring. Moreover, I met him some time ago. It's a friend." At this time, Chen Shursan had been invited in. Just now, he saw a lot of former high-level members of the TV station packing their belongings and leaving the TV station, and immediately guessed that they must have been fired by the new boss. Seeing these high-level executives who usually use power for personal gains in the TV station, regardless of the company's interests, and even hook up with the female artists of the TV station, leave unwillingly, Chen Shursan feels very happy. Suddenly, someone came over and asked him to go to the conference room for a meeting, and Chen Shursan followed that person to the conference room in doubt. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhou Hao sitting at the chair of the conference table. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help shouting, "So you really are our new boss." Zhou Hao smiled at him. "From today, we will have many opportunities for cooperation. You are the boss. You can do whatever you say." Chen Shursan scratched his head and smiled. At this time, he also saw Xian Zhiwei, Li Zhaoxi, and Ho Weiluandengning. "Viagra, brother Shi, I know you don't. There will be problems. If Mr. Zhou even fires you, then there is really no way to know people. Haha, today is so happy. The big cancer of our TV station was cut off by Mr. Zhou." Xian Zhiwei quickly glared at Chen Shursan. "What are you talking about? Don't look at what occasion it is." Then he said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, Shursan is a bit straighter, don't blame him. He didn't mean anything." Zhou Hao raised his hand and smiled. "It doesn't matter. If Chen Shursan is also the kind of person who talks to others and talks to others, I won't let him be the director of the creative department." When Chen Shursan heard this, he was stunned and pointed to himself. "What? Let me be the director of the creative department?" "Yes, I know you have talent in this area." Zhou Hao smiled. In his previous life, Chen Shursan indeed became the director of the creative department of ATV. It can be seen that his talent is not limited to screenwriting. Chen Shursan quickly recovered, and he didn't mean to refuse, and he said confidently, "Mr. Zhou, I will prove it to you. Your vision is not wrong." He accepted the high position of creative director so easily. Others might think he was arrogant, but Zhou Hao knew that Chen Shursan had this ability. He has been in ATV for more than 10 years. In addition to screenwriters, he knows all about the work process of TV shooting and behind-the-scenes production, not to mention the creative department. Zhou Hao believes that even the director of any department, Chen Shursan, has the ability to do the work. "I have confidence in my own vision, and I also have confidence in your abilities. I hope you don't let me and everyone down." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "By the way, the original general manager of the broadcasting business department has been fired by me. Now I will introduce a new general manager of the broadcasting business department, Su Lin." I saw a beauty in a professional suit stepping out of the group of young people and went straight to Zhou Hao, with both hands in front of Xian Zhiwei and the others, bowed her waist slightly, and said in a crisp and sweet voice, "Hello everyone. I am Su Lin. Starting from today, will be the general manager of the broadcasting business department of Asia Television Broadcasting Company, Limited. So please give me your advice." Su Lin is very beautiful, especially after getting moisturized by Zhou Hao. Her charming temperament is even more charming. Even if they stood in the group of young people before, they would not be hidden. When Xian Zhiwei and Chen Shursan first saw her, they thought she was the artist Zhou Hao found back. They thought that if she were to be an artist, there would be no suspense. Became the pillar of ATV, but did not expect this beautiful and moving woman to be the general manager of the new business department. The general manager of the broadcasting business department, as the name suggests, is responsible for the company's broadcasting business, including advertising and sponsorship, etc., and has great power in the company. Li Xiaoxi frowned and said to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, the broadcasting business department is related to the company's performance and profitability. Is it inappropriate for Miss Su to be so young? Originally, after Su Lin became the manager of the broadcasting business department, he became a high-profile player in ATV, and the company's elderly people should vie for her. However, Li Xiaoxi disregarded that he would offend Su Lin and directly objected to Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao didn't mean to be angry. There was a smile on his face. Even Su Lin looked at Li Xiaoxi with a smile. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying, Brother Shi, you are a person who really thinks about the company. I also hope that you will be like Brother Shi in the future. If you have any comments or suggestions, you can actively put forward them. After all, everyone is doing well for the company well. After a pause, he continued, I know why you think Su Lin is inappropriate, Brother Shi, because if you want to do a good job in the business department, you must have a wide network of contacts so that you can get more business for the company. The general manager relies on the personal relationships accumulated by the Lai Sun Group. Now that I have bought ATV from Lin Baixin, the network resources of the Lai Sun Group have nothing to do with us. After hearing this, everyone agreed. The Lai Sun Group has been operating in Hong Kong for many years and has accumulated a huge network of resources. This is also the main reason why Lin Baixin was able to turn ATV into profit. Although Zhou Hao has two brothers, Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei, the commander of the People's Liberation Army in Hong Kong, Lu Zhenwu, and even Ni Yongxiao and Xiang Huaqiang. However, Zhou Hao is indeed inferior to the Lin family in terms of contacts. I believe in Su Lin's ability, just like I believe in Chen Shi-san, Zhou Hao said. Moreover, even if our network resources are not as good as Lai Sun Group, but as long as our TV station makes achievements, we still need it. Worried that those advertisers won't come here. Zhou Hao's words made everyone in the audience nod their heads. This is an iron rule. As long as the TV station's ratings increase and the results come out, even if they don't need them to pull business, those advertisers will rush to come to the door. Right, there is one more thing I want to tell everyone. Zhou Hao said to everyone. We will leave this office building soon, because I have already built a new TV city elsewhere. TV city. Everyone was taken aback by Zhou Hao's words, because they had never heard of the news. According to Reason, the establishment of a TV city is very sensational news, and it should have been reported long ago with the penetration of Hong Kong media. Out. Li Xiaoxi asked, Mr. Zhou, then, where is the new TV city? In Seongkwano. Seongkwano? Isn't an industrial village under construction there? Xian Jiwei was also very puzzled. Zhou Hao replied, That's it. I bought a 200,000 square foot plot of land in Seongkwano a month ago. The construction of an industrial village was just external news. In fact, I was building a site there. TV Broadcasting City. That piece of land is where TVB will build a new TV city a few years later. But now it was bought by Zhou Haojia first. And in the previous life, TVB TV City in Seongkwano was only 110,000 square meters. Zhou Hao's current TV city is twice as big as him. It is expected that the new TV city will be put into use at the beginning of next year, and we will be able to officially relocate over there. Zhou Hao said, the scenes and equipment there are bigger and newer than here, and there are many studios. So in the future, you don't have to worry that several crews will compete for a set. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, everyone in the conference room showed excitement. At the beginning of the establishment of ATV, the office building of Broadcasting Road is now small and monotonous, and there are not many studios. Therefore, the TV series produced by ATV will appear so petty. At the same time, everyone was shocked by Zhou Hao's generous hand. 1 billion Hong Kong dollars was prepared for the TV station in ample funds, and now a new TV city has been built. I am afraid that it will not be built without a few hundred million investment. When Lin Baixin took over ATV, he was far from Zhou Hao's move. Xian Jiwei and the others thought that, together with the billions spent on acquiring shares in Asia Television, Zhou Hao invested nearly 3 billion Hong Kong dollars in this shot. His financial resources are strong and generous, even the top few in Hong Kong. Those rich and famous are not comparable. In fact, they did not know that Zhou Hao bought ATV from Lin Baixin, and he only paid 200 million Hong Kong dollars. However, Zhou Hao did prepare 2 billion Hong Kong dollars to revitalize Asia television, of which 1 billion was obtained from Fong Bingruan's Black Eating Black before, and the rest was reserved by Zhou Hao's Galaxy Investment Company. Hong Kong funds. Excluding the funds invested in the stock markets of Southeast Asian countries and Japan and South Korea, the Star River Investment Company has 800 million US dollars in Hong Kong, or 6 billion Hong Kong dollars. But it is enough for Zhou Hao. By the way, has your book, I Have a Date with Zombies, started? Zhou Hao asked. Chen Shursen shook his head. Not yet. Both Viagra and he were very optimistic about my script. But the original creative director thought that Hong Kong had never filmed this type of drama before, so the risk was too great for the time being. Shelved. Those so-called high-level executives actually shelved Chen Shursen's I Have a Date with Zombies. Zhou Hao sneered and said, sure enough, it was short-sighted. In his previous life, I Have a Date with Zombies was in 1999. It took 8 years to start filming, so it seems that if Zhou Hao hadn't acquired Asia television, then Chen Shursen's script would not start filming until next year. Zhou Hao looked at Chen Shursen, who was sitting next to Xian Jiwei. Have you done the finishing touches on that script? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Chen Shursen's eyes lighted up because Zhou Hao said this, which means that he decided to agree to film I Have a Date with Zombies. Chen Shursen nodded repeatedly and said, it's done. I have written all the plots and all the scenes. Zhou Hao said to Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi, you two have read this script, right? Seeing that they both nodded, Zhou Hao asked, then if you want to shoot this drama, for the role of this drama, you have who can you choose? Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi looked at each other, and Xian Jiwei said, as for the male protagonist, I propose to play Yin Tianzhao, and Kazuo Yamamoto should be played by Chen Qitai. As for the heroine, he looked at the opposite Li Zhaoxi. Li Zhaoxi smiled and said, Ma Xiaoling, I recommend Wan Qiwen, and Jinjin, let Yang Gongru come in charge. Zhou Haolu smiled with satisfaction. All of these roles were positioned exactly the same as in his previous life. The roles played by these actors have become classics in Zhou Hao's mind. If they are played by someone else, I am afraid they will lose the charm. By the way, isn't there a character named Kim Jong-jung in the script? Do you have a candidate? Zhou Hao asked. Li Zhaoxi and Xian Jiwei looked at each other and shook their heads in unison, and Chen Shursen said at this time, I propose Du Wenza to play this role, because Kim Jong-jung's role is more funny. I think Du Wenza can play well. Zhou Hao nodded. In fact, in the first part of I Have a Date with Zombies, besides the protagonist, Zhou Hao's favorite is the Kim Jong-chung played by Du Wenza. He said to everyone present, then let's decide. This drama is the first TV drama I took over ATV, so I hope you can work harder and cooperate with each department. This drama requires a lot of visuals and actions. Special effects. It just so happens that among the people I brought, there are a lot of experts in this area, plus the original behind-the-scenes team of ATV. There should be no problem. He knocked on the tabletop. For this show, my request is only 4 words. That is, striving for excellence. Today, Zhou Hao has tried his best to provide funds and talents in front of and behind the stage. He believes that there is the I Have a Date with a Zombie that I was involved in is definitely better than it was in the previous life. Also, is our TV station going to shoot a humanistic documentary? Zhou Hao asked. Ho Weilun over there nodded and said, yes, Mr. Zhou, this documentary is called The Story of Looking for a Foreign Country, which is about the experiences of overseas Chinese in various places. However, this documentary requires a relatively large investment, and it is initially estimated that it will require at least 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. So now it is just a proposal, and there is no official decision yet. Ho Weilun is very optimistic about this, looking for a story of a foreign country. But because of the large amount of money that needs to be invested, the management has never agreed to film before. Now he heard Zhou Hao mention it, and thought Zhou Hao was going to kill the documentary. It's no wonder that documentaries have always been aimed at a small audience, and Zhou Hao has just taken over Asia TV. Of course, what he wants most is high-view programs. Naturally, he doesn't like this kind of documentary that focuses on humanities rather than commercial. Just when Ho Weiluan wanted to take the initiative to put the documentary on hold, Zhou Hao said, "The funding is not a problem. This documentary must be filmed. Just write a budget for how much money is needed. You can arrange for me to be the best at filming. The manpower of the documentary must complete it." Only Zhou Hao understands the achievements of finding his stories from afar. This is the best humanities documentary in the Chinese world. It is not only in Hong Kong, but also in the Panpearl River Delta and various Chinese regions. Wei Luan, you are responsible for this program. You don't need to hurry. Just like I have a date with zombies, what I need is quality. Zhou Hao said. Ho Weiluan was very happy, because he finally saw that Zhou Hao was not the kind of businessman who was full of stinks for profit. Although running a TV station, this business ability is very important, but if there is not enough profound cultural literacy, then Asia TV is in Zhou Hao. In the end, it will be nothing more than a TV station that has no cultural background and only pursues profits. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down, Ho Weiluan said, with a feeling of meeting the master. Zhou Hao nodded. Let's do this first. Su Lin will take care of the other affairs and arrangements. You should try your best to help her, and the meeting ends. After that, he stood up and left the meeting room. Then, with the help of Xian Zhiwei and Ho Weiluan, Su Lin arranged the production talents collected by Zhou Hao to various positions. She also visited various departments to understand the specific operations of each department. Before that, she had read a lot of books about film and television production management. Although she was in charge of business matters, it didn't hurt to understand the operation of television stations. When Su Lin worked in that foreign trade company before, he was in charge of the business, and he was very good at it. Moreover, Asia Television has now become Zhou Hao's industry, and she naturally manages it very carefully. In the evening, Zhou Hao and Su Lin came to the private room of a nightclub, and Chen Shisan, Xian Zhiwei, and Li Zhaoxi had been waiting for them for a long time. Seeing Zhou Hao, Xian Zhiwei jokingly said, "You boss is really unkind. He won't let people go home after work. My wife is still at home waiting for me to go back. I dare not tell her that I am coming to the nightclub. What are you afraid of? We are not here for husband." Zhou Hao also smiled and sat on the sofa with Su Lin. Chen Shisan brought some beer to Zhou Hao and Su Lin. "Mr. Zhou, you let us come here, but you don't let us be called Miss. What are you doing?" Hearing that he was about to call Miss, Su Lin glared at Zhou Hao next to him, and Zhou Hao quickly said, "What are you talking about? I asked you to come over for official business." Li Zhaoxi smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, let's talk about business affairs. We are so happy after the talk." "Wait first, everyone hasn't arrived yet," Zhou Hao said. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the private room was knocked, and then a middle-aged man walked in. The Chen Shisan and the others in the room were immediately stunned when they saw the man, and the man was also shocked when they saw Xian Zhiwei. "Liang Jiashu," Xian Zhiwei frowned, because this middle-aged man was indeed Liang Jiashu, the famous producer of TVB. Liang Jiashu saw Zhou Hao in the room, looked at Li Zhaoxi and the others, walked in, and said, "Mr. Zhou, I didn't expect that you actually bought ATV from Lin Baixing." He went straight. I came to Zhou Hao and sat on the sofa. The media outside kept speculating about which rich man bought ATV, and no one had heard of that Polaris. When you called me out just now, I guess the person who bought the ATV must be you. Mr. Zhou, this is... When Xian Zhiwei saw that Liang Jiashu and Zhou Hao seemed to have a close friendship, he was immediately puzzled. After all, they and Liang Jiashu belonged to two rival camps, and there is still a bit of grudge between them. "Viagra, I think you guys also know Mr. Liang." Zhou Hao smiled. Both Xian Zhiwei and Li Zhaoxi nodded, and Zhou Hao said to Liang Jiashu again, "Mr. Liang, I remember you said at that time, if I can really buy ATV, you will jump over and help me." Liang Jiashu poured himself a glass of beer before looking at Zhou Hao. "It seems that you are really determined to fight wireless. Is there any fake?" Zhou Hao sneered. "I even started to build the TV city. Do you think I'm here for real?" "TV city? Where is it?" Liang Jiashu and Xian Zhiwei had exactly the same reactions at the time. "I haven't heard anything about it." Zhou Hao took a sip of beer. "Seung Kwano, construction has been underway for a month, but I claim to be building an industrial village. Where is Tseung Kwano? Liang Jiashu's expression changed. No wonder. Uncle Six wanted to buy a piece of land there to build a new TV city for wireless. But the land he was fancying was bought in advance. An industrial village was built on it, so Uncle Lu had to choose another land. But it has not yet been selected. Unexpectedly, you were the one who bought the land before Uncle Lu. You are now interested in coming over and helping me. Zhou Hao smiled. Liang Jiashu drank another glass of wine. I really didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. Well, anyway, I don't have any nostalgia for wireless. I will come to ATV to help you. Not only me, but my people will also come together. Yes, Su Yuan, one of the producers of the drama production department, and my Chiu from the artist training class will also be with me. Looking at Zhou Hao, Liang Jiashu proudly said, my artists include Gu Tianle, Xian Xian, Ma Junwei, Luo Jiaoyang Wait. They will join me in hopping over. Gu Tianle and Xian Xian are willing to come with you? Xian Juwei said in amazement, because he knew that Louis Ku, Luo Jiaoyang, and Xian Xian are very popular artists, and without exception, they are the masters of TVB. Liang Jiashu smiled proudly. He knew that if he hops over to Asia TV alone, although he has very rich experience, he may not be immediately reused by Zhou Hao. And if he brings a group of popular artists and behind-the-scenes production staff, it was different in the past. Just like those generals in The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, if they want to transfer to others, they usually take credit. He said, Lu Zi and Xian Xian are supporting me, and they are also very dissatisfied with the wireless side. I have already talked to them. If I leave wireless, they will follow me together. Li Zhaoxi pondered. However, they are the niche players of wireless. Even if they want to leave, wireless will not let it go so easily. It's okay, because the contract between Lizzie and wireless is about to expire, and now wireless wants to keep them. Liang Jiashu smiled. The people in wireless think that adding more money can keep Lizzie in them. I have given up my mind. Xian Juwei said with some emotion. But compared to Gu Tianle and the others, my Chiu and the teachers are what I care most about. Are they really willing to come over to our ATV? Because teacher my Chiu, they can't understand wireless's domineering approach. Liang Jiashu said, Mr. Zhou, we must treat teacher my Chiu and the others well. Now, many first-tier stars of wireless TV were taught by teacher my Chiu and the others. Xian Jiwei said to Zhou Hao sternly, the TVB artist training class is worthwhile. It is called a star-making factory in Hong Kong, and Ms. Mai Chiu is the best teacher in the wireless artist training class. Speaking of this, our ATV artist training class has been suspended for a long time. Zhou Hao said, then wait for teacher Mai Chiu and the others to come over, then reconvene it. Our ATV artist resources are not as good as wireless. A lot has been lost in recent years. By the way, if our Asian TV artists take on advertising or other jobs outside, what percentage of the vested interests will we draw? Xian Juwei said, according to the company's rules, 80% is taken away, and artists will only get 20% in the end. Hearing Xian Juwei's words, Zhou Hao couldn't help shaking his head. No wonder ATV's artists kept losing to TVB. Although TVB's rake was also very powerful, they were also exploited. Of course, those artists would rather be more promising and powerful. Exploited by TV stations, at least he still has a chance to become famous. You can't do this in the future, Su Lin. You can go back and make arrangements tomorrow. From now on, if our artists are working outside for advertising or commercial activities, we only take 30% and let them take 70%. Zhou Hao said to Su Lin. Also, let the company provide them with more business. Also, from now on, for the employees behind the scenes of our company, an extra subsidy will be issued every month from now on, and the amount will be calculated at 20% of their original salary. Right. Li Zhaoxi excitedly said to Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, you are so kind to our employees. Xian Jiwei also glanced at Chen Shisan and saw the gratification in each other's eyes. With this alone, Zhou Hao can fully appreciate the hearts of Asian TV artists and employees. In the entertainment industry, artists in the three fields of music, film, and television, for the benefits of external work, their brokerage companies must draw at least half of the commission. Unless you are an emperor star like Chow Yun Fat Andy Lau, you can make your own decisions. And Zhou Hao's move undoubtedly brought back the hearts of his artists and behind-the-scenes production staff. And the producer Su Yuan you mentioned, who is it? Zhou Hao suddenly asked Liang Jiashu. Chen Shursen smiled and said, Boss, you don't know him. He is a very important producer on the wireless side. The long series of True Love by the wireless company before is his handwriting. Zhou Hao suddenly said. It turned out to be him, I remember. However, he remembered that Su Yuan was not because of the more bitter True Love, but another long drama, Everybody is Happy, produced by Su Yuan, which is similar to True Love. Compared with As You Like It, is a set of long dramas with an obviously nonsensical comedy atmosphere. It is very popular in Hong Kong and Guangdong, and Su Yuan is also good at mastering those long dramas with more than 100 episodes. Talents. Zhou Hao still likes As You Like It, an ancient costume TV series that brought modern nonsense heads into ancient times. Now that Su Yuan is following Liang Jiashu, let As You Like It also become an ATV work. Anyway, many of the actors who starred in As You Like It did not sign a long-term contract with TVB, and Xue Jian and TVB only cooperated in the form of a main contract and only signed once for a drama. Except for Lizzie and the first-line artists, many second- and third-tier artists will come with me. Liang Jiashu smiled. These second- and third-tier artists are also very dissatisfied with wireless, but they have always dared not to speak, afraid to resist. Wireless will be punished by cold storage. Zhou Hao nodded. Although the first-line artists can play a leading role in the TV station, the second- and third-line artists, and even those who run the game, are also very important. The Greenleaf actors on TVB are also very good, and they are very good for taking over Asia. For Zhou Hao of TV, it is a very critical human resource. He said to Liang Jiashu, How many artists and production staff can come with you this time? Su Yuan and Lu Zai, I have already said before. As for the second and third line artists, there are at least 20 people. Liang Jiashu said, There are more than 30 people behind the scenes, even the dubbing team. There are also 6 willing to go with me. Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi took a sigh of relief when they heard this. Li Zhaoxi said, This, at least 1/5 of the talents in wireless have been hired. Mr. Liang, are you really confident? Liang Jiashu looked at Zhou Hao. As long as you can eat so many people, Mr. Zhou. Seeing Liang Jiashu's gaze, Zhou Hao knew that he was demonstrating to himself, or it was an expression of his strength. What Liang Jiashu means now is to tell Zhou Hao that people like Su Yuan and Ku Tianla came to Asia TV because of him. In this way, Liang Jiashu has a great contribution to Asia TV. If Zhou Hao is not allowed to be in a high position, he is afraid will cause instability. In fact, Liang Jiashu's ability to bring so many wireless talents here just shows his power in wireless. It is also that his status in wireless is still very high. If he develops like his previous life, Liang Jiashu's influence in wireless will gradually be rejected or eroded by Zheng Lizhen and Lu Yiling, who will join in the future. If Liang Jiashu's forces shut down and then come to ATV, it will definitely not be able to attract so many people. So Zhou Hao smiled at Liang Jiashu. Since Mr. Liang, you have made up your mind to come and help me, and you have a lot of experience in TV, so let's take the position of director of the drama production department of our Asian TV. Right. Then I'll be more respectful than fate. Liang Jiashu smiled very satisfied. Now you are my boss. Come, I will toast you. After that, he raised his glass to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also raised his head and took a sip. But I explained beforehand that in the company, I allow competition, but never tolerate infighting. So I don't want wireless factions like wireless will appear here. Everyone understands. Huh. We understand, Mr. Zhou. Xian Jiwei and Li Zhaoxi replied quickly. Liang Jiashu looked at Zhou Hao with an unspeakable look in his eyes. In fact, when he left wireless, he wanted to get rid of the intrigue that never existed all the time, and he had to put all his energy into these unnecessary things. By the way, Mr. Zhou, in addition to the 2 programs, I have a date with zombies and looking for a story of a foreign country. What TV series or programs do our TV station need to shoot? Chen Shursan asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao touched his chin. What do you think of Hong Kong TV series? Take wireless as an example. Liang Jiashu first said, Now wireless TV dramas, whether they are costume dramas or fashion dramas, all take the route of lighter comedies. Although the current audience is also very unhappy with this kind of TV dramas, it will continue. It will be tired after all. Chun Shisando. As for our TV series, the light comedy atmosphere is much weaker, and it can even be said to be more realistic and rigorous. Moreover, as the boss said before, due to funding issues, our TV series are a little bit of a petty. The scenes and props are relatively old, and even the lighting looks darker than wireless TV shows. I don't like the light comedy style of wireless, but, just like Mr. Liang said, it will always be tired. Zhou Hao said, so, I want the company to produce a new kind of drama. What repertoire? Xian Jiwei, Chen Shisan, Li Zhaoxi, and Liang Jiashu all looked at Zhou Hao in unison. Idol drama. Zhou Hao smiled. Idol drama? Liang Jiashu and Chen Shisan looked at each other. Zhou Hao explained with a smile. Idol dramas mainly face young audiences. This kind of TV drama first emphasizes not the tension of the script, nor the acting skills of the actors, but the appearance of the actors. Don't pay attention to script tension and actors' acting skills. Chen Shisan was the first to question. Boss, can such a TV show work? He himself is a screenwriter, so in a TV show, the focus is on the script. Zhou Hao shook his head. It's not that you don't pay attention to the script and acting skills. In a TV drama, the script and acting skills are naturally essential. I just emphasize that in idol dramas, the appearance of actors is very important. This factor is almost idol dramas. Premise. In fact, we are not too unfamiliar with idol dramas. Liang Jiashu on the side said, in fact, most of the Japanese dramas can be called idol dramas. Moreover, Japanese dramas are also very popular in Hong Kong, just like those in the past. Tokyo Love Story is simply popular in Asia, but I don't know if we can make idol dramas ourselves. Zhou Hao smiled. If you don't try it, how can you know if it can be filmed? At present, Hong Kong's self-produced TV shows are mostly watched by people over 30 years old, and more are housewives. Fewer young people are willing to stay at home and watch TV, and as long as we can capture these young audiences under 30, it will be easy to beat wireless in ratings. Xian Jiwei said. Mr. Zhou, you asked for an outstanding actor. Who do you think can be competent on our TV station? But Zhou Hao shook his head slightly. Including the Gu Tianla and others brought by the family tree, I don't think any of them can do the job. So I want to find new people to perform again, and it's not limited to Hong Kong. As long as it's a Chinese and matches me, I'm willing to use it. Although Hong Kong is an international metropolis, Zhou Hao feels that Hong Kong's talents for acting are always limited. To put it plainly, compared to the entire land of China and various overseas Chinese regions, Hong Kong is just a small place, and there are not so many handsome men and beautiful women. Just look at the Miss Hong Kong. The more you develop, the worse the quality of the candidates. On the contrary, in China, some stewardess candidates are much more beautiful than Miss Hong Kong. But I'm just going to discover new people now. Will the time be a little tight? Li Zhaoxi asked. I actually sent someone to find a suitable candidate a long time ago. Zhou Hao said, and Su Lin next to him took out a bunch of photos from his handbag and gave it to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao opened up the stack of photos on the coffee table in the middle of the crowd and saw that those photos were beautiful young men and beautiful women. Xian Jiwei and Liang Jiashu picked them up and took a closer look, and Zhou Hao said, these people are all under 25 years old, and the youngest is only 16 or 17. And their common characteristics are in addition to youth and invincibility. One point is that it can attract the attention of the audience. Mr. Zhou, these two people are very good. I think as long as they are packaged, they can not only make TV shows, but also have no problems with singing or movies. Liang Jiashu took 2 photos, and they were about 18 years old. A very handsome boy. Zhou Hao smiled and said, these 2 people, one is Zhou Yimin and the other is Yan Qingxiu. They are both Taiwanese. You are now a model in Jiashu. You have a good vision. He used a trick to expose that in advance. The corrupt Taipei County Chief of Lands Zhuang Yuquan also used the influence of Sinian and Lianing News Agency in Taiwan to help him find those who will become popular in the performing arts in the future, including F4, which will be popular in Asia in a few years. However, Zhou Hao didn't let people find all the members of F4, but only found the 2 core people Zhou Yimin and Yan Qingxiu. As for the original Zhu Xiaotian and Wu Jinhao, Zhou Hao felt that it was not that important. You can find someone else to replace it. And Xian Jiwei posted a photo to Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, I am very optimistic about this. Zhou Hao saw that the young man in the photo was Wu Zun. Just listen to Xian Jiwei said. I feel that this boy is very clean and sunny. If he makes his debut, I believe he will be very popular with girls. Chen Shursen also saw a lot of photos. He propped his chin with his fist and said, Boss, you said that these people who are suitable for making idol dramas can actually be found directly from models. Those men who grow up are tall and handsome. It meets your requirements. I admit that these people have great market potential after packaging, but what about the script? I always value the script the most. There is already a ready-made script. Zhou Hao smiled and took a file bag from Su Lin and poured out the basic books from it, but they were all comics, and the cover was impressively Meteor Garden. Chen Shursan and Xian Jiwei picked up one each. Meteor Garden? Mr. Zhou, do you mean let us adapt it directly from this comic? Liang Jiashu asked. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, in fact, like the Japanese TV series you just mentioned, many of them are actually adapted from comics. At this time, Li Zhaoxi raised his hand. Mr. Zhou, there is one more thing. We all have our own types of dramas, but none of us have tried this idol drama. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Don't be afraid. I have found the talents in idol drama. Zhou Hao snapped his fingers as he said. I saw the door of the room pushed open, and two figures of a man and a woman walked in from the outside and nodded slightly to Chen Shursan in the room. Hello, everyone. Zhou Hao pointed to the two men and women in their 30s and introduced them to everyone. This is Miss Chai Jiping, an experienced producer, and the other is Mr. Kai Yueshuan, a director. They are both I sent someone to get it from Taiwan. These Chai Jiping and Kai Yueshuan were the original producers and directors of Meteor Garden, but Meteor Garden was the pinnacle of their industry. Before this, their careers were not considered successful, and Zhou Hao is also taking advantage of them now. Before they soared to the sky, they did both soft and hard to put them under their own banner. In particular, Chai Jiping, in addition to the male and female protagonists in the success of Meteor Garden, her role is also very huge. After Meteor Garden, she also produced many successful idol dramas and is known as Taiwan's idol drama godmother. In fact, the entertainment company where Chai Jiping and Kai Yueshuan work in Taiwan also has a background in the underworld. After all, Taiwan's underworld is much more rampant than Hong Kong, and many underworld leaders even rely on huge amounts of money to get themselves into the political world. Today, the value of Chai Jiping and Kai Yueshuan has not yet begun to manifest, and Zhou Hao used Sinian and Lianing News Agency to come forward. The underworld in Taiwan naturally wants to save face, and if they are half sold and half free, they will be sent to Zhou Hao's banner. By the way, there are a few people in Jiashu. I want you to help me pay attention. Zhou Hao turned to Liang Jiashu. Well, one is called Lin Feng, and the other is Wu Zhuoxi. I want you to help me find them and convince them to become us artists of ATV. Among the younger generation of artists, Zhou Hao is more optimistic about Lin Feng and Wu Zhuoxi. Of course, they have to act first before they make a contract with Wireless. Liang Jiashu nodded. In fact, during this period of time, I have also noticed some newcomers. I saw a girl with great potential on the street a few days ago. I originally wanted to recommend her to participate in Miss Hong Kong this year in order to enter the show business. But knowing that she said that a film and television company has been looking for her, and she has also signed an agreement with that film and television company. Alas, what a pity. I have confidence in this girl. If she goes to participate in Miss Hong Kong, I dare it is guaranteed to be in the top 3. However, Zhou Hao smiled and took out a photo and handed it to him. Jiashu, the girl you were talking about, isn't she? Liang Jiashu was startled when he saw the girl in the photo. She is the film and television company that signed her, which is your Polaris? Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, I told her not to participate in Miss Hong Kong. He suddenly sneered. You Wireless Miss Hong Kong, I know what stuff it is. The top 3 are all those the rich made a reservation. This phenomenon is seen in many beauty pageants, even when Liang Xiaobing participated in Miss Hong Kong back then, but she was sheltered by her uncle at that time, so she was not caught by those people. Mr. Zhou, I am no longer a Wireless person. Don't drag me in. Liang Jiashu said helplessly. And the girl they were talking about was Charmaine Xia, the head of the TVB in the future. If according to the development of the previous life, she joined the Miss Hong Kong this year before entering the wireless network, and Zhou Hao knew her value, so she was signed one step in advance. Even the Miss Hong Kong did not let her participate. The reason why Zhou Hao spent so much effort to sign Charmaine Xie was to make it into the classic Moonlight on the 5th of October in the previous life. Charmaine Xie portrayed the good wishes to you role in the play. For a long time no one can beyond. Now Ma Junwei is also following Liang Jiashu. Zhang Zhilin has not signed a long-term contract with TVB. It is not difficult for Zhou Hao to gather them. Of course, Charmaine Xie's acting skills are still very jerky, so Zhou Hao is not in a hurry to shoot Moonlight on the 5th of October and wants Charmaine Xie to play some supporting roles in other TV dramas first. Mr. Zhou, the dramas we are going to film all need time. So how do we deal with them before these TV dramas are completed? Li Xiaoxi asked Zhou Hao. It's very simple. We can use the outsourcing drama. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I don't know. Have you ever heard of Returning the Pearl, which is currently being filmed in China? In Hong Kong's television history, TVB and ATV have 3 sets of the most successful outsourced dramas. The first set is the Bao Qingtian series bought by TVB from Taiwan in the early 1990s. The second set is the first and second sets of Returning the Pearl bought by ATV, and the second set is the Broad TV bought by TVB. Chongjin. These 3 outsourcing dramas caused turbulent waves across Hong Kong when they were broadcast on TVB and ATV. In the past life, ATV caused a wave of Little Swallow craze in Hong Kong, with Returning the Pearl and Gitch. Even the actors who played Mother Rong in the drama came to Hong Kong and received a warm welcome. Zhou Hao was busy with his studies at that time and didn't have time to watch Huanzhu Ge Ge. But even if he hadn't watched it, he knew how much this TV series produced by Cheong Yao and filmed by Hunan TV caused a sensation in Asia. Therefore, in the emptiness where the old Asian TV series will be exhausted and the new one will not be completed, Zhou Hao intends to purchase Returning the Pearl to deal with it. My people have already discussed the broadcasting rights of this TV series with Hunan TV station in China. Zhou Hao said, This TV series, I want to broadcast during prime time. You don't have to doubt its quality. I believe it will help. Our ATV has pushed the ratings to a peak. Now that Zhou Hao has decided, Liang Jiashu and Xian Jiwei have no objections. When Zhou Hao took over ATV, he proposed a lot of new plans, with decisive and quick methods, and he was very general. It's just that Xian Jiwei and the others tried these new solutions for the first time, so they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But after all, they are all motivated people who are used to challenge, and naturally they will not succumb to difficulties. Okay, let's do this. It's late. Everyone, let's go back first and work hard tomorrow. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Brother Shi, didn't you just say you want to be called Miss? It's okay, anyway. The company is responsible for the accounting, so you can just enjoy it. Really? Then I'm not welcome. Li Xiaoxi laughed openly. Most of the others are people with families. Of course Zhou Hao wouldn't do this kind of thing, so they all went home very quickly, but Li Xiaoxi was fulfilled. He called several ladies in this private room, who tea on hoodie all night. After returning to the villa, both Situ, Jianying, and Wang Shijuan were asleep, and Su Lin did not return to his room either, and directly followed Zhou Hao to his master room on the 3rd floor. Entering the room, Zhou Hao leaned over and lay on the bed, sighing. Oh, so tired. It's not that he was physically tired. With his current skill, even if he ran for 10 days and 10 nights in a row, he was not afraid. Will feel tired. It's just that he has been busy with Polaris and Asia Television during this period of time. He is even busier than his previous preparations for the Asian financial turmoil, so he feels a little tired. Su Lin took off his jacket and skirt, climbed onto the bed and straddled Zhou Hao's ass, kneading a pair of jade hands on his shoulders. You have been busy with TV stations since this time, and now ATV has its officially merged into the Polaris, and you can have a good rest. Well, I have worked hard for you. Although you are nominally the general manager of the broadcasting business department, I have already ordered them. You can be the master of the Asian TV business. In the future, ATV will have to trouble you. Zhou Hao Fu sat on the bed. Su Lin leaned down to reach Zhou Hao's ear and smiled. All right. Anyway, I want to try the feeling of mastering the star's future and destiny. However, How do I feel like Fang Yihua? Fang Yihua is Xiao. Shaw's wife has been helping Shaw with TVB affairs for many years. Don't oppress employees like Fang Yihua. The so-called things are going to be reversed. Zhou Hao reminded. I see. You think I am really that kind of mean woman. Su Lin leaned on Zhou Hao's back. Don't worry. Asian TV is your industry, and I will take care of it for you. Feeling Su Lin's soft and crisp squeezed on his back, Zhou Hao also had an impulse in his heart. He suddenly turned over and pressed Su Lin under him, kissing between her white neck. Su Lin, I'm busy with ATV during these days, and it's been a long time since I made friends with you. Come, let's enjoy it tonight. Su Lin gave him a white look. You didn't make any friends with me. Don't think I don't know. You and Jianying often mess around in the study. I found Jianying's underwear under the desk a few days ago. Hearing what Su Lin said, Zhou Hao was also guilty of guilty conscience, and Su Lin said again, Fortunately, I didn't find it. Otherwise, I will see how you explain. After this time of getting along, Su Lin and Wang Shijuan have also established a very deep relationship. For Wang Shijuan, who is pure and kind, Su Lin also likes it very much. He treats it as his own sister and does not want her to suffer any harm. In fact, I have to tell Shijuan these things sooner or later. I don't feel good about keeping it from her like this. Zhou Hao said. It's just that I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it for a while, so I haven't told her. You men, all of you are spoilers. I tell you, if you make Shijuan cry, I won't let you go. Su Lin pinched Zhou Hao's nose and groaned. I know. Zhou Hao put his hand into Su Lin's shirt. The spring night is worth a lot of money. Let's not waste time. After that, he has already taken off his clothes. Press down on Su Lin. Su Lin groaned. Oh, people still have to work tomorrow, so don't toss me. Although she said so, Zhou Hao kissed her lips and kept raging on her with both hands. She quickly became soft. Go down. Soon, Su Lin's seductive groans sounded in the room, which didn't subside for a long time. The next day, all the entertainment newspapers in Hong Kong broke the news that the TVB producer Liang Jiashu suddenly resigned and left TVB on the same day. And together with him to submit the resignation letter, there is another producer, Su Yuan, and more than 30 behind-the-scenes production staff. First-line artists such as Louis Koo, Luo Jiaoyang, Ma Junwei, Xian Xian, and more than a dozen second and third-tier artists also announced that they would not renew their contracts with TVB. Even the instructors of several artist training classes headed by Mai Chiu also announced that they would leave TVB. After the news was reported, the whole Hong Kong was in an uproar, but the subsequent development was even more shocking. Because just after Liang Jiashu, Su Yuan, and others left TVB, they immediately came to the office building of ATV and announced that they were director of the drama production department and supervisor of the drama production department of ATV. Artists such as Luo Jiaoyang also signed contracts with ATV and officially became ATV's artists, and the minimum contract period is 5 years. As for Louis Koo, he signed another contract with Polaris because Zhou Hao knew that he could not only develop well in TV series, but also have very good talents in the field of film. The Polaris has now also set up a branch in Hong Kong, in addition to supervising the operation of ATV, but also responsible for the development of artists in areas other than TV dramas. After Liang Jiashu and Ku Tianla became members of ATV, Su Lin announced to the Hong Kong media, as the spokesperson of ATV, that from now on, ATV will only take a percentage of all the advertising and commercial activities of its artists. A commission of 30 and a monthly bonus equal to 20% of their salary is given to the employees of ATV. This series of breaking news shocked the whole of Hong Kong. The citizens were all eyeing ATV's big move, and people in the circle heard that ATV only collected 30% of the artist's commission. It's utterly staggering because they know the rules in this industry. They may receive less than 30% of the money in the end when they take advertising and other businesses. Later, TVB's Fang Yihua accused the media of Liang Jiashu and others who left the TV station for being ungrateful and publicly bombarded Asia as an unscrupulous means of competition, insinuating that the Polaris boss who had just taken over ATV was not a gentleman. It's no wonder that Fang Yihua, who has always been low-key, is so angry this time, because in this incident, ATV dug away 1/5 of the talent resources in front of and behind the radio station, especially the instructors of my Chio's artist training classes. It is equivalent to the production equipment of a factory. In this way, the blow to the TV is not small. Regarding Fang Yihua's remarks, Su Lin said calmly that the flow of talent is a common occurrence in every company, and there is nothing to be fussed about. Since Liang Jiashu and the others have left wireless and switched to ATV, it means that wireless must have something to dissatisfy them, and ATV must have something to attract them. Finally, Su Lin also called on wireless to treat its artists well. This last sentence directly pointed to the weakness of wireless, and even some artists in the wireless could not help but applaud Su Lin's remarks. The Hong Kong media are very interested in Su Lin, the general manager of the new broadcasting business department of ATV. On the one hand, the Polaris company behind her is very mysterious. On the other hand, Su Lin's beauty and temperament are not inferior to Hong Kong. Any female celebrity in China is extremely newsworthy for the media. While the disturbance between ATV and TVB was raging in the entertainment industry, Zhou Hao met a real superstar Andy Lau in a high-end restaurant. Andy Lau's status in the Chinese world is unmatched. He is a true superstar. Over the years, from the original idol star to today's powerful star, he has made outstanding achievements in music, film, and television. In Zhou Hao's previous life, Andy Lau concealed the turmoil in his marriage. Zhou Hao also felt that it was excusable. Although he was at fault, he did not hide his flaws. At this time, Andy Lau was much younger than Zhou Hao's previous life. After all, he is now in his 30s. In the separate private room, only Zhou Hao and Andy Lau were sitting face to face on both sides of the dining table. Andy Lau carefully looked at the handsome young man in front of him, guessing his identity curiously in his heart. Because today he still had a filming schedule, but he suddenly received an invitation, and the invitation was actually Xiang Huaqiang's younger brother Xiang Huaxing. Xian's power in Hong Kong. Andy Lau naturally knows, especially Xian's control over the entertainment industry, which cannot be truly seen by people who are not insiders. So Andy Lau immediately pushed back today's schedule and hurriedly came here with Xiang Huaxing and saw the boy named Zhou Hao in front of him. When he first saw himself, Zhou Hao's eyes were a little bit of surprise and admiration, as well as a trace of admiration, just like his fans and movie fans. But soon, he calmed down. Only a little appreciation for himself remained in his eyes, as if he were looking at an ordinary person. "Thank you, Mr. Liu, for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet me." Zhou Hao smiled at Andy Lau. Zhou Hao does not call Andy Lau as Hua Zi, like the Hong Kong people do. This makes Andy Lau feel that his relationship with him is not about fans and idols or friends and friends, but rather like business partners. Since Xiang Huaxing brought himself over to see Zhou Hao, Andy Lau thought that Zhou Hao was definitely not an ordinary person, so he smiled and said, "Where, Mr. Zhou? You are young and promising. It is my honor to meet you." But Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. "I think, Mr. Liu, you didn't know me before then. So how do you know that I am young and promising?" Andy Lau did not expect Zhou Hao to speak so bluntly. He was taken aback and smiled embarrassingly. "Mr. Zhou, you are too plain. I just want to have a happy and honest talk with Mr. Liu." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, I know that you have not signed a contract with any brokerage company. To some extent, you are a free person." Andy Lau frowned when he heard the words, because Zhou Hao said that, indicating that he intends to recruit himself under the banner. However, Andy Lau was only fed up with the exploitation of the brokerage company to become independent. In the past few years, he set up the Sky Curtain Company to be free from constraints, but the Sky Curtain ended dismal. Seeing Andy Lau frowned, Zhou Hao was not impatient and still smiled. "I know, Mr. Liu, you don't like being restrained, but you should understand that it is very difficult to make a difference if you are alone. A strong company is needed to support you. Moreover, after joining my company, I can assure you that no one on the underworld in Hong Kong will dare to threaten you to make bad movies." Andy Lau looked at Zhou Hao's gaze a little surprised. If he could say this, it means that Zhou Hao has the power to contend with the whole Hong Kong underworld, which inevitably makes Andy Lau curious. And Zhou Hao said to him, "Moreover, Mr. Liu, I know that you are very concerned about the Best Actor award at the Hong Kong Film Awards. You have made so many films, but none of them can help you realize your dream of being an actress. Mr. Liu, I can help you. How can you help me? Andy Lau saw the very confident smile on Zhou Hao's face, and suddenly his heart jumped. You don't want to bribe the judges. This is not good. In this case, I would rather not have this award. Of course not. Zhou Hao smiled. It's boring to do this kind of thing. I want you to sit upright in the position of the actor. I have tailored a play for you. You can do it now. Look at the script. After that, he took out a script and handed it to Andy Lau. Andy Lau took it and flipped it over. The Dark War? This is exactly the Dark War that Andy Lau won the Best Actor award in his previous life. But Dark War was released in 1999, and Zhou Hao wrote it out in advance according to his own memory. Of course, Zhou Hao is not a professional who writes scripts, so this script is only a first draft, and it needs professional people to polish it. After reading the story briefly, Andy Lau's face also showed joy, because he could see that the script was very exciting, and each character was full of tension. He asked Zhou Hao, the jewel thief and the policeman, you want me, which one do you play? Zhou Hao smiled. Then which one do you want to play? Andy Lau hesitated for a moment and said, I want to play that thief, because this role is more challenging. Zhou Hao nodded. As for the policeman, I will find Lu Qingyun to play. Qingyun, Andy Lau said in amazement. But he is now a member of Galaxy Image. Boss Du is afraid that he won't let people go. The boss Du, he said, is Du Chifeng, because Galaxy Image film production company is Du Chifeng created in the previous year. However, Zhou Hao's smile remained unchanged. Not to mention Lu Qingyun. Even Du Chifeng has already agreed to be the director of my play. What? Andy Lau was also very shocked when he heard the words, because he had cooperated with Du Chifeng a lot and knew Du Chifeng's temperament. Although the script of Dark War is very good, Johnny To may not condescend to agree to Zhou Hao. Just listen to Zhou Hao. Laughed and said, because the entire Galaxy Image was acquired by me the day before yesterday, but it has not been disclosed to the public. What? Andy Lau stood up in shock, looking at Zhou Hao incredulously. Because Johnny To's passionate creation of the Galaxy Image, which he regarded as his own brainchild, also attracted Wei Jiahui and Yu Daji to form the Iron Triangle. He was ambitious to establish a film and television kingdom in Hong Kong. How could he be suddenly acquired by Zhou Hao? It turned out that although the Galaxy Image was created by Du Chifeng, there is actually a very strong underworld figure behind him. That is, the Xiong family of Xian Gong and Xiong Huaqiang was the ultimate master behind the Galaxy Image. At that time, after Zhou Hao decided to acquire Galaxy Image, he did not go to Du Chifeng, but directly found Xiong Huaqiang. Xiong Huaqiang learned that Zhou Hao was going to acquire Manhwa Image, and he had to give Manhwa Image to Zhou Hao for free. Because compared to wooing Zhou Hao, the Galaxy Image seemed too insignificant to Xiong Huaqiang. After all, although XING and has a lot of business in the entertainment industry in Hong Kong, it only accounts for a small part of their business. Xiong Huaqiang originally regarded the film companies under his company as money laundering tools. Don't say it's the Galaxy Image. If Zhou Hao speaks, even the Yongxing Film Company, that Xiong Huaqiang has put in the most effort, he can give it to Zhou Hao without frowning. Naturally, Zhou Hao didn't want it in vain. He gave Xiong Huaqiang 50 million Hong Kong dollars and officially included Galaxy Image under his own banner. In addition, Zhou Hao bought a record production company under Xiong Huaqiang for 20 million Hong Kong dollars. With such a tricky win, Zhou Hao's Polaris framework in the three aspects of music, film, and television is even initially established. Moreover, this is only in Hong Kong, and the construction of the Polaris in the country is also actively proceeding. However, it is the same as Zhou Hao's acquisition strategy in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao didn't want to rebuild from brick by brick, but directly took the existing resources as the puzzle of Polaris. Take Hongdian Film and Television City as an example. Polaris owns 40% of its shares, which is equivalent to owning the largest filming base in China. In the future, you will not need to rent other people's places for your own movies and TV series. At this time, in addition to the acquisition of ATV, Galaxy Image and record companies in Hong Kong, Polaris is also in the process of acquiring the Huai Brothers Media Group, established in 1994. Today's Huai Brothers Media Group is still in the early days of its establishment, and its achievements and reputation are far less than those in Zhou Hao's previous life. Moreover, it has not yet been listed, and it is much easier to acquire it. At this moment, Andy Lau on the opposite side had also slowly calmed down, but the gaze that looked at Zhou Hao was no longer contemptuous, but a faint fear emerged. The person who can put the galaxy image in the bag without making a sound can never be an ordinary person. Andy Lau tentatively asked, "Mr. Zhou, may I ask, what is your company's name?" Zhou Hao took a sip of the Sprite in front of him and then smiled. "My company, Mr. Liu. You should have heard of it. It is called Polaris Media Film and Television Company." "Your company is the Polaris?" "That Polaris that bought ATV some time ago?" "Yes." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Andy Lau was amazed. "I really didn't expect that the Polaris that made the city full of storms in the entertainment industry, you turn out to be the boss behind the scenes. Did you know? Now the media is already speculating whether the Polaris is Li Ka-shing or Li Shaoqi's top rich people secretly making tricks when it comes out. They also say that these real estate tycoons are also interested in getting involved in the media business." In fact, the reason why Andy Lau said this is to test whether Zhou Hao has anything to do with Li Ka-shing and Li Xiaoji, the top rich in Hong Kong. The acquisition of Asia Television and the Galaxy Image silently, it is obviously not the ordinary rich man to be able to make such a big handwriting. Especially the Galaxy Image is forbidden by Xiang Huaqiang, even if it is Li Ka-shing and Li Xiaoji. Xiang Huaqiang might not give them face, but Zhou Hao waved his hand. "These two, Mr. Li, I want to meet them, but I have never seen each other." He said to Andy Lau, "I'm just a businessman who came from China to invest in Hong Kong." Since Zhou Hao didn't want to say more about his identity, Andy Lau did not ask any further questions. After all, he would work under Zhou Hao in the future. If Zhou Hao is not pleased, it will not be good for him. So he naturally changed the topic. "Mr. Zhou, ATV announced that it will only charge 30% of the commission for the foreign work income of its artists. It should be your idea." Hee. Mr. Zhou's move is really a blessing for our artists. He tasted a sip of beer, and his expression was a little emotional. "I remember when I was a niche in wireless. Not to mention the first time I was a passerby. Even if I became one of the 5 tigers, my monthly salary, it's not fixed. If you go out to pick up work, you will have to turn in wireless for more than 70%. In the end, you will have very little money left." Zhou Hao also knew the grievances between Andy Lau and wireless TV, so he said, "I wanted to defeat them because I couldn't see the dominance of TVB. Everyone said that wireless is an unsinkable aircraft carrier. I just want it. Sink it in front of everyone." Feeling the confidence exuding from Zhou Hao, Andy Lau was also infected and raised his glass to Zhou Hao. "Okay, I also want to see what the old man Shaw was like when he saw wireless was broken." The cups of the two touched lightly in the air, and the goals in their hearts reached the same moment. Andy Lau also did not ask Zhou Hao how much he would be paid for the next film, Dark War, because he felt that since Zhou Hao treated ATV artists so favorably, he would naturally not treat himself badly. If he really asked, on the contrary, he appeared to be a good man. On the other side, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying are also visiting and playing together in the Asian TV building. They were led by Su Lin, and now everyone in ATV knows that Su Lin is the new general manager of the broadcasting business department. It can be said that there are more than 10,000 people under one person. No one dares to offend her. Instead, they have to fight to please. Therefore, in connection with the two visitors, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, the people in the TV station naturally have to be careful and visit wherever they think. If people on the TV station know that these two lovely and pleasant girls are actually the women of the big boss, Zhou Hao, it will be even more sincere. However, for the sake of a large number of people, Zhou Hao's status as the holder of Asia Television and even the Polaris is only known to senior officials such as Xian Zhiwei, Chen Shisan, or Liang Jiaxiu. After visiting the various studios of ATV, Wang Shijuan smiled excitedly with Situ Jianying. "I just learned today that the original TV series were filmed like this. Look at the elevators in the homes, they turned out to be fake. I watched TV and thought they really went to other people's homes to shoot." Situ Jianying also nodded. This is my first time on TV. Huh, isn't that Gu Tianle and Xian Xian? Let's go to them and ask for autographs. After that, he took Wang Shijuan to Gu Tianle, Xian Xian, etc. A few entertainers who came from TVB went over. At this time, Gu Tianle was chatting with Xian Xian and Luo Jiaoyang, and only listened to him. Oh, no wonder ATV has not been able to use wireless for so many years. You see their environment here. Even the dressing room is much smaller than wireless. What are you afraid of? Luo Jiaoyang smiled to Gu Tianle. You signed a contract with Polaris directly. I think they are deliberately letting you develop into the movie circle. You will be a star on the big screen in the future. Hearing Luo Jiaoyang's words of admiration, Gu Tianle was also a little happy, because he was indeed different from Luo Jiaoyang and others, and directly signed with Polaris. Moreover, he also knew the agent that Polaris assigned him. He is a very mixed person in the circle. He has a good relationship with several major societies. He has some big-name movie stars in his hands. He even worked as Jackie Chung before Andy Lau and others' agents. The agent told Gu Tianle that the strength of Polaris is very powerful. Although it is still not well known today, it will definitely become the leading media group in Hong Kong and even the country in a few years. He also told Gu Tianle that Polaris has acquired Galaxy Image and intends to make a big splash in the field of film. Louis Koo also knows about the Galaxy Image. This company was founded by Du Qifeng, and Gu Tianle heard that the big boss behind the scenes is Xian Gong and's leader Xiang Huaqiang. As early as when Galaxy Image was founded, Wei Jiehui, who was originally a TVBA's producer, wanted to bring Louis Koo with him, but at that time Louis Koo's contract with TVB had not expired, and he could not get out of TVB. Therefore, being able to buy the Galaxy Image from Xiang Huaqiang, Gu Tianle is also full of confidence in the strength of his new owner, Polaris. Xian Xian also said at this time, if ATV still uses these devices to fight wireless wars in the future, I am afraid there will be no chance of winning. Her face is not without worry. You can rest assured about this, because Polaris has now built a new TV broadcast city in Seongkwano, covering an area of nearly 200,000 square feet, and all the studios and equipment are new. Walked over with Wang Shiju and Situ Jining just heard the conversation of Gu Tianle and several people, and couldn't help but tell the news that Zhou Hao had told her. Gu Tianle and several people looked at Situ Jining and Wang Shijuan for a moment. Xian Xian asked suspiciously, why haven't we heard of the construction of a new TV city in Seongkwano? Little sister, who are you and how did you know? We are Zhou. We are Sister Su Lin's friends. Situ Jining originally wanted to say that he and Wang Shijuan were Zhou Hao's friends, but thought that these people did not know that Zhou Hao was the boss behind ATV, so changed to say that it was Su Lin's friend. Hearing that the two are friends of the general manager of the broadcasting business department, Gu Tianle and the others all calmed down. Did Miss Su tell you this news? Anyway, you just believe what I said. Situ Jining said, about the beginning of next year, Asia Television will all relocate to the new TV city. But this news has not been announced yet, so don't say it. Luo Jiaoyang turned his head and said to Gu Tianle and Xian Xian, I have heard that Uncle Lu once wanted to buy a piece of land in Seongkwano to build a new TV city for wireless. But it seems that the piece of land he fancy has already been bought. The industrial village has been built down and built, and then there will be nothing left. He looked at Situ Jining. Little sister, is the industrial village under construction the new TV city of ATV? I don't know. Situ Jining turned his head and smiled, but his eyes were a little sly, and Wang Shijuan, who was beside him, suddenly saw so many stars on TV, he was too cautious about what to say, let alone will interject casually. Xian Xian and Luo Jiaoyang glanced at each other, and they all intuitively felt that the industrial village should be the new TV city. And after learning that ATV is already building a new TV city, their confidence in their hearts is much stronger. Oh, I almost forgot to do business. Situ Jining suddenly shouted, can you guys sign us? We like the TV series you made very much. Then he handed the pen and paper to the nearest one. Xian Xian's hand. Xian Xian couldn't help but smile when she heard this. But they couldn't help but like Situ Jining and Wang Shijuan, the two lovely girls, so they signed them one by one, and took pictures with them if they asked for it. After leaving the dressing room, Situ Jianying casually put Gu Tianla and their signatures in his pocket and smiled to Wang Shijuan beside him. I used to watch them play TV series, and I still wondered what they would be like in private. Is also an ordinary person. Wang Shijuan also nodded. Moreover, they will all be employees of Zhou Hao in the future. It is unexpected that Zhou Hao has become the owner of such a big TV station and built a new TV city. He just entered high school this year. It is full of pride and happiness, because the man I love is so outstanding. Situ Jianying took a deep look at Wang Shijuan and suddenly said, Shijuan, honestly, do you think Zhou Hao is an excellent man? Wang Shijuan nodded immediately. Of course, Zhou Hao is the best man in the world. That cherished the monarch. Situ Jianying hesitated and stopped. What's wrong? Wang Shijuan's reaction to Situ Jianying was a little strange. Since Zhou Hao is so good, have you ever thought about Shijuan? Situ Jianying asked her. Besides you, there might be other women who like him? Suddenly hearing this question, Wang Shijuan was stunned. She seemed to have never thought about it. And Situ Jianying sighed again. Just like a woman who is too beautiful can become a disaster, sometimes it is not a good thing for a man to be too good. After talking with Andy Lau, Zhou Hao drove away by himself and then went to the office of Galaxy Investment Company in the Landmark, because after Su Lin held a press conference, he went to Galaxy with Song Jiahao. In the office, she handed over her former work in Galaxy to Song Jiahao and Willie Worth, and Zhou Hao wanted to send her back to Asia Television. Su Lin used to help Zhou Hao to take charge of the affairs of Xinhua temporarily, but with the help of the detailed operation plan drawn up by Zhou Hao and the help of trading elites such as Song Jiahao, the affairs of Xinhua are all organized, so Su Lin's original task is not too heavy. Zhou Hao even just started to shake hands. Because of this, Zhou Hao asked Su Lin to take charge of ATV, and Song Jiahao was responsible for Xinhua. Leave it to them. Zhou Hao asked Su Lin after picking up Su Lin from the parking lot of the Landmark. Su Lin nodded, and Zhou Hao said again, I'm already familiar with ATV's affairs. Are there any difficulties? Fortunately, except for the filming work, ATV's operations are actually similar to those of other companies. Su Lin said, It's just that the original business promotion network was established entirely by the Lee Sin Group. Now those people are all yours. Driven away, we need to re-establish this business network. Zhou Hao started the car to leave the parking lot and drove in the direction of ATV. At the same time, he smiled and asked Su Lin, I think those guys should be waiting to see our jokes. Su Lin, are you confident in taking ATV's business? Get the internet up. Let those guys take a good look. Since you have said so, even if you don't have it, you have to have it. Su Lin smiled. What's more, as you said earlier, as long as the ratings of our TV station go up, do we still need to be afraid of not having customers? Today, Liang Jiashu bringing so many people over from TVB, and your news of lowering the rate, has caused a big sensation in Hong Kong. Although our new TV series has not yet started filming, the eyes of the whole Hong Kong are already focused on us. Looking at Zhou Hao in the driver's seat, Su Lin asked, By the way, Miss Chai Jiping told me that the filming of Meteor Garden is about to start, and the two leading actors, Yin Qingxiu and Zhou Yimin, and your designated the heroine Su Shiyuan has already come from Taiwan. Miss Chai Jiping would like to ask, how do you decide on the style of this TV series? But Zhou Hao smiled and said, she still needs to ask me, a layman, about styles. She said, this is the first time we have tried this kind of drama. I have no previous experience. Su Lin said, and people are afraid that if they mess it up, they will be blamed by your big boss. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. I have a date with zombies that has never been filmed in Hong Kong. Look at Chen Shisan and Xian Zhuwei. They are very good. They are already turned on now. In fact, he knew it himself. Chen Shisan dares to think and dare to do. Once he decides, he will never look back. Therefore, he never thought that he would be messed up and be blamed by himself. He is now the director of the creative department, as long as he is the big boss. No one dared to confront him when he spoke, and with the assistance of Xian Zhuwei and Li Zhaoxi, Chen Shisan could be described as flying like a fish into the sea. And Chai Jiping and Kai Yueshuan, after all, lack the spirit of Chen Shisan, especially when they just came from Taiwan. They are very afraid of making mistakes, so they are careful in everything, for fear of taking a wrong step. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said to Su Lin, Su Lin, do you know the difference between idol faction and strength faction? Su Lin didn't know why Zhou Hao suddenly asked this, but he still replied, idol factions rely on their faces to eat, and the strength factions rely on their own strength to work hard. Moreover, many idol factions are only popular for a period of time, which is difficult to last. However, some idol celebrities will also change to the power celebrities with their hard work. Both idols and power celebrities are the highest state of celebrities, just like Andy Lau now. Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. You are right, and in my opinion, most idols are just 4 words, which are flashy and only give people a beautiful appearance. As for the connotation, now, fewer and fewer people will pay attention to this. Taking Hong Kong's entertainment industry as an example, I remember a great person who said that girls don't need acting skills when filming in Hong Kong, just thin. In fact, this sentence is what Liu Qingyun said in I Want to Be Famous. Liu Qingyun finally won the title of actor with this movie. Zhou Hao is also considering that after a few years, let Liu Qingyun shoot this I Want to Be Famous. Su Lin smiled and said, although you are a bit one-sided, part of it is true. By analogy, idol dramas are based on idols. Zhou Hao said, therefore, idol dramas do not need to be as rigorous as other TV dramas. Even idol dramas do not need to be too close to reality. To put it bluntly, idols the style of the drama is as flashy as the idol star. We want to make the idol drama as dreamy and beautiful as possible, giving the audience a modern fairy tale feeling. Su Lin asked, can such a TV show work? TV dramas are the same as novels, which are derived from life and higher than life. Zhou Hao explained with a smile. If we make TV dramas too realistic, there will be no one to watch them. You know what women like most for so long. What is a fairy tale? Seeing Su Lin shook his head, Zhou Hao laughed. It's the story of Cinderella. Now many girls dream of meeting someone who is young, rich and gentle and considerate. Prince Charming can give himself a chance to become a phoenix. Look at those female stars. All of them are vying to get into the rich. Don't they just want to fly to the branches to become a phoenix? These idol dramas we made are talking about Grey. The story of the girl meeting the prince gives the audience a chance to imagine and gives them a chance to escape reality temporarily. According to what you said, most of the audience watching idol dramas are girls. Su Lin said, what about boys? Zhou Hao smiled slightly. As long as girls watch, are you afraid that boys who want to please girls won't watch it? You are really treacherous. Su Lin gave Zhou Hao a white look and looked at his handsome and resolute face. But there was a slight ripple in her heart, because in her opinion, Zhou Hao is a typical Prince Charming. Handsome, wealthy, gentle, and considerate, Zhou Hao has these Prince Charming traits. It's a pity that such a Prince Charming is just like a treasure. Everyone wants it, not just himself. Soon, Zhou Hao drove Su Lin to the underground parking lot of ATV. Su Lin dialed the hair on the sideburns and said to Zhou Hao, by the way, Guoxiannong said that there will be a cocktail party at Polaris tonight. The heads of various record companies and film and television companies in Hong Kong will be invited, and you will go too. Well, I will come as an invited guest. Zhou Hao said, no one will know that I am the boss of Polaris. Speaking of which, Guoxiannong is quite capable, and Nanyang School did not introduce it wrong. This Guoxiannong was actually brought over from Malaysia by Nanyang School. He graduated from the Department of Media Management in Malaysia. He originally wanted to open a brokerage company in Malaysia, but he lacked funds on the one hand, and on the other hand, lack of contacts, so it was ultimately unsuccessful. Guoxiannong's father was a good friend of Ni Yongxiao's father. Ni Yongxiao was sent to Singapore by his father, and he was helped by Guoxiannong's father. A few days ago, Ni Yongxiao learned that Guoxiannong's father had passed away due to illness in Malaysia, and Guoxiannong did not return to Singapore because of his difficult life. So Nanyang School took Guoxiannong over to Hong Kong. Originally, he wanted him to help him manage the film and television companies under the United Nations News Agency. But he just learned that Zhou Hao wants to develop in the film and television industry, and Xiang Huaqiang's guy frowned. Without a wrinkle, he gave Zhou Hao half-sold and half-delivered Galaxy Image and a record company. So Ni Yongxiao sent Guoxiannong, a media manager, to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao intuitively felt that Guoxiannong was a rare talent. So he asked Guo Xiannong to manage the branch of Polaris in Hong Kong. Polaris has just established a foothold in Hong Kong and has a lot to do. It is almost to let Guo Xiannong start his own business, and he has to manage the Galaxy image. Du Qifeng was a little arrogant, and Xiang Huaqiang also told Zhou Hao that if he hadn't used high-pressure methods, he could not suppress Du Qifeng. But now Zhou Hao has discovered that Guo Xiannong and Du Qifeng get along very well. And Du Qifeng also told Wei Jiahui that Guo Xiannong is a talented person and is a rare talent in a century. Nowadays, Su Lin is watching ATV, and Guo Xiannong is watching the Hong Kong branch of Polaris. Seeing Su Lin's beautiful and refined face, Zhou Hao's heart was shaken. He knew that this woman was not only natural beauty, but also not the kind of vase, with only appearance but no connotation. Her talent was no less than that of any man, and he could have it. She is really a blessing. Reaching Zhou Hao's increasingly hot gaze, two red clouds floated on Su Lin's face, and Zhou Hao slowly moved his head and kissed her soft and full red lips. Originally, there were no other people in this parking lot. Su Lin and Zhou Hao were alone in this car, and they could also enjoy the intimacy in the world of the two. But as soon as Zhou Hao kissed Su Lin, before Su Lin had time to enjoy the feeling, he pushed Zhou Hao away and looked out of the car at a loss. When Zhou Hao was puzzled, he followed her gaze and was stunned, because he saw Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan standing not far from the car, looking at himself and Su Lin in amazement. Seeing Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying looking at him in a daze outside, Zhou Hao gave a thud in his heart and said in secret, "Sorry." Then I saw the crystal-clear tears slowly condensing from Wang Shijuan's eyes and finally fell through the eyes. It turned out that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying went to the parking lot to wait for Zhou Hao after they visited on ATV, because they knew Zhou Hao would come to pick them up. Seeing Zhou Hao's car coming in, they walked over happily, but they didn't expect to see Zhou Hao and Su Lin kissing. Shijuan. Seeing Wang Shijuan's tears, Zhou Hao felt that his heart was about to break, and he opened the car door and went out. But seeing Wang Shijuan turned around and ran outside, Zhou Hao hurriedly shouted, "Shijuan, Shijuan, listen to me." It's just that Wang Shijuan didn't listen to Zhou Hao's shouts, and he covered his ears and ran outside. Zhou Hao wanted to chase. She saw Situ Jinying wave to him, beckoning him not to go, and she chased him. Zhou Hao understood what Situ Jinying meant. At this time, it would be useless to explain. If he catches up with him, he may be out of control. Moreover, if Situ Jinying is by Wang Shijuan's side, Zhou Hao is more at ease. After all, although Situ Jinying is only 16 or 7 years old, she is much older than her peers, and her father is the chief of the police, so she is also relatively strong in dealing with others. So Zhou Hao just stood beside the car in a daze and sighed lonely. Originally, with his skill, it was easy to find other people in the parking lot, but the bad thing was that he was fascinated by sexual desire just now. He only looked at Su Lin and his relative Fangzi beside him, but didn't get distracted to pay attention to things outside. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying hit him straight. Situ Jinying was better. He had known that there were other women around him, and even made up his mind to be Zhou Hao's lover. But Wang Shijuan had always been cared by Zhou Hao, and he was reluctant to let her hurt a little bit. Even Yin Tong didn't dare to tell her about Li Rulin and Yin Qing. Relatively speaking, Wang Shijuan is more like a flower that was carefully protected by Zhou Hao and Yin Tong in a greenhouse. Now it is difficult to accept such a sudden change. Oh, it was the same last time, when Jia Bao saw me making out with my sister. Zhou Hao remembered the last time I hugged Zhao Yuqin at Beijing airport, but was caught by Yang Jiabao, who also went to Beijing to surprise Zhou Hao. Evil. Zhou Hao sighed and thought. It seems that if you want to make friends with you in the future, you have to use your intuition first, and wait until there is no danger before you act. Having said that, it would be too exhausting and disappointing if you have to use your own superhuman intuition before you really make friends with every woman around you. Su Lin came to Zhou Hao and said quietly, holding his arm, "I'm sorry, I'm all to blame." Zhou Hao shook his head. "How can I blame you? It's my responsibility. Alas, I have never dared to let Shijuan know about these things. I was afraid that she would not be able to stand it and would be hurt. I didn't expect it to be." Su Lin stroked his back. "Zhou Hao, don't do this. It's important to come. In fact, It's better to have a long-term pain than a short-term pain. Let Shijun be quiet. I know what she has done to you. Feelings are not shallower than any of us. It is impossible for her to leave you. After she figured it out, she will definitely return to you. Zhou Hao nodded. Don't worry. I'm okay. Come on, I'll take you up. After that, he took Su Lin to the elevator of the Asian TV building. On the other side, Wang Shijun burst out of the parking lot in tears and walked straight out of the door of ATV. In desperation, I didn't see a car that was turning in. I heard the harsh horns and reacted suddenly, but the front of the car was approaching. At this moment, Situ Jinying pulled her away from the car, and at the same time scolded the driver in the car. How did you drive? Didn't you see anyone? The driver originally wanted to scold Wang Shijun for walking without eyes, but he didn't expect that the villain Situ Jinying would sue first, and when he wanted to speak, Situ Jinying had already taken Wang Shijun away. Shijun, don't do this. Zhou Hao will worry about you. Situ Jinying said to Wang Shijun as he walked. Wang Shijun just shed tears blindly and did not answer Situ Jinying, just a choking pain in his heart. Situ Jinying told her before, have you ever thought that other women would like Zhou Hao? In fact, Wang Shijun had never thought about this problem before because Zhou Hao and Yin Tong were so kind to her, so Wang Shijun would never think of this. It was not until Situ Jinying mentioned it that Wang Shijun suddenly realized. Yes, Zhou Hao is so good. Is it the only one who likes him? Wang Shijun asked himself. Zhou Hao's outstanding performance is beyond doubt, otherwise Wang Shijun would not be so in love with him. However, Wang Shijun's liking for Zhou Hao started from a very young age, and the two can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Wang Shijun's liking for Zhou Hao went from being hazy at the beginning to becoming more and more profound. Finally, when Zhou Hao explained to her how he felt about her, the relationship between the two was officially established. He was so meticulous to Wang Shijun, and, because of Zhou Hao, Wang Shijun's family life has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Liu Shiping has changed from a workshop supervisor to a shareholder of a large catering group, living in a luxurious mansion and opening it. Famous car. And all this was brought by Zhou Hao. So Zhou Hao was the sky in Wang Shijun's eyes. Just now seeing Zhou Hao and Su Lin kissing in the car, Wang Shijun felt as if the whole sky had fallen. In fact, even if she saw the affection between Zhou Hao and Su Lin, she did not resent Zhou Hao for being bothered, but wondered if she did something wrong that made Zhou Hao dislike herself. So when Zhou Hao just got out of the car and wanted to catch up, Wang Shijun was also afraid that Zhou Hao would break up with him. So he covered his ears and escaped, instead of not wanting to hear Zhou Hao's explanation. In her eyes, Su Lin is so outstanding, mature, and beautiful, but also able to help manage ATV. If she really wants to compete with Zhou Hao, Wang Shijun has no confidence at all. She couldn't imagine how she would face it if Zhou Hao really said it and broke up with herself. She couldn't imagine how she should survive without Zhou Hao. Situ Jinying saw that Wang Shijun was so sad and thought she was angry for Zhou Hao, and never guessed that she was actually afraid that Zhou Hao would not want her. So she didn't dare to say anything, but just followed Wang Shijun closely to prevent anything from happening to her. Soon, the two walked out of the broadcast channel and walked slowly towards the downtown area. Wang Shijun did not cry, but silently shed tears, and such a beautiful and charming girl like her shed tears silently, which naturally attracted the attention of the pedestrians around her. So Situ Jinying kept pulling her to a place with few people, so as not to cause others to watch. Seeing Wang Shijun so sad, Situ Jinying felt very uncomfortable, especially she and Zhou Hao were not innocent, which made her feel more guilty. She took Wang Shijun to a very unique cafe on the roadside and randomly found a seat by the window to sit down. Shijun, don't be like this. I will feel sad if you look like this. Situ Jinying continued to pat Wang Shijun's shoulder to comfort him. Wang Shijun turned his head and looked at Situ Jinying with tears in his eyes. Jinying, do you think Zhou Hao doesn't like me? Does he want me? Why do you think so? Situ Jinying said dubiously. She knew Wang Shijun's position in Zhou Hao's mind. In comparison, Zhou Hao wouldn't want Wang Shijun even if he didn't want him. She sighed and said to Wang Shijun, actually, don't blame Zhou Hao and Su Lin. Like my mother said, men are like turnips. Men are born with a heart, but some men lack the ability to be. It's just a one-off. And you see, although our country also stipulates monogamy, but those rich officials, who are not 3 wives and 4 concubines overtly and secretly. I'm not afraid of your jokes. Just my dad is not just my mama woman. Situ Jianying said to Wang Shijuan. Speaking of which, Zhou is already very good. At least he will not use women as a tool for venting, but to give true feelings. As for Sister Su Lin, think about it. Talk to Zhou. Such a man spends such a long time together. As long as he is not stupid or blind, he will like Zhou. Listening to Situ Jianying's words, Wang Shijuan was stunned, and his mind was full of messy thoughts, because she had never thought that Situ Jianying would have such a concept. And looking at Situ Jianying's expression, Wang Shijuan suddenly thought of something and looked at her in amazement. Jianying, you also? Like last week how? Situ Jianying trembled slightly. Seeing Wang Shijuan's expression, she wanted to deny it, but her lips trembled, but after all she couldn't speak to deceive Wang Shijuan. After a long time, she lowered her head and said quietly, Shijuan, I regard you as a real friend, so I don't want to hide it from you. Actually, I started with Zhou a long time ago. What? Wang Shijuan looked at Situ Jianying in shock, never thinking that this would be the result. Situ Jianying quickly grabbed Wang Shijuan's hand. Shijuan, I didn't deliberately hide it from you, but the look in Wang Shijuan's eyes at this time was already hollow, as if even his soul had disappeared. Shijuan, what's the matter with you? You don't scare me. Situ Jianying was really taken aback by Wang Shijuan's appearance, and quickly pushed Wang Shijuan. Seeing Wang Shijuan looking at her stubbornly, it took a long time for her eyes to regain some energy, but she listened to her indifferently. Jianying, you can leave me alone, okay? I want to think about it all by myself. But Situ Jianying regretted telling Wang Shijuan the truth now. At first, she and Wang Shijuan met in the second middle school, when Situ Jianying was the eldest sister in the class, but the boys in the class all liked Wang Shijuan, who is weak and beautiful. Therefore, Situ Jianying, who couldn't see and was jealous of Wang Shijuan, caught Wang Shijuan in the back alley and humiliated him. It was precisely because of this that Situ Jianying met his nemesis in his life, Zhou. Later, Situ Jianying deliberately got close to Wang Shijuan in order to please Zhou, but gradually, she and Wang Shijuan also became true confidants. It was also because of this that she felt so guilty for Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan shook his head. Jianying, if you still treat me as a friend, let me be alone. I'll go back soon. But you are unfamiliar here in Hong Kong. Jianying, please. Wang Shijuan pleaded, biting her lower lip. Now, Situ Jianying couldn't bear to refuse Wang Shijuan anymore. After gritting her teeth, she took out a mobile phone and handed it to Wang Shijuan. Shijuan, hold this mobile phone. If there is anything wrong, you can call Zhou, okay? Wang Shijuan nodded silently and put away the mobile phone. And Situ Jianying also stood up, looked at Wang Shijuan, but saw that she turned her head and looked out the window without looking at herself. Situ Jianying sighed and left the coffee shop somewhat desolately. Of course, Situ Jianying didn't really leave. For a weak woman like Wang Shijuan, it was hard to be reassuring in the concrete forest of Hong Kong, so Situ Jianying went to the opposite of this cafe. In the ice room, quietly watching Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan was immersed in sadness and did not notice Situ Jianying, who was hiding on the opposite side. She just sat on the seat by the window, holding her cheeks on her side and looking at the traffic flow outside the window. The crystal-clear tears silently overflowed from her eyes and slid across her face, and finally fell on the glass on the coffee table, broken into a little bit. Even the waiter in the cafe looked at this scene of the Iraqi with dark tears. He quietly put paper towels on the coffee table and did not dare to disturb her. At this moment, a young man wearing a light blue shirt and a pair of brown slacks walked in. He walked straight to the bar of the cafe and was about to order a cup of cappuccino from the waiter, but he accidentally saw Wang Shijuan sitting in front of the window and crying silently. The light in the cafe was dim and the air was filled with sad music. Wang Shijuan was sitting there, resting his cheek on his hand, looking out the window from his side. There were 2 wet tears on his face and 1 slender eyelashes. The glittering teardrops that are about to fall are beautiful and moving. This scene shocked the young man's mind, and only felt that the string in his heart had been severely moved. "Sir, your cappuccino." The waiter handed the man a cup of coffee. The man who had been stunned suddenly came back to his senses, took the cup of coffee, and looked at Wang Shijuan over there, and asked the waiter, "That lady?" "Oh, that lady has been sitting there for a long time," the waiter said softly, for fear that it would disturb Wang Shijuan over there. "Looking at her crying so sad. Maybe it is because of a relationship problem. Alas, I don't know which. Is so cruel. It would hurt such a beautiful and weak girl." This man also took it seriously. Looking at Wang Shijuan's sad expression of speechless tears, he thought, it is definitely not a good man to make such a girl sad and cry. After taking a deep breath, he slowly walked towards Wang Shijuan. When he came to Wang Shijuan's side, he took out a tissue and handed it to her. Wang Shijuan turned his head to look at the young man with a stunned face and listened to the man's soft voice. "Miss, have you encountered any difficulties? Tell me, maybe I can help you." "Thank you, but no, I'm fine." Wang Shijuan shook his head at the strange man. "Do you mind if I sit down?" the man said to Wang Shijuan, and then sat down opposite her. Suddenly there was a man sitting opposite, which made Wang Shijuan a little unnatural, but she was a polite person, so it was not easy to make people walk away abruptly. And the man also handed her the tissue. "Miss, wipe it. Although you don't know why you're sad, but now if someone sees you, you'll think I'm making you cry. Then, I'm afraid that the vast number of male compatriots will not let me go." Seeing that this man was funny and he was kind, although Wang Shijuan was still very sad, but couldn't bear to brush other people's kindness, he thanked him, took his tissue, and gently wiped away the tears on his face. Seeing that Wang Shijuan's tears were so gentle and affectionate, the man couldn't help but feel tenderness in his heart, and he couldn't help resenting the guy who made Wang Shijuan cry even more. "Miss, do you have any troubles? Speak it out, it will be easier to say it." The man said to Wang Shijuan, "Well, I will be the audience you ultimately are, and I will keep a secret for you. What's more, we meet right by the water, and we don't know everyone, so you don't have to worry about it." The man's smile is very kind, giving people a very kind feeling. It's just that what Wang Shijuan is worrying about now is the most personal emotional matter. How can he open up to others? "I think, miss, what you are encountering should be emotional troubles," the man asked tentatively. Seeing that Wang Shijuan didn't deny it, he continued to smile. "Then, is it your boyfriend who makes you so sad? It's bad for you? Or hurt you?" Wang Shijuan shook his head quickly. "No, he was very good to me, and he didn't hurt me." "He treats you well?" The man frowned. "If he treats you well, how can he be willing to make you cry?" "I see. He must be a bad man. Because as long as he is not a frantic person, he will definitely not bear the heart to make you cry." But there was a trace of dissatisfaction on Wang Shijuan's face. "No, he is the best man in the world, and he is very good to me. Don't speak ill of him." Seeing that the tears in Wang Shijuan's eyes were still hazy, but he still maintained that man in this way, the man couldn't help feeling sorrow in his heart, and even a hint of jealousy. He said to Wang Shijuan, "Then tell me, why are you so sad?" Looking at Wang Shijuan's hesitant look, he deliberately said, "Then you still say he is a good man. I think he is the worst in the world. The worst bastard. I don't allow you to say that to him." Wang Shijuan glared at the man, and then sighed lonely. "It's actually like this." So she told the man in front of her what she had seen before. But the man was so angry that he couldn't help but thumped it on the coffee table and said angrily, "This kind of guy is actually the best man in the world? Any man can be accompanied by a girl like you. It has been a blessing for several lifetimes to cultivate. How can he still stand on two boats like this? No, not just two boats. He even let your good friend go. Such a man is nothing but death." Wang Shijuan sighed quietly. In fact, he can't be blamed. He is so good. It's no wonder that Sister Su Lin and Jianying like him. Actually, I don't blame them. She lifted her cheeks and looked towards him. Outside the window. "I'm just worried that Sister Su Lin is so capable and can help him share many things. And Jianying is also a strong and independent girl. Compared with them, I am just an ordinary girl and can't help at all. I'm afraid he will not want me." After that, a teardrop came out of her eyes again. Yui. Hearing Wang Shijuan's words, the man on the other side was very angry. He didn't expect that Wang Shijuan not only didn't blame her boyfriend for his loveliness, he was actually afraid that he would be abandoned. What kind of person is that guy? There can be such a girl in love with him. He is in the blessing and not knowing the blessing. The man angered in his heart. He said to Wang Shijuan, "Miss, you should have dumped a man like this. Such a man can't give you happiness at all and will ruin your life. There is no fragrant grass in the world. I think you are just a blindfold. I tell you, there are many good men in the outside world. You don't have to practice yourself like this. Enough. If you say bad things about Zhou Hao, please leave." Wang Shijuan couldn't bear the vilification of Zhou Hao like this and said to the man in front of him, "I said he is the best man in the world, except for him. No one can give me happiness. Finally, I know that guy's name. It turns out he is Zhou Hao." He thought to himself, but now he really feels like he wants to cry, that he is really a villain like this. But after another thought, he said to Wang Shijuan again, "Then you actually want to return to him, right?" "Of course, I never thought about leaving him." Wang Shijuan said, "I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.